Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
We're back inside Torrey Gymnasium. We're only on day 2 of 5. Welcome into the broadcast booth, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael. Joining me is Sky Gillespie. And Sky, this has been a day full of fun.
The 2025 Kevin Brown.
And we're going to keep it going with the Metamora Redbirds, a local team from right down the road, take on the Pasadena Bulldogs, a team from halfway across the country. It's going to be a fun one.
All I can say is, let's go! We got a huge game, Metamora, Pasadena. Like you said, two sides of the country, Mid-Illini versus a team out in the Pacific League, out in Cali. I'm ready to go, Jonathan. Let's see if these two teams are ready to go in their first game of the season.
Again, this is the season opener for both squads. Again, Metamora was not in action yesterday. We saw Washington's boys, Washington's girls, and Morton's boys. And then rounding it out, this is the last time when the local team is making their debut. We will see Peoria High tomorrow, actually. I misspoke. But, again, Metamora, a local team that has played the TOC the last few years and always a good way to start off their season. They're going to get a very strong test against these Pasadena Bulldogs, who are making their first TOC appearance. And Sky, we'll get into both of these teams here as we bring up the starting lineups in a bit. But for Pasadena, all eyes are going to be on 7-foot center Josh Irving. He was arguably the top player in this entire tournament. He just committed to Texas A&M a few weeks ago.
I heard that's a pretty good school. They're actually turning into a powerhouse in obviously football, but they got a really good basketball program as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of D1 talent. There's a lot of talent in all levels of the college basketball game being played here, and he's just one example, is Josh Irving.
And you see on the court they're having a check presentation. Metamora helping raise some funds for the KB Strong Foundation, again, which a lot of this tournament is raising money for. You see the check there, $945 for the Metamora Redbirds. Again, this tournament helping raise money for glioblastoma research. Again, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. And took the life of former Washington head coach Kevin Brown, of which this tournament is now named after here in Washington. So there's Roger Holzhauer, one of the tournament directors. Here's a little pregame photo op for the Metamora Redbirds. And talking about these Redbirds, Sky, this is a team that is, turned into a Central Illinois powerhouse. This is a team that almost everyone in the state of Illinois, regardless if you live in Chicago or the southern tip of Illinois, you know about the Metamora Redbirds. And because they've had some deep postseason runs now, this year it's a bit different. They have a young squad, one that is still very talented though. And I think this year they might play a little bit of an underdog role. So we'll see how these young Redbirds do against a very skilled Pasadena team.
Exactly, 28-7 last year, just 2 years removed of their state run. It's going to be a lot different this year. They got young guys, like you said, underdog mentality. We're going to see who steps up this season in a younger team.
So we're going to go through the starters here for both squads. We'll start with Pasadena. Troy Wilson, a 6-foot senior guard, will wear number 0. Both these teams red and white in color, but Pasadena will wear the away reds. Timothy Anderson, a 5'11" senior guard, also in their starting lineup. We'll also see Paris Dinkins, a 6-foot junior guard, and 6'6" senior Derek Jordan Jr. wearing number 5. And then there's big number 21 in the middle, 7-foot center Josh Irving. Again, he is a senior. So senior, junior, senior for Pasadena. There's only one senior on the entire roster for Metamora. It's a Forney State student. His name is Tiago Garcia. So it's going to be mostly underclassmen. It's Briggs Busey, a 6'2" junior in the starting lineup. was on the roster last year. Didn't see a ton of starting experience. Logan Vasquez, a 6-foot junior with a high ceiling that many people are keeping their eyes on. Gavin Geyer, a 6'1" junior. And Sam Koch, 6'3" sophomore, a surname that might be familiar. He's the younger brother of Cooper Koch. And then Brady Jones, a 6'6" sophomore forward and returning starter, rounding it out.
Yeah, I heard that Koch last name is, they've been pretty good at basketball. Older brother out at Iowa right now.
Yeah,
Big Ten.
He's having a good season as well. We were just talking about some other Central Illinois players that are doing well at the college level. Justin Page from East Peoria is now at Niagara University. He's playing pretty well. And how about on the girls' side, Aaliyah Guyton is now at Illinois. So a lot of these area players doing good things at the college level. And obviously it's still a few years to go for some of these Metamora Redbirds, but definitely some talented folks as we'll get the game ball presented. Here to our referee, I want to thank you all for tuning in. KBM TOC brought to you by OSF Health Care. This is game number 6 of 9 on the day. On a full day of hoops. And the gym is starting to get pretty packed, guys. It's going to be a good environment.
It's going to be extra loud. There's been incredible crowd so far. Even tuning into games that are not even featuring local talent. So people coming from all over the state and all over the country to watch one heck of a tournament.
And there's a lot of people that poured in the gym for the last game, probably to get their seats early. They want to see Josh Irvin and Pasadena up front. They'll see Irvin in the post, and he got swatted away, but it will be a foul call. It's going to be interesting to see as this game unfolds, how Metamora approaches defending a 7-footer, because there's not any 7-footers around Central Illinois last time I checked.
There really isn't, but in this tournament there's been so many. I just interviewed a 6'9" Cooper Knowles, and that's the average height for a center in this tournament. They are so big.
Now we'll see how Irving shoots the free throws, and that one is up and good. Irving doesn't really fit the mold of, your old school traditional center. You can't just hack a shack him. He can knock down a spot-up jumper, can drive as well. So very much a new kind of modern center. He's got kind of a little bit of a thinner, wiry frame, but he'll certainly fill out and definitely bulk up too as he goes to Texas A&M next year. He is 1 for 2 at the line, and here's Vasquez to bring it up on Metamora's first possession of the season. Quarter 3, Brady Jones comes up well short. And Anderson stepped on the line. He'll go back to the Birds. There's Koch to trigger the inbound. It gets it into Geyer. A man-to-man look on defense now for Pasadena. Vasquez now over to Jones. He's got the assignment of Irvin. Shot clock winding down. Geyer forces it up and banks it in. Bank is open on the day before Thanksgiving.
This is a pretty, oh no, Banks usually closes at 5. It's 5:09. I do not think it's open right now.
You're working overtime today for Gavin Geyer as Metamora takes the early lead again. Geyer was, like Briggs Busey, was on the varsity roster last year, kind of more of a reserve as a turnaround is good there from Jordan. He's going to be a tough one to handle at 6'6" as well. So again, Metamora significantly outsized. See how they try and compensate today as Geyer will go in on the drive. How about this defense from Dinkins?
From both sides as well, and the stereotypical West Coast play style, we'll see if they play like that, and they sure are to start the game.
A little jelly layup there for Troy Wilson. Gives it a 5-3 Bulldogs lead.
When people talk about the West Coast play style, it's run and gun. It's take the first open look you see. It's like a 7-second offense, and so far Pasadena has fit that stereotype.
Kind of like the West Coast offense in football as Irving rejects that one.
Couldn't tell if that got the backboard first or not, but nonetheless, a solid block from the 7-footer.
And a lot of people come and see the 7-footers for their dunks. This is an acrobatic layup there from Anderson. Couldn't get it to go. He'll get 2 free throws, but we went to Josh Irving swat some balls into the stand, so the people in their first few rows might need to duck and cover, be on their guard tonight.
Yeah, we got a very shifty point guard so far. We're just seeing him so far as he nails that off the back end of the rim, but Timothy Anderson with that very quick spin move drawing the foul. He's going to be hard to contain. Mixed with Josh Irving, it's going to be a duo to watch as he knocks in that second free throw.
Yeah, that's the thing is, talk a lot about Irving, but, Pasadena's got some good guards as well. Irving tries to keep it in. Kind of tried to play a little game of twister there in front of his own bench to stay in bounds, but his foot was on the line.
When was the last time you played twister, Jonathan?
Oh boy, I was probably in about 3rd grade. What about you, Sky? You big twister guy?
It had to be some like elementary school game at recess or something. It's been a minute.
Here's up top. This is Briggs Busey. How about this intense defense? Timothy Anderson clapping his hands. Him and his team are feeling it. And there's just no room to operate right now for these Metamora Redbirds, and that's what they got to do. They got to try to take advantage of Pasadena being aggressive and try and get some fouls.
That's the thing. It did look like he beat the offensive player to it, but still a blocking foul nonetheless. If the refs continue to call that, that might change the game plan from Pasadena, because as you see right here, hands all over. If they call that a foul, then it's going to be a long night, but if they don't, then it's going to be a long night for Metamora.
Exactly. As here's a turnaround J, no good.
Did you see how high he got for that rebound?
He was up in the stratosphere as Anderson can't get the roll to go. Put some English on it. Now here in transition, this is Geyer. Now up to Koch. He lost the handle on it, but he got fouled in the process.
A little bit of a late whistle there, but nonetheless, a call made. There was 2 options for Metamora right there. They ended up going down low to Geyer, but we did have a wide open in the left corner, Logan Vasquez as well. So 2 good options. Metamora ends up at the free throw line.
I haven't seen Vasquez touch the ball much yet in this one as Koch knocks down the first. Going back to Timothy Anderson, who we're talking about Pasadena's guards. He's not in the TOC. They put out a dandy dozen, the top 12 players in the tournament each year, and Josh Irvin is on there, while Anderson's not in the dandy dozen. He is in the 30 intriguing players list as well. And for Pasadena, so kind of their number 2 option is here's a drive from Dinkins, good with the left hand and one.
Speaking of number 2.
Oh, Dinkins will get rewarded. He'll shoot one more. Get another look at this one. It's a nice first step as he got past Koch there.
We did mention in the open, this is opening night for both of these ball clubs. Pasadena started 5-0 last season in their first 5 games, so we'll see if they get off to a hot start this season as well.
Free throw good there from Dinkins. Now Pasadena can get out to a good start in this tournament. Again, the level of play, obviously, where they play out in California, they're going to play some phenomenal teams during the season. But if you can come out of this tournament as a 3-ball, it's good there from Mr. 3 himself, Briggs Busey. You're going to get the Redbirds fans into it, but if you can start this tournament, Scott, with multiple wins, even if you just go 2-2, I think a lot of teams will probably be happy coming away with some multiple wins, 2 wins, 3 wins, maybe even 4. As Irving, tomahawk slam with some ferocity as Pasadena now takes a 4-point lead. Here's Irving in transition now. Will he throw this one down? But gets it to go through contact and flexes the muscles.
He finished strong. I don't know how he finished that. I don't know how there wasn't a foul call there. He just got trampled, but he didn't care. Flex on him, Josh Irving.
He is showing his muscles so far here as Busey finds it on the baseline. Kick out. Jones wing 3 is no dice.
I think Metamora just has to continue being patient. They're getting good looks. Shots aren't falling, but it's a long game.
Anderson slicing and dicing into the lane. His layup is good. Pasadena fired up as they go into the bench. It's an Endercon powered timeout. And celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Endercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels low and medium voltage switchgear and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. I mean, how about the Pasadena? I mean, they're feeling good. You saw Irving get all pumped up. I mean, he was kind of flexed his muscles and screamed. I mean, obviously, this is kind of almost like a true away game for Pasadena, right? I mean, this isn't Metamora's home gym, but a lot of fans in here are wearing red for the Redbirds.
Well, if you are looking for something to do over the Thanksgiving week, you can take a 28-hour drive and you'll be at Pasadena High School. That's how far they are. And
you mapped it out.
I sure mapped it out. 28-hour drive, or you can head over to Metamora, about a 14-minute drive. So, like you said, they're a long ways away from one another, and it looks like Pasadena is trying to put their name on the map here in Washington.
We'll have to see if there's a equivalent of Clutch Sports Media out there near Pasadena. We can tune in to watch them so we don't have to drive 28 hours to see them. See, I didn't know. See how many hours it was. You know how many miles it is? I'm looking it up right now.
It is 1,946 miles.
He is right on it, and he is correct. I just looked it up. 1,946.
Pasadena out in northeastern Los Angeles. I lived in Burbank, as you know, in the Hollywood area for a semester of school at Bradley University, as that's tipped out of bounds by Wilson.
Indeed. I mean, I think a lot of people know Pasadena is the home of the Rose Bowl and the Rose Parade, so.
Exactly.
Always looks beautiful, especially that time of the year here in central Illinois, where it's usually pretty cold and dark, and it's nice and bright and sunny in Pasadena, even still on New Year's most years. So Bulldogs lead at 15-7, about 5 minutes into this one. It's a strong offensive start on a tournament that, again, it was all these teams are, as Busey drives the lane, no good, but usually see some low-scoring games as teams try and open the lid on the basket to start the season. Pasadena on a nice pace so far.
The big man catching the ball out at the volleyball line. Hey, it's 2025. That's how the big men play nowadays.
Now the days of going in the post and just setting up a desk down there to go to work, those days are pretty much gone by. 3-ball in the corner is good. That was Caleb Corner, a 5'10" sophomore, coming in off the bench and knocking one down. An 11-point lead for Pasadena.
How fitting, a corner three from corner.
Caught me there as Jones rattles the rim. Or rather, that was Cam Beekman. I stand corrected. Beekman, a 6'6" sophomore. That dunk again brought to you by Morton Tech. We've seen multiple of those already today. As how about this defense from Anderson? Picks the pocket and finishes. Timothy Anderson is all over the place so far.
And we talked about the experience from Pasadena and the inexperience from Metamora. Now's the time where you got to start acting like an upperclassman. I know you're sophomores. I know there's some freshmen out there, but you have to play above your age. This is a physical team. You have to show up.
Now we're seeing some double teaming from this Pasadena defense. Still no whistle. Out of bounds, back to Pasadena. And you're right, Sky, this is a baptism by fire.
And right there we see number 5, Derek Jordan Jr. coming up, clapping. He's happy, he's excited. When you see players clapping like that and having that intensity, honestly, you got to look out. Especially on the defensive end, because when you have somebody that loves defense that much and plays with that much passion, they're a special player. And I've seen multiple players show that intensity. And it looks like if you're a part of Tony Brooks' team, if you don't play hard and you don't play physical defense, you're not getting in the ballgame.
Definitely not. As there's an offensive foul there on the Bulldogs. It goes on Anderson. And Pasadena, a school of about 1,355. And knowing how big Pasadena is, Sky, I was maybe assuming that it would, maybe be a fairly large high school. I mean, 1,355, nothing to sneeze at, but not all that much bigger than Metamora, whose enrollment is 974. So Pasadena about the size of a few Mid-Illini schools. As here's a tie up in the lane, Geyer with it, he got fouled. And I'll see how much Metamora can get to the line here tonight. It's the 4th foul on Pasadena here this first quarter.
will be interesting to see. And yeah, that is surprising. Pasadena High School, they are the namesake high school of the city, which is a large city, so you would expect it to be a larger school, but not the case. Large on the court with size and height, but not large in enrollment at just shy of 1,400. Last season, Pasadena finished the season 19-8. They were 8-1 in league play. Had a great season. Looking to have an even better season with a senior-led ball team. Bringing up the court right now is Timothy Anderson.
He'll hand it off here to corner. They're off the bench as here's a elbow jumper. There from Evan Washington. Now a 3-ball up and good from guess who is Timothy Anderson. And what do you know, those 3-pointers today sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. Here's a 3-ball on the other end from Busey. No good. Anderson out transition. Here comes Pasadena laying it in. Troy Wilson. Pasadena on pace to score 100 in this one, Sky.
What I like from Pasadena is the player to watch, obviously, Josh Irving. But 6 different players in the scoring column early on in the first quarter from the Bulldogs.
Anderson leads the way with 8 so far as Busey lost his handle at the horn. They got a shot up. That's no good. What a first quarter from Pasadena. A veteran-led, size-heavy, intensity-heavy squad from California leads the Metamora Redbirds 25-9 as you get a look here at that layup from Wilson. I mean, Pasadena's been doing it all here in this first quarter. I want to take a quick word for our sponsors. While we have a minute again, we mentioned Renewal by Anderson. That's where quality meets community. We're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Also for Morton Tech, if you need reliable technology solutions, Morton Tech Solutions has your needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, they keep your equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier and not harder. Call Morton Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.morton.tech for your one-stop solution. And for PJ Hare, they're a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Jonathan Michael and Sky Gillespie here in the booth with you on this Wednesday evening. Again, kind of Wednesday evening before Thanksgiving is kind of where everyone kind of starts, the family starts getting together for Thanksgiving. I'm sure maybe a lot of people at home might be watching and maybe have this even on your big screen watching on YouTube on there. So happy you're welcoming us into your living rooms or into the palm of your hand, wherever you're watching here on this this Wednesday evening.
And I don't envy you for staying inside because, wow, it is so windy. There were some snow flurries out.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty ugly outside. It's winter has arrived, folks.
Yeah, it was very windy out there today as Gotch flies in for a layup. I walked in here about 8:30 a.m. this morning. I mean, wind gusts were probably over 25 miles an hour, and it is cold out here today. So definitely good to stay indoors today if you're in central Illinois. I've heard that we might have a snowstorm on Saturday, 5 to 8 inches of snow. Which if Pasadena is still going to be here on Saturday, I wonder if these guys have ever even seen snow in their lives. As here's Busey in the corner. Got it for a triple. Three sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. So a 5-0 run to start this second quarter here for Metamora. Anderson spinning, a little bit of a double team there. Metamora ready to switch on defense if need be. Irving, a little shot fake. He'll drive in on the 6'6 Jones as a 6-inch advantage, and he got fouled.
That is so funny to think about. That's the current state of basketball where you can be that far away from the basket and pump fake, and the defender will still go for it, even with a 7-footer. You know he's probably not going to shoot it from that deep, but just the fact that that's how basketball works these days.
Now Irving, last time on the line, he was 1 for 2. Knocks
he
down
hit the first one too.
Exactly. So we'll see if he can make good on number 2. It's the all-important one. Sky, again, I don't know if we've talked about this much or had this conversation between us two before, but I mean, how do you feel about the relatively new rules where everything is 2 free throws and there's no more 1-and-1?
So I have asked a lot of people the same question, and apparently I'm on the unpopular opinion because I don't really like it. I like the old school way that's a new school
Morrison?
finish.
Up and under for Metamora. Again, they're starting to put it together here in the second quarter. Anderson the other way and blanks it in off the glass. So back to your point, Scott.
I just think that there's so much pressure on the front end of a one-of-one, and getting rid of that. It's kind of sad because late in games when you have to hit that first free throw, that's just so important. And like we said, the game's changing. We got the shot clock now. We got the new bonus rule, and there's just a lot changing in front of my eyes.
And this tournament is being played with a shot clock. You can see it there on top of the basket. Again, it's not mandatory here in Illinois yet. It will be starting next year, but tournaments and shootouts can use it. And also, it can be used in standalone games as well if both teams agree to it, and provided they actually have the shot clock set up in their facility. As here's Zach Bourne on the drive, going to shoot. No good, but abusing the offensive board. Finds a wide open man. And off the attachment, that was Morrison. Third chance now for the Redbirds. Brady Jones on the drive, swatted by Irving. And comes back with a 7-foot setter. Going behind the back, and he turned it over. Collision there is now Morrison will slow things down. He'll find Bourne and one. Kind of a wild sequence there. Ball going back and forth, and Zach Bourne, who is, by the way, Sky, he was just this week, he was named a Clutch Sports Media All-Area First-Team Cross-Country Runner. One of the top ones in the area, also plays some hoops as well.
That's got to help knowing that although he did come off the bench, if needed, he can play all game long. He ain't going to get tired.
Certainly will not. Again, you run 3 miles pretty much every Saturday, plus all the training. I mean, those cross-country runners run upwards of 20 miles a week most times. Is what a move there from Wilson, who came flying in. Irving was ready there for the putback, and boy, that would have tore the rim off.
Yeah, that was a bang call. It's going to be called a blocking foul instead of a charge, but I think we're seeing so far that these guards are just so darn quick and really hard to keep in front. So be on the lookout for help side defense, which Metamora did have in that situation, just a touch late on the charge attempt.
That'll be Wilson, the 6-foot senior, to shoot. This Pasadena squad, very experienced. They got Wilson and Anderson are seniors. Derek Jordan's a senior. As we get another look at it here. And the quick help side defense there from Morrison. Credit him for sliding over just a tiny bit too late, though.
Could have gone either way. Wilson now with 5 points on the night. Like you talked about, an upperclassman-led team, only one underclassman is checked in the game. There's only 2 underclassmen on the roster.
Deep three from Sam Koch, no good. Paris Dinkins who there with the board. Drive from Wilson, had it poked out, will stay with the Bulldogs.
See, in that situation, although it didn't matter, I would have liked the help side defender to step up to collapse and force him to either take a very tough shot or make a tough pass as well. There was just one-on-one defense right there while he was driving the ball.
Yeah, here's Jordan backing in and scoring. Had the big size advantage there over Ashton Taylor of Metamora, 6'1" sophomore, who brings it up, finds Koch. Banging bodies in the post, turns around and scores. That looks a lot like his brother Cooper. Bring it back to a 14-point deficit, or 12-point deficit.
Right there, Koch has definitely gone up against, I mean, it helps when you face against your brother, as we got the tip out right there from Taylor. But he's faced up against some very good talent his entire career, especially from his older brother. So it does help in situations like that. We saw he didn't panic, he took his time and had that little baby hook in for 2.
Koch's father, JR, an accomplished hoopster in his own right. Pasadena tried to free up Irving. Instead, they'll go for the 3. No good, but there's Jordan with the board. Double teamed. 1 out. So back to Metamora. I wonder what those driveway games were like, especially when you got, Dad, you got Cooper, and Samuel. You got 3 guys. I mean, I don't know if that was another one. Maybe you play some 2-on-2, or, I don't know, maybe play a little 1-on-1-on-1.
Play a game of 21, but.
Yeah. You have 21. There's Irving there in the post defending Jones, who pops out for an open 3 and knocks it down.
That's a big bucket. It's been a very balanced scoring attack so far. Bridge Busey leading the way. It's all about balance. Metamora is playing as a team, but down 9, I think they have to have a guy step up.
That 3 is sponsored by Renewal by Anderson, as we get a whistle there. Taking a look, good ball movement here. Taylor finds Brady Jones, 6'6" sophomore. Again, he's kind of Metamora's de facto center. And obviously shoot it as well. Again, we did see Cam Beekman earlier, 6'6". They also have Eamon Lynch, who's a 6'6" freshman for Metamora as well. I believe he's the son of Jim Lynch, who was in the booth with us.
Sure is.
Earlier today. Here's another 3 from Jones. Can't get it from the top of the key. Koch gets the miss. In plenty of trouble there with Irving defending. Koch lost it. Here comes Anderson driving in. Goes up and under. Couldn't quite get the handle on it, but lays it in.
12 points now from the intriguing player to watch. Not a must-watch, but an intriguing player.
Anderson has been the leading scorer. Nice turnaround. Here's Brady Jones again. So he's got 5 straight for Metamora. Now right down on the other end. Layup is good from Anderson. He is cooking here on Thanksgiving week in Washington. Sure, he'll be sinking his teeth into some turkey at the tournament banquet. Is Irving. An emphatic slam right into the Metamora cheerleaders. Watch out.
And the highlight reel is taken away because there's a foul drawn, but we'll have a look
Watch
at
that.
Oh!
Josh Irvin looking like a volleyball player out there, just straight down.
But instead, 2 free throws. Metamora will take that any day of the week.
Taylor comes up short on the front end, but my word, Josh Irving having himself a night on defense so far. Again, that's what's impressed me on Pasadena's guy is, they got the 7-foot center, but you focus a lot of your attention on him, and that's let guys like Timothy Anderson and several others kind of help carry the load. So there are some possessions where Irving doesn't even have to touch the ball.
Exactly, and we've said the name Derek Jordan a lot. He's 6'6", senior, number 5 for Pasadena. He plays like a traditional center. He plays more of a center than Irving does, and he's a big body as well. But he's not even the tallest player on the court, so they got a lot of size, a lot of length to contend with.
2 minutes and change to go in the second quarter. Pasadena scored 25 in that first. Here's Irving.
Great
now
defense.
He got taken away. Here's a break. Keep an eye on Irving. Busey shot fake, spins around. Cross court. And the Redbirds will slow it down. Thought Vasquez might pull that one. That's out Irving. Busey for 3. Just short. Gets his own miss. No one there for Pasadena. And head coach Tony Brooks is not going to be happy with that failure to grab the offensive miss. Just no one there for the Bulldogs.
That is the way Pasadena's going to play, though. There's going to be guys crashing out, looking to push they're not necessarily cherry picking, but they are getting ahead on the offensive end. But they're doing that before the ball is even rebounded. So second chances like that are going to prove pivotal for Metamora if they want to stay in this ball game.
And Metamora again only down 8 right now against a very skilled Pasadena team. They were down 25-9 again at the end of the first. They've cut this lead in half as Wilson finds Jordan. Battling with Geyer in the post, banging bodies up and can't get the roll. Foul on the Bulldogs. That is going to go on 23, Evan Washington.
Yeah, got to give major props to Metamora and how they responded after honestly getting punched in the mouth in the first quarter. They come out playing much stronger, much physical, much more patient. That's what I think the key is. They've had open looks. There's been opportunities. He's got to swing the ball, pass fakes, make the right plays, and I think they're doing that in this second quarter.
You don't have to get it hauled back at once. As long as you need to keep him with an arm's length here by halftime, which is quickly approaching. We'll send it down to the Ufter Auto Group studio for that, so stay tuned to see who we're interviewing down there. Is Jones trying to find someone that ends up in the hands of Beekman. Tough shot there from Geyer. Had to force one up with the shot clock winding down.
That's the second time they've had to take a shot with the shot clock winding down. I know they're not used to having a shot clock, but the defense in the intensity is creating longer possessions than Metamora would like.
So shot clock is now off. Pasadena can hold for the final look. Metamora has some fouls to give. They can try and be aggressive here. Here's a shot from Anderson off balance, no good. Battle for the board, and no one's going to get it. Pasadena takes a 36-28 lead into half, but you got to feel pretty good about that first half if you're Justin Dame, the head coach of the Metamora Redbirds, and the rest of that squad.
I mean, this is one of those examples where, you know, you're used to playing guys in the middle lineup. You can scout, you can go over, watch one of their games, take a 10-minute drive, but you can't do that. You don't know anything about this Pasadena team. Of course, they are nearly 2,000 miles away, but like we talked about, it's opening night for both teams, so we don't know a lot about them. And honestly, Coach Dem doesn't know much about his team either. They are young. It's their opening night as well, so both teams trying to figure out what their season's going to look like, albeit in just the first game of the year.
And Pasadena had that early lead, 25-9, but Metamora only down 8 here at the half. But man, what a job by Timothy Anderson from Pasadena. 14 points in that first half. Josh Irving with 7, and all these unofficial numbers courtesy of, again, my partner in the booth, Sky Gillespie, doing a good job keeping the tallies here. Briggs Busey does a nice job shooting the ball for Metamora. He's got 7, and very balanced going the rest of the way. Jones with 5, Bourne with 4, Koch with 3. So everyone having a hand in this one. It's been a fun one so far. We're going to send it to a quick break and come right back here on Clutch Sports Media. And then after the break, send it down to the Electric Auto Group studio.
Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hello, I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined by my friend Luke Kaminsky here at the F-Train Auto Group Halftime Tournament Central. Excellent game between the Metamora Redbirds and Pasadena. I wasn't there really to watch it a lot, but I know he was. So, Luke, if you would, take us through your first half thoughts.
Yeah, you know, I was watching the warm-ups at Pasadena, and it really just looked like a dominant team to me. Metamora, you know, looking a little small, didn't pass the eye test, but they're really proving it out there. They're really showing that they can compete with anybody in the nation, and I think that's good for us, and I think that's good for the middle line.
Right, both teams competing really hard. Pasadena 36, Metamora 28. high scoring first half. I mean, a lot of times, sometimes we see stat lines, maybe finishing like the 50s or something. They're on pace for like 72 points. So, I mean, a lot of high scoring, a lot of flashy dunks, good plays. So, yeah. Luke, you're a Washington basketball player. Take me through your guys' first win, 1-0 for the squad. You love to see it. I'm a little bit biased, but, that doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, me too. I think we played overall good game. I mean, we pride ourselves in defense, and I feel like we did that well. Held them to 43 points in a big environment, big game for us, first game for us. And I think we played our roles well. I think we executed well. I think we played our game. We didn't play their game. And I feel like, at least when it comes to things like rebounding, when it comes to things like defenses, I felt like we did our jobs there. And I think that's what won us the game in the end.
Right. Big game coming up for you guys next, or not next, a couple games.
Two games.
But, you guys look tough out there. You looked like you wanted to play. Take me through, what do you guys think that you're going to have to do in this next game to come out victorious?
Yeah, so I think we're definitely going to, again, have to play our game. We're going to have to play our pace, our speed. I think that South Pointe, they are a very, very athletic team. They're very intimidating in a sense, but at the same time, we view them as any other team we play. I think we can out-discipline them. I think that we can out-tough them. I think that we can outplay them. I think that we can outsmart them. And I think that it'll be a really good game for the people to watch at home, and I think it'll be a really good game for us and a really good test for us for the start of the season.
Right. I mean, kind of like switching gears here, but there's a lot of people here. Throughout the whole day, we've seen a steady increase in people. Obviously, your guys' game last night was packed. This next game is going to be packed. Take me through sort of the environment. I'm not a player. He is, obviously. That's why I brought him in here. But take me through the environment and playing in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you don't get to experience it a lot. You don't have thousands of people watching you do something that you love. And I think that it's really cool for all of the players especially to kind of showcase their talents and what they've been working so hard on for the past couple months or years in that sense. And I think that overall this tournament I think is really good for all the players in it. It's a really good place for them to showcase themselves, showcase their talents, whether they're trying to get recruited from college coaches or they're just trying to show themselves in front of a big crowd, play in front of the spotlight, which I think is a lot of good place for players to
Right.
do.
No, completely agree. I couldn't tell you the seating capacity, but I can tell you that our brand new gym looks pretty nice. For anybody watching that doesn't know, our gym was completely remodeled this whole summer. It's a lot bouncier. I've been on it. I'm not really like a gym expert, if you will. However, I can tell a big difference, and it looks pretty cool too. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think for sure the thing I noticed the biggest when I first saw it was the lighting. It almost looks white compared to last year. It almost looked yellow, which I thought was one of the big differences. And I think it's good for obviously the clutch crew because lighting, cameras, that's what you want.
Right.
But also the court too. It's a lot softer. I remember the old court had a whole concrete layer below it, and it would hurt so bad every time you fell on it. But this court gives it a little more give, has a little more bounce in it. You can see more dunks, see more. You take a charge.
So when are we getting a you dunk? Are you gonna dunk anytime soon?
I almost had one yesterday if I didn't get fouled, but it'll come. Maybe next year.
Fair enough. Okay, so obviously we've talked about the basketball aspect, but this whole tournament is for a greater cause, right? I know you know that. I know that. Pretty much everybody watching it knows that because we've talked about it so much. But just to really reiterate that, take me through, what this tournament means to you, being a Washington basketball player. You didn't play for Coach Brown, but I'm sure you've obviously heard of him. So kind of take me through how you approach this tournament and really what it means to you.
Yeah, so growing up, I would always hear stories about Coach Brown and how intense he was, how much of a good guy he was. And as I was a kid, I was just like, I wanted to play for him so bad. I wanted to test what he was actually about and see what it was first-handedly. But then when he got diagnosed with this disease, I think that it really didn't just hit home or hit the basketball team. I think it hit our whole town as well, especially all the young kids like me. And I think that really opened us to this great cause of glioblastoma. And I think that it opened us to see what this tournament was truly all about and what we're all doing this for. Our team actually earlier today met a 3-year glioblastoma survivor, and I think that was just a really cool moment to see somebody fighting so hard and for us to support and knowing that we have their support as well.
Right. I mean, never take anything for granted. Great cause. So many people here, like behind the scenes and stuff too. You got the concession workers to my right. You got hospitality people to my left. Obviously, the gym's over here. Just so many people behind the scenes. You got autographs. You get kids are getting autographs from players. Patients are going to be giving autographs to players. So it's just the little things like that, right? So take me through you as a player specifically. Like what have you seen maybe in this tournament that's unique to other ones?
Yeah, I think overall just the community as a whole. I think the town of Washington is really, again, formed this week kind of into a basketball week.
For sure.
Thanksgiving week, it's a family week, but I think in Washington, it's a basketball week as well. And I think that overall, the community really helps out. I know there's a ton of different volunteers in every single aspect of this tournament. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. Right. And I think all the volunteer work put in, really just we have to give thanks to all of those people. I mean,
right.
They're selling out their time, they're selling out their money, and I think that they're the reason that this tournament is as great as it is.
No, I completely agree. I might be a little bit biased, but I do think that it is the best tournament just in the nation, honestly, Thanksgiving or not. I think that not only from the basketball, but the cause that we've already talked about and all that stuff. But I got to ask you, okay, so what has been your favorite moment of the tournament so far?
Yeah, I would say, are you talking about this tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say just after the first game, I think just being able to play in front of all the people is really fun for me. Again, growing up, seeing all these people playing, seeing all the high schoolers playing in front of these people, I was like, I just really wanted to be there in that moment. And now as a senior in my last year, I got to experience it with all of my guys. And I think overall just really just playing, really.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. There's a lot to look forward to. I mean, it's so great. You can go on and on and on, about like everything from the tournament, the cause, to the volunteers, to actual basketball. So I mean, there's a lot. I got to ask you too, one more final thing. We're going to go ahead and send it actually back up to the booth or an ad break, either one. But thank you for tuning. Charlie Shimorn, Luke Kaminsky, it's been an absolute pleasure. Have a great day.
Thank you, Charlie.
Welcome back here into Washington. The second half of Pasadena and Metamora. Been a fun first half here. Jonathan Michael here alongside Sky Gillespie, and that's been a good one so far. Again, Metamora doing a nice job, admirable job keeping themselves in this game against a much older, much larger Pasadena team. We'll see what unfolds here in the second half, but I expect we're going to see a lot more of Timothy Anderson, number one for Metamora, or for Pasadena rather, and some more highlight plays from Josh Irving as the Bulldogs will start with it.
Running 3 out on the wing. They'll dish it to Irving, but pretty good defense, but a little bit of a foul. Pasadena will inbound the ball. 36-28. Pasadena leads.
Here's Anderson with it now. Here's Wilson on the drive going baseline. UC defending. Now back out to Irving. Shot clock down to 1. Got to shoot it. Irving wanted the call, doesn't get it. Here's a 2-on-1 with Brady Jones. And Anderson says, I got all ball there. Not sure. Again, grabbing very quickly. As you look at that three there from Anderson, or from Irving.
You got to let Irving land, and I do think he got hit on the hand as well. So potentially 2 fouls missed in 1, but could be a big swing for Metamora as they look to get their first points of the half for either team as Brady Jones is at the line.
Jones can't knock down the first.
Jones had 5 points, was the second leading scorer for Metamora in the first half. Leading scorer for Pasadena was Timothy Anderson with 14. Josh Irving had 7.
Jones goes 0 for 2. Those could be 2 big misses, but Metamora does get the miss as Jones goes behind the back and loses it. Fast break Bulldogs, and Wilson laying it up. Can't get the roll. How about the active hands, though? I mean, corner is not letting them get anything easy. 3 ball from Koch. Rebound from Jones over the head of Anderson, but nothing to show for it.
The pace of this first half, the second half is pretty remarkable. These guys are just playing so much faster, so much quicker and harder than they were in the first half, and it's showing, although the shots aren't falling quite yet.
Well, now they are. Troy Wilson, as he crashes to the floor, puts it in. It's back up to a 10-point game. Dribble drive, kick out. Geyer, corner three.
His second three of the game, now has 6 points.
And Metamora has been shooting it well. Again, that three sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. And Metamora fans wanting to walk. And we'll get a charge. Nice job there by Logan Vasquez, who again has not scored tonight, but those are winning plays. And they'll give it back to the Redbirds. They trail 38-31. You're about 2 minutes into the third quarter.
So that roar was actually about Brady Jones and Josh Irving. Jones pushed Irving. The refs didn't see it. Irving got angry, put his two arms out and pushed him back. No call for either side. They just let him play, and Metamora was upset at the retaliation that was not called. It's always the second guy that gets in trouble.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Pretty much every sport. Nice drive. Corner three is good. Sam Koch knocking it down. On one end is Geyer, the other end is Koch, and it's a 4-point game. Timeout, Tony Brooks and the Bulldogs. This gym is coming to life as Metamora has cut this down to a 4-point game, after trailing by 16 in that first quarter.
And that's what I have come to learn about how the Mid-Illini works, is that the coaching at this level is unbelievable. The way they come out of breaks, the way they come out of timeouts, it's unbelievable. The game plan, just, it's crazy how much words can have such a big impact, Jonathan. You can just light into these guys, you can give them inspiration, and then they come out of the half just like that.
Yeah, whether it's, there's probably the inspiration approach, there's probably, the X's and O's approach. I've heard some of these, some teams just kind of go in the locker room and just try and catch their breath and, just don't really talk about much, although it depends all by team. I'm sure there's plenty to talk about here with the first game of the season for both these squads. It's like Kevin Geyer getting there, a little encouragement from the ball boy Trey. I want those pink and mint green ball boy uniforms, Sky. I'm a big fan of those.
They're not too bad myself. That might have been a combo I tried when I had braces back in middle school. I'm not too sure. It looks like something I would have done at least once.
Yeah, I didn't really know the concept of color matching when I was dressing myself. I would put on some ridiculous color combinations and be like, oh, I think that looks fine, but
your mom would have said otherwise,
yeah,
perhaps?
Yeah, probably she would have been like, I don't know about that. When in doubt, I always went with blue and orange. I'm a big Chicago Bears fan, Illinois Fighting Illini fan, so that was kind of the go-tos right there. Is two teams in red and white tonight. Here's a drive from Anderson, got it to go somehow. Timothy Anderson has been very impressive here on this Wednesday night.
16 points so far, leading scorer from both sides, and a lazy pass right there.
Here we go on the other end, fast break, Jordan. Giving it over to guess who? It's Anderson out in transition. A nice job by Pasadena responding out of that timeout.
4-0 run coming out of that timeout. Great job. I think what Coach Brooks was saying is just, your identity. Play like you have been playing this whole game. Why come out flat in the second half when you've been controlling the game all
Another turnover. And here's Anderson on the break. Goes up, and Koch kind of leaned back. Might have gotten hit there in the face, but it's going to be a foul on him. And Anderson will shoot some free throws. Get another look here. Spin move from Geyer and just lost the handle. And look at Anderson going right into the teeth of the much larger Sam Koch. Sky, Josh Irving has not scored in some time, and that's not a knock on Irving. It's talking about how well-rounded this Pasadena team is.
Exactly. I mean, Irving, we talked about it, the Texas A&M commit, chose A&M over Kentucky, over Kansas. He could have gone anywhere in the country he wanted, but he chose Texas A&M. And a Texas A&M commit is being held to 7 points, but he doesn't have to do it all. This team is so well-rounded, and Metamora's doing a great job of containing Irving, but there's other guys like Timothy Anderson stepping up. And this defense is incredible.
And he comes away with a steal. Will he finish it off? He'll draw the foul. Oh, and one would have been crazy. Anderson. They're all in front of the cameras there on the baseline. That baseline is only going to get more crowded. It's again Indianapolis, Pike, and Wisconsin Lutheran. Going to be a very crowded gym. That might be the game of the tournament coming up right after this, but this one, fighting some fireworks. Anderson knocks down the first one. I shout out our social media and video crew. You see a guy in the blonde hair on this phone on the baseline. That's Ethan Genders, videographer for Metamora. Also works for us at Clutch Sports Media. So I'm sure you'll see some highlights from him on our social media pages. Clutch Sports Media on Instagram and Clutch Sports IL on Twitter. Our Knox Minot and Elsa Olmstead got you covered with pictures and social media updates all week long. 10-point advantage, 10-point or halfway through the third. There's Geyer kicking it out. Drive from Morrison. Nothing there. Jones in the corner got it to go. Corner threes have been the golden goose for the Redbirds so far tonight.
So far, that's been open. When you drive and kick opposite, that has been open all night for Metamora, and that's where they've gotten the majority of their points is looking opposite, passing across to the court.
3-ball top of the key. Wilson the response.
Anything you can do, I can do better. 3 for 3 right there, a quick trade.
Morrison almost had it tapped away. He'll drive and it'll be a timeout called by Metamora. Trying to find an answer to this hounding defense from Pasadena that we saw more in the first few minutes of the game. And I would like to see that more from Pasadena. You know, that the way they started the game defensively, just the overall intensity, they came out very hot. They've still been getting turnovers, but I want that more intensity back there, I think.
Well, exactly, and I think that's what that last time out by Brooks was all about. It's why let up. Just keep doing what you've been doing right. Keep following the team's identity. It's get into the drill of the person with the ball and don't let them get any room on you. Just keep them right in front of you, and if you foul, okay, that's fine, you foul. But you don't want to give them anything easy. You don't want to sag off. You want to continue playing the way you have been.
Yeah, about a quarter and a half left to go as we're kind of approaching that primetime window here in Washington, and not many seats still available again. So if you're going to make your plans to make a short drive over here, if you live in Central Illinois, I want to do that now because again, this gym is starting to fill up. Usually Wednesday night is usually when the busiest session of the entire tournament, arguably, other than the final day.
Or if you're in Pasadena, we don't have much room for you either. This gym is full.
You better get on a private jet and get on one fast. You better be flying at Mach speed to get over here.
In a zone right now for the first time is
See how the Redbirds attacking? It's Koch, top of the three, and gets it to go. Pasadena has learned the hard way. They're going to pay if they leave any Redbird open from deep. Three sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. And Jones, 6'6" sophomore, doing a nice job on Irving. Deep three, Anderson came up just about 1 or 2 revolutions short. Koch, nearly a foul, no whistle. Geyer in some trouble again. There's that zone wide open man. They find it in the corner. It's Morrison and Irving with those long arms. Corrals, but had it pickpocketed. Zach Bourne laying it in. This Metamora team does not go away.
And it's how they respond out of timeouts. Once again, really good job. 5-0 run.
3-ball, Wilson gets it to go. 360 around the rim and in.
That's got to be so unfortunate because you're doing everything right, you're scoring, but then they just keep responding.
Now Bourne is there again. Off the bench, Zach Bourne's got more than a handful, the 6'2" junior. Now quickly the other way. Anderson hops up in the lane. He scores as well. Back and forth we go in Washington. What an electric one this one's turning out to be.
Timothy Anderson, 5'11", but he plays so much bigger than he is. He finishes with contact. You can't have that if you're Metamora.
I think these players are just kind of starting to feel the atmosphere a little bit. You know, they see all these people coming in. They're starting to come. There's just that buzz in the air here inside Torrey Gymnasium.
Hey, and they're playing hard. They're playing fast. A lot of it is they might not have their legs yet. It is just the first game of the season. They're not used to playing.
At least full speed against a opponent other than yourself. I mean, this is kind of, you know, you test so many things during the offseason. How does it all pan out? You see here today in Washington. Offensive foul on Pasadena. That shot would not have counted from Evan Washington. And despite all these Metamora buckets, they're still down 8. We're going to need to, again, find an answer for Anderson, who is up over 20 points here on the night.
Pasadena's back in their man-to-man defense. They took a 2-play break in a zone. Now they're back to man.
Koch for 3 from way downtown.
He's having a great second half.
Koch again, just a sophomore. This Metamora team again, if you didn't hear at the top of the broadcast, has only one senior on their entire roster, and he does not start. We haven't not seen him so far. That's Tiago Garcia, a foreign exchange student for Metamora, who was actually a kicker on their football team this past fall. Here's the drive. Anderson draws contact there on Morrison.
Anderson has been to the free throw line multiple times. He's up to 23 points. He's the leading scorer, and Josh Irving hasn't scored this entire quarter yet, Jonathan.
Yeah, it is. He barely scored since the end of the first quarter.
But it hasn't mattered.
Exactly. Again, and Irving has been playing well. And you know, when you have a guy like Irving, you know, I'm sure Pasadena knows that Metamora is going to try put a lot of their chips into covering him. They don't have another 7-footer match up with them on their roster. But, you know, when you have a guy like Irving, he's such a unicorn. You know, you got to kind of use him as a decoy almost sometimes.
Exactly. Josh Irving about to check back in the game. He was the co-player of the year in the Pacific League last year. One of just many accolades, and many more to come.
Well, certainly is. Now Metamora can make this a one-score game. Kick back out. 3-ball. Morrison is no good. But Metamora takes it away and had it blocked away by Jordan. He was angry about that one.
Jordan had himself a big first half, especially in the scoring column, but being a very big impact player, and he's showing up here in the second half. 5-point game. Metamora does get the ball back.
And Metamora's done such a nice job of, again, not giving up as Jones can't get the layup, but there's Morton doing just like that. Never giving up on those boards. We have a whistle on that 3-ball from Geyer. As the Pike Red Devils walking in front of us here, you see they're getting ready for the game against Wisconsin Lutheran. And Pike has several players that have some Division I offers, and Wisconsin Lutheran, well, if you know who Con Kniepel is, as his alma mater, his younger brothers, Cager and Kinston, are on that team now, along with Xavier Zenz, a big trio for that Viking squad that's hailed as the best in all of Wisconsin this season, despite it being early on. 3-ball on the way is good. Sam Koch is pumped up and yells to his bench. This is a 2-point game in Washington.
What a spark Koch has been.
Here's Anderson, the spark on the other end, laid it in. Metamora a chance to score. Here's Koch. He didn't get that one off. Nearly went in. What a third quarter as Pasadena, their lead now cut to 4. It was 16 at the end of the first. Metamora cuts it in half by halftime, and they cut it in half again. It's down to a 4-point game. This one could come down to the last possession. How about Sam Koch knocking down several threes in that frame?
How about that play call as well? Great out-of-bounds set. The inbounder, you you're always taught you have to look out for the inbounder to get the ball back. He gets a wide open three in the corner, and the hottest shooter on the floor for either side gets an open three. You know what that means? Count it. It's going in. 4-point game right now. Anybody's ball game.
I want to thank again some of our sponsors. Culver's, they're proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. And the area locations, they are giving back $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week that we donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of 5 of their area locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Also by Keps Sports Bar and Grill. They're the official pre- and post-game spot of the Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. Last but not least, Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric are all proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC.
8 more minutes to go, Jonathan. Let's do it. 4-point game. Pasadena has the lead. Metamora has the ball to start the quarter.
Yeah, this is strap in, folks. This game has been very intense all the way through. I mean, from the opening tip-off, there was a elevated energy level in this one as Koch drives in, had an open layup but didn't realize it. Fader from Geyer is good. On to a 2-point lead for Pasadena.
Geyer has now made 3 field goals. That was his first non-3-point make of the affair. It's a 1-possession ball game. Pasadena looking to respond.
Wilson will drive with the left and puts up a floater, is off the mark. Rebound tipped out. Irving hit the deck. He's still down.
3-on-2. They have numbers.
Here's Geyer. Metamora could take the lead. Kick back out. Oh, they can't connect, but they keep it in bounds. What a play there from Brady Jones. Now it's Koch with it. Metamora will slow things down. Now he used up some of that shot clock, but still got 16 to go. Gotta wonder, it's gotta be, I feel like Sam Koch or maybe this guy, Zach Bourne, to take a big shot. Bourne to tie it up. Can't get it. Rebound by Koch. Metamora is killing the Bulldogs on the offensive glass, and you see it why on the scoreboard.
And great discipline from the coaching staff of Metamora, as we have a timeout called there by Tony Brooks, but they were trying to get up and play super tight, but Metamora's coaching staff said, get back, contain, contain, contain. You don't have to put pressure on them. It's a tie ball game, just relax.
And still plenty of time left in this one as Bourne had an initial shot and then Koch put it back. You know, for Pasadena, again, for rebounds, for them it's kind of coming back today, just getting both hands on the ball, just securing it, not letting it get tapped out. And give credit to Metamora, their hands have been very active tonight as well. But I mean, you know, both the defensive and offensive glass, Metamora is put up a heck of a performance against, you know, this Pasadena team that is roughly about the same size of them, but obviously, again, Josh Irving stands out above the rest. Again, at 7 foot, the Texas A&M commit. He has been quiet lately and had a few big blocks in that first quarter and had a big dunk or two as well. But how about Brady Jones with the 6'6" sophomore? Second-year starter is doing defensively right now. Irving sets a screen. Swinging around, Jordan on a shot fake, Geyer. Wilson now over to Paris Dinkins. Shot clock running down. Tough look is no good from Anderson. Metamora can take the lead on this possession. And it's Koch bringing it up. A lot of people saying that this Metamora team, here's Jones for 3, no good. Irving gets the board, but Metamora, a lot of people say that they're good, but they're just so young. It might take a while for them to start going well. Metamora wasted no time with this young squad. They're getting called for a foul there.
Yeah, exactly. This team, this sophomore class, especially for Metamora, they were very, very talented, especially at the junior high level.
And they won a state championship.
Exactly, yes, they sure did. And yeah, very talented. That class is going to be something to watch, but now's the time. They don't want to wait till they're seniors. They want to start winning now.
Well, again, they want to keep the dynasty going, too. I mean, Metamora went to state multiple years, did not make it last year, or actually either of the last 2 years, as a matter of fact. They've made deep playoff runs and won regional titles and gotten into some sectional title games since then, but basketball here in Central Illinois extremely competitive, and it's never an easy road, especially in Class 3A, as Anderson got fouled there by Vasquez.
Anderson playing a little bit of bully ball, as he's been doing all night long.
This guy reminds me a lot of, again, we're Bradley University basketball fans. Again, for those of you in California, mid-major team right here in Peoria that's had a lot of success recently, but he reminds me a lot of Jaquan Johnson.
That is why I made the bully reference. That is his nickname, Jaquan Johnson. The bully, he plays bully ball. But that's what we've seen from Timothy Anderson thus far. He's drawn a lot of fouls, and he's finished in contact in. Don't even get me started on his crazy strong physical defense.
So he gives Pasadena the lead right back. And Metamora
They're in the zone again.
And it did not work out well for them last time. They left a few Redbird shooters open. It's pretty similar to that zone from last time.
But they are so long as well, so the zone can work, but when your man-to-man defense is that good, I don't know why you need to get out of it.
They have Jones up on the far side, blocked, but the three ball in the corner is no good. There's Wilson to bring it up, and it will slow things down. And Pasadena doesn't need to be in a hurry again. It's got to get in with good shots, get some quality looks. And this guy, Timothy Anderson, will find some. With the underhand, laid it in, Anderson, and it's now a two-score game.
The lefty lay.
Coming from the right side as well. Again, he is a good finisher. That pass intercepted by Derek Jordan Jr. And he has not been a big scorer, but again, he's been making an impact on defense, kind of a glue guy in this game for Pasadena.
Definitely a vocal leader for this team as well. When he plays with energy, it seems like the whole team does as well.
And this guy's got plenty of it. Timothy Anderson with 6 straight to put Pasadena back in front. Anderson,
31 points.
That might be one of the largest of this tournament so far. 3-ball up, but no good. Scott, you seem to remember how many Ryan Mossman scored that first game of the tournament. That might have been the most points scored in this season's TOC. We'll have to double check. We'll have to get our stats crew on that.
Yep, 42 from Bryson Mossman, as that is blocked, and it's going to remain with Pasadena. That is the highest game we've seen so far this tournament this year.
And 42 is still ridiculous. The tournament record is 51. That was set by Kenneth Lewis. We actually saw that game live here a few years ago. Kenneth Lewis out of Texas and went on to play in college. I have to double check where he's at right now. Obviously, going to the transfer portal, but that game was nuts. And he broke Zion Williamson's tournament record. Zion scored 50 here in this gym back in his day, playing for Spartanburg Country Day School. This time out again brought to you by Enercon. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Pasadena will have the ball coming out of this break. They'll have a 6-point lead, looking to expand upon that. Something that won't go noticed likely is Pasadena got that rebound and they had numbers, they had open transition runners, but they know that they have the lead, they can control this game. They need to just slow it down, make the right decisions, because if they make a bad pass, turn it over, Metamora gets a quick 2, and it's just a 4-point game. But instead they have the ball, they can slow down, get the shot that they want.
It'll be Wilson here to inbound it. And Anderson scored 6 straight to put Pasadena back up after it was a tie ball game. Irving kind of hanging out there, sets a screen. They'll go Irving's direction. Now here's Dingus on the drive. Oh, what a collision. Thankfully, hopefully, both players seem okay, but Dinkins nearly hit his head on the backboard. They'll certainly mop up perspiration there. That floor cleaning crew has been busy today. A lot of collisions down near the paint. And here it'll be Vasquez to bring it up. Now over to Jones, back into Vasquez up top. Now here's Geyer, cross-court pass. Morrison. Now and Geyer thought his man was there, but Koch popped back out. He zigged when Geyer thought he was going to zag, and the Redbirds turn it over. So, Scott, we're approaching crunch time here. 3 minutes about and change to go in this fourth quarter.
But the thing is, with this tournament, we do have a shot clock, so a lot of times you would see guys take about minute possessions. You can't do that anymore. So this is anybody's game still.
Now here's Irving. He's going to drive in. And the big fella get going again. He'll get fouled, and he'll fall to the ground. Will get helped back up. Seems to be okay there. But Irving he has to score for the first time in quite some time. He's just got 7 today. And Anderson has over half of Pasadena's points, 31 of their 60. Troy Wilson also has got 13 for the Bulldogs. Irving's first, nothing but nylon. And coming up after this game, again, stay tuned for what could be the game of the tournament between Indianapolis Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran. And then again, we'll close out today with the tournament host, the Washington Panthers, taking on the South Point Stallions. And then at 9:15, at least Central Time, for our West Coast viewers, it'll be much earlier, Morton will take on Santa Ana Mater Dei, one of the better teams in this tournament as well. Always some talent from California each year in this tournament.
Good pump fake.
And nice job there by Morrison. Finds Jones for a wing three. And those were falling earlier from Metamora, but they need one to go down here as soon as this. Now a 7-point deficit. Bulldogs will be patient here. Back over to Wilson. Now here's Jordan. Jordan's just got 4 tonight. Now 6 on the clock, 5. Here's Anderson, got to shoot top of the key. No good, but there's Jordan with a miss. Turns around, knocks it down. 9-0 run for Pasadena. They smelled upset brewing, and they said not so fast, although this one is still not over. They're going to get a second look at it. How about the long arms reaching up over Geyer? And then you see how pumped up he is. I love that emotion there from Derek Jordan Jr.
I've talked about it. The team seems to feed off his energy. He's the Energizer Bunny of this Pasadena team.
Koch was left open in the corner. Jordan fell asleep on defense there, and Koch made him pay. So it's back to a 6-point lead. Koch said, I don't know what he was doing. Can't leave him open. So it'll be the 30-second timeout again. This one brought to you by Entercon. I mean, 1:45 guy left to go. I mean, this one could still feels like it'll be a long finish. This one, I bet we're going to see probably a lot of timeouts. Maybe we'll see some fouls, but I'm sure that this game, either way, is going to get prolonged, and there's just still lots left to be written in this game story.
There's still so much more time. It's going to likely end at the free throw line in a game like this, and if Pasadena can convert the line, then I think they take this win home back to Cali, back to SoCal.
And they want to come back with some few wins again. They'll have another chance again tomorrow. Pasadena will play tomorrow at 5:45 Central Time. That'll be 3:45 Pacific Time for those of you Bulldog fans watching. It might be right when you're sitting down for Thanksgiving dinner You want something going in the background. They'll be taking on Peoria High, local team here in Central Illinois. Tomorrow should be a fun one. That'll be the third of 5 games going on here at the TOC tomorrow. A little bit of an abbreviated slate on Thanksgiving Day. In the morning, they'll have the tournament banquet held at Countryside Banquet and Catering. So all the out-of-state teams that aren't able to spend Thanksgiving with their families, they get to all come together and all have a massive Thanksgiving meal. They'll have plenty of turkeys and plenty of all the Thanksgiving sides there for all these players that here come to town from far away, as Bulldogs will turn it over, 1:17 to go in the 4th.
Huge call right there. That could have been a foul. It could have been a turnover. It results in a turnover. Metamora has the ball. It's a 2-possession game with just over 70 seconds to play in this ball game.
Metamora doesn't need a 3, but would certainly like one to get this back to a 1-score game. Here's Morrison. He's got Geyer. Good D from Pasadena here, but the Redbirds turn it over as Koch sort of slipped there. Now it's got to be a foul here. Again, you got it. You know, the shot clock is a factor. You play defense and let it ride, or you try and start playing the foul game early and hope for some misses.
I'm going to set 2 traps, and if neither works, you got to foul. Or at least go for the ball very hard. Or do that.
Irving had it poked away.
I think you set 2 strong traps, reach for the ball hard. Inevitably, a foul is probably going to get called, but if it doesn't, you might get lucky. You might get a steal.
Here's Wilson flying down the lane with the left hand and gets it to go.
Well, you can't do that.
Metamora needs a quick response, down by 8. We've seen some crazy comebacks in the final minute or 2 of these games, so don't write off the Redbirds just yet, Sky. We saw Eagle Academy earlier today win on a buzzer beater from Denham Trotman. It wasn't going to buzzer beater, but hit a 3 with about 3 seconds left to go. We saw Alex McKee from Morton hit a game-winning shot with about 1 or 2 seconds to go last night against O'Fallon. We also saw a crazy ending to the end of Washington and West Hancock, of which there was a little bit of contact on the 3-pointer, which
a lot of contact.
Could have potentially altered the outcome of that game, but there was no foul called. Washington hung on to win, much to the delight of the home fans here at least. I mean, there have been some just classic endings to this one. I mean, in every single game seemingly has been decided by single digits, which is a stark contrast from last year. And last year there were a lot of great teams here, and a lot of fun players, and I mean, it was a great tournament, but a lot of the games were not close. There was a big talent disparity. I think this year a lot of these teams are right at about the same levels, provided for some awesome matchups here at the KBM TOC.
Awesome matchups, awesome music. Blasting Bruno Mars here in Torrey Gymnasium. I'm having a good time, and hey, it's the 20th Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We deserve to be spoiled, and we sure are with some great basketball.
This one is, this TOCS in general could go down in the history books. And as Metamora trying to get a quick score and hope for some misses. Here's Koch for 3 over Irving. He couldn't get it to go, but Koch picks his pocket. Irving in some pain. It's going to be 5-on-4 as now here's Koch driving the lane, lays it in. And we're going to get a timeout for the injured Irving. Hopefully he is all right.
Hopefully he's cramping up.
And you hate to see a player like that go down, especially in the first the first game of the season. And this timeout brought to you by Enercon, so they'll work on Irving. Again, nice job by Koch, and I mean, if nothing else from Metamora, if you don't come away with this win, you really gotta love the effort on the offensive glass, and I think teams are gonna watch this game. They're gonna scout Metamora, they're gonna say, we have got to corral the rebounds and bring them in with 2 hands and not let them approach it, because Metamora is not gonna give up. If you get the hands on the ball, they're still going to try and get it away from you, and they've got many extra possessions and many extra points from that here tonight.
Exactly, and I think the key for Metamora this game, they've won seemingly every 50-50 ball. They're getting the ball when it could go either way. Pasadena could have it. They're just kind of taking their foot off the gas at times, going after the ball lackadaisically, and then Metamora is there to grab the ball, like we just saw on that play where they got a second chance. that's just been the story of the game for Metamora. We don't know if it's going to be enough, but that's the reason this game is just a 6-point game.
So they're working on Irving, who hopefully looked like he was just cramping up. He will be helped up, so it will be something to monitor. Because again, Pasadena will play again tomorrow. And he's kind of hobbling to the sideline. Definitely in some pain, but hopefully again that Josh Irving is all right. As you see the medical staff, they're doing a great job of this entire tournament, making sure everyone is all right. And we got top-notch training staff. He'll head into the trainer's room right there beyond the baseline here. So they'll work on Irving, and his Pasadena teammates will try and take this one home for him. So they get it into Wilson. Metamora has to foul now. No shot clock, and they can't get the backcourt. They got to foul now. Koch probably didn't want to foul Anderson, but it wasn't much of a choice.
So a little bit on Timothy Anderson, also goes by Timmy Anderson. He is a natural born scorer. He's at 31 points. He averaged 31.4 last season, Jonathan.
Unbelievable.
He's last season.
This is his average?
Exactly his average. So this is just a typical night in the office for Timmy Anderson. 31 points tonight. And on top of that, coming into his senior season, 2,502 points.
That is remarkable.
Through 3 years.
I mean, you know, a lot of the basketball players are happy to get to 1,000. And really, only the best of the best will get to 2,000. I mean, that is, you know, you got to be a star player every game for all 4 years. But, I mean, you get 2,500, and he's just starting his senior year is, can't even fathom. Truly amazing stuff, as Wilson did miss that free throw. It's a 7-point game. Metamora needs a quick bucket. They need it very fast. Morton going to throw it up, air ball, and that might do it for the Redbirds.
Valiant effort. Nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, I know you got a huge crowd. You're playing. You have the home court advantage, although you're not playing on your home court, but you would have loved to win. But 7-point, excuse me, we don't know the deficit quite yet, as we have some free throws coming. But a great effort from Metamora against this very strong Pasadena team, led by a 2,500-point scorer, led by a Texas A&M commit who had offers from everywhere in the country, chose A&M.
Good news is we just saw Irving emerge from the training room and seemed to be smiling a little bit, so thankfully it looks like Josh Irving is okay. Sure, he'll get plenty of rest tonight. Here's Anderson. Second is no good. And that will do it here in this one. Metamora gives Pasadena all they can handle, but the Bulldogs hang on behind 31 points from Timmy Anderson and move to 1-0 on the season. An impressive effort from both sides. I mean, Metamora, talk about, got to feel really good about this young squad and what they're able to do. And just again, this is only their first game of the season. They will get a lot better as the year goes along. But Pasadena, again, they when danger was lurking, they answered the call and they got it done. So I'm really looking forward to see the Bulldogs take on Peoria High here tomorrow at 5:45 Central Time on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, Timmy Anderson with a 30 bomb, had 4 rebounds, had 4 steals as well on the night. So we talked about his defensive intensity, and this intensity from every single Bulldog out there. They played like Bulldogs, man.
They really did. They really did. It was a fun, intense game. Pat's Gym here in Washington. It is just starting to get really, really good here. And it's been really good the entire tournament, so don't let that take anything away. But it has been a fun one so far. We'll send it down to a quick break, and afterwards back to our Upstream Auto Group studio, where our guys will be standing by with an interview guest, and we'll be right back. Again, coming back for this will be Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions brought to you by OSF Health Care on Clutch Sports Media. For Sky Gillespie, I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long, and we'll see you in a few minutes after this.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hello and welcome back to the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. Charlie Schimmerhorn joined alongside my friend Scotty. How much is your house worth? If you get it, you get it.
A lot. It's a lot.
Scotty, if you guys haven't really tuned in the past years, this is one of my favorite interviews to do. I love all my interviews, but Scotty and I go back probably about 3-4 years ago when I first asked him to do this, and he gave one of the best motivational sort of speeches, I guess we'll call it. And it was truly just a work of art. So, Scotty, it's good to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. So we just had an excellent matchup, Metamora and Pasadena. So what did you really see from that game, Scotty? I know you were kind of walking out and about, doing your job, doing your janitorial work, but for the stuff that you did catch, what really stood out to you?
Just amazing how the athletes are, and they're willing to put out a really good game. Didn't matter if it was winning or losing, but the thing is that they're here for one reason and for one cause, and that's to help the fight against glioblastoma.
Right,
that's the most important thing.
I mean, they're flying around out there. I mean,
absolutely.
They shoot the ball, they dunk the ball. I mean, it's crazy. The defense is amazing.
Absolutely.
The athletic play is crazy. I don't know about you, but I don't really think I could do any of that.
Oh no, it takes pride, courage, and integrity to do stuff like that. So.
No, absolutely. Integrity. You mentioned that pride,
Absolutely.
Scotty. I don't know many people more prideful in their job than you. I think a lot of individuals have a lot of pride, but I don't really know if it's comparable to you. I mean, just speaking from experience at attending Washington High School, this man is in here every single day at the high school, probably on the weekends too, probably on Sundays also, walking around, doing his job, cleaning up after people, and it's really just, it's amazing. So, Scotty, take me through your role here at the TOC, but also at the school.
We do custodial work. Basically, we make sure everything is well stocked. We also make sure we take care of stuff, and if there's any spills, etc., we always clean it up and make sure that everything is well maintained, so that way people can come here and have a good time.
Absolutely. You are just one of the many volunteers here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I look to my left, I look to my right. I would look behind me, but I can't. But there's volunteers everywhere, whether it's on the floor, mopping sweat stains up, whether it's in the concession stands, the hospitality room, stuff like that. So, Scotty, as a volunteer yourself, take me through sort of, the behind-the-scenes work of the TOC and how they really get it to happen, essentially.
The most important thing we do is we got to find people to make sure that they want to put in the work, put in the courage, and put in the integrity. And it doesn't take just one person to do this whole event. It takes a whole team, it takes a whole community, because without the community and without the support and without the help we get, none of this would be even possible to even achieve. And to even do this, especially for a cause like glioblastoma, to help fight against it and to help conquer it. It was one of the terms that they used right before the beginning of the game was conquer it. You have to conquer in order to achieve.
Right. The community here, you mentioned it, is absolutely amazing, right?
Absolutely.
But the local community, in addition to everybody just around us, it's a local tournament, it's a global tournament. I mean, it's a national tournament, really.
Absolutely.
And so there's a whole bunch of people, coming around. We got teams from California. I called a game from a team from New York earlier. Florida also. I mean, teams from literally everywhere, each corner of the United States.
Absolutely.
So, Scotty, talk me through maybe your opinion on how KB Strong is able to be represented in different parts of the world.
It all started, when we found out the news of the death of Coach Kevin Brown, and more importantly, It's just, we are reaching out to other communities and also countries throughout this whole nation that they have said, hey, we heard about the tragic news. What can we do to help out? What can we do to remember Coach Kevin Brown? And why not, perform a game and do it in honor of his memory? And that right there, I think is the most important thing. Whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter. What matters is you're here and you're doing this for one cause.
Right, exactly. So I was not able, I was around Coach Brown, family connection, and he was just an amazing guy.
Absolutely.
Scotty, though, you were a student of his, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
I was. He was actually my weightlifting teacher throughout my years here in high school, and that's how I actually developed a very good friendship with. And then also throughout the years, I've developed a very good friendship through the Tournament champions with his wife, Jody Brown. And it's just amazing the support we give her. We're showing her that we're going through this with her. She's not going through this alone, and that's the most important thing. And throughout this whole Tournament of Champions, says, you're not alone. We're going to help you get through this, and it may be rough. It may, you're going to have good days and bad days, but the thing is, we're going to help you in every way, shape, or form to make sure that Kevin Brown is not forgotten.
Powerful words by Scotty. This is like my favorite part. This is where you get to kind of go on your little speech.
Absolutely.
A couple of years ago, just for a little background, we were running out of time, honestly, and I was trying to buy time, not running out of time.
Right, yeah.
And I asked him a question, what he had to say to people. If he had to have one message that he was going to give the people watching, what would it be? And, honestly, I was expecting, go out and do your best, something like that. And then Scotty actually delivered one of the most poetic things I think I've ever heard.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to ask you it again. If you had one thing to tell everybody watching, or maybe everybody listening on the side here, what one thing is that you want them to take out of this tournament, or what maybe your message is to these people just throughout life?
If you're willing to persevere, work hard, and pay the price, you could be anything that you want to be in life. And don't ever go after anything that you are not passionate about. And another thing, a word of advice that I like to say for this year is be the Rudy Rudiger. Be the dreamer that you want to be. Whatever it is that you want to do, work at it and do everything that you possibly can. And if anybody says no, prove them wrong. Just like Rudy, they said you'll never make it at the University of Notre Dame. Well, he conquered it and proved them wrong. So whatever your dream is, do it the best you can and give it everything you have, and be willing to conquer that dream and chase it. And if you live it and make it mean something, all the hard work and all the price will pay off, and guess what? It'll be worth it.
Wow, powerful words there from Scotty. Thank you for that.
Hey, you
first
betcha.
off.
No problem.
We had a couple minutes left.
Yeah.
As an athlete, though, kind of myself, I play tennis. I didn't play basketball. Did you play any sports at all?
I did football for 4 years in high school, 3 years in JFL, and then I did wrestling for 1 year, and I did tennis all 4 years in high school.
2 tennis players here. You heard it here first, folks. If you had to say maybe one thing to athletes specifically and what they're doing in this tournament, for the one cause, you already mentioned go conquer stuff, go be who you want to be, and be perseverant. Athletes, so specifically, how do they master their craft, right, to be the best that they can be? How do they be the best person that they can be? Any thoughts on that?
They just got to be willing to put in the work, but the number one is it's got to be in your heart. You got to have pride, and you got to have passion, because if you're not passionate about it, if you're just here to just say, hey, look at me, well, that ain't going to get you nowhere. You got to be a team player, because it's because again, like, the Tournament champions, it's not just about me, and it's not just about you. It's about every one of us that makes this. And that, that's the most important thing, is that, if you want to be a part of the team, you want to be an athlete, you got to be willing to put in the work. And that's the most important thing, because like I mentioned, you put in the work, it's going to help you. And, even if you are just a small part of it, it can make it mean something. And that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Before we sign off here, I have one final question for you. Just kind of a generic question, too. What are you going to do for Thanksgiving? It's a random question.
Yeah, Thanksgiving, you know, we're going to basically just spend time with family, and then after that, come here and to continuing doing what I do.
Right.
And, you know, just make sure, you know, that, you know, and of course, you know, we like to wish every athlete, all the team players, and all the family members that are watching this, we would like to wish them a happy Thanksgiving, and, you know, make sure you be with your families, because they're the most important things, but also, you know, never hurt to come out and to show support for a foundation like this, because, you know, if you're going to be here for one reason, you're doing it for a good cause, and that is to help the fight against glioblastoma, and also to conquer any other form of cancer that people have conquered as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Scotty.
Thank
we
you.
have a great game coming up next. Yeah, and so thank you guys for tuning in. Scotty, it's been an absolute pleasure. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and have a great rest of your evening.
KB Strong for life.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, and Jonathan Michael and Jim Lynch here inside a very packed gym. One of the largest crowds we've seen from this year's TOC for a can't-miss matchup. Glad you're tuning in, folks. You made a good decision tonight. We got the Indianapolis Pike Red Devils taking on the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. More specifically, this little sub-tournament.
The shootout series.
Yes, the TOC shootout series. You would be correct. Again, this is a shootout game. This is these teams' only games of this tournament. So this is going to be your one chance to see Pike, Wisconsin, Lutheran duke it out. And this is going to be a high-level matchup, Jim.
I tell you, it's you don't want to jinx anything by saying that this may be the marquee event of the TOC, because we've seen some unbelievable games up to this point, and I know we're going to continue to see some through Saturday. But as far as talent on the floor, on paper, before the game, wow, what a setup here.
And you can see it. There's a lot of media here for this game. Videographers lined up almost shoulder to shoulder along one of the baselines here in Washington. A lot of Division I talent on display, Jim. But first, before getting to the players, I want to talk about the coaches, more specifically for Pike. Their head coach, former NBA veteran Jeff Teague, been in the league for a long time, played for the Pacers and many other teams.
Alone there, you got star power just on the bench. So with Jeff Teague coaching the Pike Red Devils, what a font of knowledge to have right there for your coach.
Well, and Jeff Teague wasn't just any. He was a solid NBA player for many years. So again, he wasn't just some guy that barely made it. He played at the highest level and excelled there for some time. So this Pike team, again, they'll be led by, again, Isaiah Hill, a 7-foot junior. We just saw one 7-footer in Josh Irving from Pasadena. We're going to see another one here in Isaiah Hill here today. He's part of the Dandy Dozen here at the TOC.
And again, it was uncommon back in the day, and back in the day is back in my day, which is going back decades. I hate to say that. 7-footers were uncommon. Nowadays, we have a handful of them here this week, and Isaiah Hill is going to be one that we'll talk about a lot today. He's an exceptional ball player.
Yeah, Hill is a top 20 player in the class of 2027 national rankings. He's a junior. He's being recruited by Indiana, Georgetown, Syracuse, Louisville, Purdue. Not much of a surprise. Purdue loves their big men. They love their 7-footers. TCU and Notre Dame. They also have Jahari Miller, or whatever, is a big-time point getter as well. So he will be another guy to watch for Indianapolis Pike. For Wisconsin Lutheran, they kind of got a big three of their own. Starts with Xavier Zenz, a 6'7" senior who has played in this tournament before. Again, he's joined by two players with the same last name, very familiar last name, Cager and Kinston Kniepel, younger brothers of Charlotte Hornets lottery pick Con Kniepel.
And again, a name like Kniepel, you know, it's a name we're all familiar with. And not to take anything away from Big Brother, there's going to be 2 on the floor right at the start of the game. There's another on the bench, who rumor has it, very talented as well. The freshman Cager. I'm sorry, no, the freshman.
Kinston.
It's Kinston. Actually, the freshman is Cash. But we'll get it down before.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. You just got to get the family tree up here. But again, this is a game that if you're at home, enjoy. If you're here, it's packed. It's shoulder to shoulder. We've got a great one here between the Red Devils and the Vikings brewing.
Red versus blue here. At least they're on your score bug on the screen. It'll be your red versus white, obviously. Pike in red, Wisconsin Lutheran in white. Again, Wisconsin Lutheran being hailed by many as the top team in all of Wisconsin this year. So on Pike, obviously one of the best that Indiana has to offer too. So again, 2 great basketball states going at it here in the TOC Shootout Series. Tip is won by Wisconsin Lutheran. They're starting 5. Riley Walls, a 6-foot junior. Number 2, here's Cager Kniepel, a 6'9" junior. Shot is blocked there by Isaiah Hill. Bit of a collision, ball goes out. It will stay with Wisconsin Lutheran, but the rest of their starting 5, again, there's Zenz, number 23. There's also Jamel Sewell, a 6'7" junior. He is the big man in the middle at number 32. And then Cager Kniepel and Riley Walls. Here's a steal and slam right off the bat. Landon Lampley, a 6'7" sophomore for Indianapolis Pike, throwing it down.
And again, I think that's going to be the first of many we see here today, Jonathan. It's just unbelievable how quickly Lampley got a handle on that and was down for the dunk.
That slam brought to you by Morton Tech. We might see a lot of those as here's Kinston Kniepel. That got stolen there and partially blocked. Layup is good.
And then again, another block from Hill results in a quick layup to number 2, TJ Davis.
Davis, a 5'8" senior, so you got a 7-footer and also a 5'8" guard. You also got Jahari Miller, who we mentioned. He's number 0 there up top, a 6'3" junior. Also, they got obviously Landon Lampley and a number 11. We do not have a number 11 on our roster, so we will try and get that ironed out and figure out who number 11 is. No.
We'll see. As soon as we can hear that name mentioned, we'll figure out.
It could potentially maybe be Kenneth Lampley, who is Landon Lampley's brother. They're both 6'7". As here's Zenz on the drive, had it taken away. Now here comes Pike out the other direction.
We're going to get a foul here. Number 2, I believe that's going to be on Riley Walls.
Walls, a 6-foot junior. I assume he is the son, maybe potentially nephew of Wisconsin Lutheran's head coach Ryan Walls, and the athletic director at Wisconsin Lutheran is Michael Walls. So all part of the family up there for Wisconsin Lutheran, located in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. Free throw there is good from Pike.
So again, it's all Pike here early, but again, emphasis on early. And a lot of it resulting from a swarming defense we're seeing here from the Red Devils.
Here's a 3-ball on the way. Too strong there from Xavier Zenz. Now here's Lampley the other direction. We've had a lot of dunks in this tournament, Jim. I think that was the first time the first bucket of the game was a dunk.
I agree. It was funny. I thought we would have seen a few more out of the last game, and I think we only had a couple.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Irving, again, played a good game, made his impact felt, but only really dunked it once or twice. in that one. So we'll see if we get some more rim rattlers here tonight.
Again, good defense here from the Red Devils, pushing.
Here's Kinsey Knippel fading back and can't get it.
Red Devils are pushing Wisconsin Lutheran deep into the shot clock almost every possession.
Yeah, Vikings trying to end their possession with some good shots. It's a deep three from TJ Davis, comes up well short. That was an air ball.
I'm not sure what TJ Davis kind of looked over to the bench, shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure what he was looking for on that shot, but there was no contact, not only on the shot, but with the ball in the basket either. I think it looked to me like a pretty clear air ball.
So here's now Cager Knippel again. Cager's number one. He's the older one. Kinston, the younger one, number two. He's open in the corner, blocked away by the 5'8" Davis. Might be one of his only blocks he'll get of the season. You never know at 5'8", as it's rebounded there by Jahari Miller. Now it's over to Landon Lampley. And Hill there kind of on that near baseline. Goes up with it and
hammered
one.
And good. It looked like number 32, I believe that's Sewell, who was trying to get a good read on the block here and just got too much contact coming down.
So it's a great start to this one for the Pike Red Devils, 8-zip. Wisconsin Lutheran still trying to find their footing. Here is the free throw is good to make it a 9-zip lead to start. But again, we talked about it earlier, Jim, this game is certainly not over by any means.
Oh.
We saw in the first quarter of the last game, it was a 25-9 game at the end of the first quarter, and that one kind of came down to the wire.
It really did. It really did.
We've seen a lot of comebacks since one of Washington's girls team. They were down by, I believe, 12 at the half. Last night came back and won that game. Morton Potters came back as here's Zenz trying to drive in there on Miller. Zenz fading away in the key, knocking it down, and Wisconsin Lutheran is on the board.
I'll say right out of the gate, I'm really impressed with Zen's game. I mean, he's surrounded by names that get named often with the Knippel boys, but Zen's patient, backs him down and gets that basket. And there's a long ball there, Jahari Miller.
Miller from way out. That three is sponsored by Renewals by Anderson. First one of the ball game, and Pike leads it by 10 here midway through the first. Here's Kinston Knippel. Rather, no, that's Walls, excuse me. I erroneously said Kinston Knippel is number 2. He's number 34. There's Zenz knocking down a three for the Vikings.
I have a feeling right now we're going to hear Zen's name quite often. The way he's coming out of the gate here in the first quarter.
Here's Miller.
Again, you got a 7-footer who can shoot. We know Miller can shoot, but I don't believe he's where they want him to be right now.
Three ball on the way from Lampley, too strong.
Nice rebound there from Cager Knippel.
Feed it over, Zenz left wide open in the corner, can't cash in. And this is Wisconsin Lutheran's first game of the season. Pike has already played once. They're 1-0. They beat Franklin Central 86-58. That was just last night. So play last night, a road trip to Washington here today. Take on Wisconsin Lutheran. Now here's Isaiah Hill. Nice takeaway there from Cager Knippel.
Hill just couldn't get a handle on the ball. Cager was just in a little better position. Came up with the
blocked away by Lampley.
Lampley just off the backboard and sent it to next week.
Walls' three is no good. Wide open triple on the other end is up and good.
I've got a feeling if the Red Devils get another stop and a basket, we're going to see Coach Walls take a timeout to calm things down here.
And we hear from the PA that number 11 is Tim Smith officially. So Tim Smith is the previously nameless number 11 we had earlier. Smith, a 6'4" sophomore, showing off a nice shooting stroke there.
Tim Smith.
As here's Knippel driving in and can't connect. He will get the foul call on him, though.
That's a late call, and I'm fine with it. You know, a foul is a foul, and the official's going to call it. It's a foul. But folks, for those of you who have a book in front of you and can hear us, Tim Smith is listed as 25 in your book. He's actually number 11. If I'm correct.
Yep.
All right.
And you got another look at that block there from Lampley, who again, Lampley threw down that monster dunk to start this game, and then get that big block there. So again, you talk about Hill, the 7-footer, but Lampley at 6'7" can certainly play above the rim too. Excited to see what he can do today. Cager cannot make the first.
Pretty confident after off of an 8-foot ladder. I don't have those kind of hops.
Yeah. Now we have seen. It seems like the collective elevation of these games have just gone up and up and up all game, or all day long. We started with not many dunks, maybe a few here or there, and now we're just increasing it, some crazy blocks too.
Without a doubt, and I think it's only going to get better as we get into the Thanksgiving games, Friday games, and finishing off on some big matchups on Saturday. 20th annual TOC is certainly living up to the hype.
Certainly is, as the Vikings trying to live up to their hype and get back into this one. Still pretty early on as Kendall Newman, 5'11", sophomore, number 24, into the game for Wisconsin Lutheran.
TJ Davis also checking back in for the Red Devils.
A lot of Wisconsin Lutheran's offense so far has been trying to go through Zenz. He's 2 for 5 shooting so far today, and 1 of 4 from deep.
I was watching Kinson Knipple shoot before the game, and he's a bucket almost every time he lets it go. But when you have 7 foot guarding him out on the perimeter, it's hard to get that shot off.
It certainly is, and Pike is a little bit more size than the Vikings, although Cager Knipple's 6'9", Zenz is at 6'7", and Sewell's at 6'7". But yeah, the 7-footer will bring the collective average.
It really does bring it up.
For Pike. Here's a 3-ball in the corner. Kinston is no good.
Well, they're just really struggling to find their shot. It won't take long, though.
Lampley's shot was blocked. And substitution in the game for Pike. Bo Washington, number 10, is in. And Hill will check out in favor of Muna Newman, 6'4" senior.
Another great name. We've seen a few of them.
Yeah.
Muna Newman.
How about Cager, too, as well?
Cager's a great one.
All the K's in the Knibbles. There's Kahn, Cager, Kinston, Cash.
And Cager's just a great basketball name.
It really is, for all you guys brush up at home of your basketball lingo.
Yeah.
Basketball games used to be played in these kind of cages back in the day, and keep the ball from bouncing away too far, so they call basketball players cagers.
Absolutely.
So that shot no good there from the Vikings. Other direction, and layup is up and in. That's Bobby Thomas, who is listed as number 20 in our program, wearing number 5 tonight. So maybe a different load of laundry for Pike, wearing some different colored jerseys. That's usually what it is.
Might
usually
be,
a laundry issue.
Home and away, or a.
Or home and away. They have some uniforms in some color and some not in another, as Cager's shot is no good. So he's still trying to find his rhythm. Here's Walls, tees up a wide open 3, and too strong, but Knipple's there and puts it back in. Just before the end of the half. And Pike, a strong start to this one, is 17-8 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we're seeing right now out of Wisconsin Lutheran is simply first game jitters. And again, for a team that's got basketball players, it's simply they need to calm down, get some of the nerves out of the way, and they'll be just fine. Pike, who's already played a game, has ironed out some of those nerves. And they just, by halftime, I think it'll be a lot tighter of a game.
I think so. I want to take a quick word for our sponsors. I want to thank Renewal by Anderson. As for quality meets community, we're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Also by Morton Tech. If you need reliable technology solutions, Morton Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes your life easier and not harder. Call Morton Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.mortontech.com. Also, by PJ Hare, they're a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. The Red Devils ball to start the second quarter. Here in a pretty packed Washington gym. It's going to be still packed for the next game as the host Panthers will take on the South Pointe Stallions from Rock Hill, South Carolina right after this. Always fun, Jim, seeing where all these teams kind of come from. There's a big map down there behind along the left wall.
Right.
And it shows you where all the teams are from. Many different states represented here in this year's TOC.
You know, I know they used to list in the book, I think, how many games you've played in the TOC. And Teddy and I were talking earlier about they should put how many miles you have to travel to get here. And I will give my. You definitely tagged him on the arm.
Yeah.
As an you know, I know TJ Davis is wondering what he did. TJ, I'll tell you what you did. You hit him on the wrist here. I'm pretty confident. We'll take a look here.
Yeah, we'll get a good look here from our replay. And yeah, I mean, there was instant reaction there from Cager. I mean, it wasn't trying to sell it.
No,
there.
he's just. I think Cager was surprised that he was surprised. Free throw is good for Knippel.
No, Knippel again starting to find his groove. He's up to 5 points now. Zenz has the other 5 for the Vikings, and Knippel knocks it down and back to a 6-point game.
So a little bit of confusion on the part of the Red Devils getting set up in their offense, but it looks like they've got it figured out.
Here's Lampley driving into the lane. He got fouled.
Very impressed with Lampley's game. He has really been attacking the rim. We've seen a big block, a little bit of range from him as well. He's kind of the whole package here. I like him.
And that's kind of another thing about the TOC is teams coming in from all over, but these are teams with good depth. You know, me and Sky Gillespie, who just called the last game, we were talking a lot about Josh Irving before the game for Pasadena, their 7-foot center who's committed to Texas A&M. But, you know, as the game went along, you know, it was their number 2 option, Timmy Anderson, who ended up having a monster game, scoring
31 points. And
I mean, he was the story of that game. So, again, all these teams that are here,
right,
they are more than just their top player or two.
You know, Metamora did a really good job holding the 7-footer to, I think, under 10 points or right at 10.
As Knippel lays it up and in.
Yeah, and Knippel definitely warming up here. But just like you said, John, that the 2, 3, 4, 5 players are just as qualified to be big name players. And we don't get write-ups on everybody, but we recognize, you know, you're 7 foot, you're gonna get a little mention. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't pull the trigger on that one.
Yeah, Kinston trying to drive in there on the 7-foot hill. It's into the game at Tristan Hahn, number 5 for Wisconsin Lutheran, a 5'11" sophomore. Knippel finding the open. Zenz can't get it to go.
Zenz looked like he rushed that one just a little bit. I wonder if it's a shot clock issue.
Yeah, potentially. I haven't seen a shot clock violation yet in this one.
There hasn't been
pretty
many.
few this tournament.
It hasn't been many. You know, as more tournaments, shootouts, and so forth have the shot clock in them, I'd say by next year teams are going to be plenty ready for it.
And every team in Illinois will have to be ready for it. Have to
brush
up on our
absolutely no choice.
And I know Wisconsin does not have a shot clock. I know there's a lot of proponents out there that really want a shot clock in Wisconsin. I saw some people on social media. I'm originally from outside of the Milwaukee area, so I follow some people that cover sports up there, and they were talking about it again as we're here to Entercon powered timeout. They were talking about, you know, Illinois, once they made the announcement that they were going to be a shot clock, they're like, we need to get with the times. That's what the common sentiment was. And again, Indiana will have to double check those shot clocks, see what their kind of bylaws are on that. But I would be somewhat surprised if Indiana didn't have one, given how big basketball is there. And again, they definitely a leader nationwide in terms of high school hoops.
Absolute big fan of it. I think it's long overdue. I'm glad Illinois is getting on board. And I know several of the teams, I know the Mid-Illini teams practice with it just to get ready. And there's your map. That's what you're just talking about, John, right on the screen there. You can see the map of where everybody is from. A couple of California teams, Texas, See, as far Maryland's on there. It's
New
just
York too.
New York, Tennessee. What a great representation of the hard work that Sean Powell does to get these teams here.
It really is a great effort again. There's almost an alley-oop there from Hill, right in front of our camera there.
Boy, that would have brought the house down. Absolutely would have brought the house down.
Take another look. Here's Jahari Miller, and you saw Hill give the little signal. You said, "Throw it up there."
Yeah, you get it there. I'll find it.
See if they try that again later on here tonight. We just saw that Indiana does not have a shot clock, so neither of these two schools are probably that used to playing with it. And here's Walls on the drive, finds a wide open spot right in front of the free throw line, kicking it to go. Sewell there, blocked. That's going to be a goaltend on Hill.
Right call, absolute right call.
As the only curse of being 7 foot is you're probably going to get a lot of goaltends called against you.
Yeah, we got it right at the peak of it hitting the backboard, and there it's probably a judgment call. But if you're going to err on the side of it, you got to err on the side of the goaltending call.
So now make it 19-15. There is Miller will drive it in and get fouled.
I noticed earlier we've seen some really physical battles. This one is not as physical as I thought it would be. It looks like it's getting a little bit more physical as we've started the second quarter. We're going to get a legal screen here. Oh, block going. Yeah, legal screen.
This one's been a little bit more free-flowing.
Yeah.
I think. Well, one person, I know some people that'll be happy about that will be the tournament directors. We were running a little bit behind schedule in terms of the games today because we had so many close ones, a lot of timeouts, a lot of falls down the stretch. But these have been great basketball, and we're not going to complain too much about if the game's going to come down to the wire. And we can sit here all day and watch close basketball games, which is exactly what we've done here at Clutch Sports Media, the tournament of champions. Here's Zenz on the drive. Walled off there, finds Kinston Knippel. Drives and turns. Three is blocked away. That's the second block from the 5'8" TJ Davis today.
I will say this, if the Vikings want to get control of this game, get back into it, Kingston Knippel cannot pass up too many more of those shots.
Nice ball movement there, and Zen's the easy bunny.
And again, I'm not in Knippel's shoes, and I can't see what he's seeing, but it looks to me like he's had a couple opportunities that he's passed up for his teammates.
And there's three ball all the way from Tim Smith. But
That's
you are
great
right,
defense. Zenz with great walled-up defense right there. Got a little tip block, was able to corral it and get the ball down for his team. But no, back to that point. He's got to be able to start creating here.
Zenz will penetrate into the lane and lay it in. Wisconsin Lutheran has tied it right back up, Jim. I mean, there is no lead at stake at this tournament.
We've seen it time and time, game after game after game, where a team can get down by 10, even 12, and they march their way back in. Nice steal by Knippel.
And again, he was still looking for his first bucket. Wall's still looking for his first bucket. Zenz driving in and gets fouled. He's approaching double digits already. Got 9 points. Again, Zenz, one of the top players to watch in this tournament. He is a Northern Iowa commit. So, again, that's a Missouri Valley Conference rival of my alma mater, Bradley University. So, I'm sure Xavier Zenz might give my Bradley Braves a few nightmares in the next few years.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, it'll be good to follow him. At the same time, it won't be good to follow him. Because, again, you'll be watching them play our Braves.
That's the Northern Iowa team that looks really good right now in the Missouri Valley Conference. Again, they're led by a great head coach. I mean, Ben Jacobson, one of the best ones out there. Been there for a long time at Northern Iowa. So, maybe a good fit there for Xavier Zenz at UNI in Cedar Falls. Vikings lead it, bringing up the floor here. Sends over to Sewell. And guarded by Muna Newman. There, Hill is on the bench, getting a bit of a breather. Here's the drive. Now back out to Kendall Newman, here number 24. Now Zenz, about 10 to go on the clock. Finds Sewell. He'll try to go to work on the drive with the left hand. Can't
and again,
finish.
Great defense there from the Red Devils. We're going to get a blocking foul here.
Yep, that'll go on Newman.
But we've seen a few stands like that from the Red Devils who have just held their ground, able to force them down into a shot clock scenario where they have to force a bad shot.
Oh, Wisconsin Lutheran's defense. I do not believe Pike has scored any at all in the second quarter.
Yeah, it's and it was a little suspect in the first quarter. Not to say that it was bad by any stretch of imagination, but again, it just looked like first quarter defense. They've settled down as we suspected they would, and they've played really good defense now.
Yeah, I mean, first quarter of the first game of the season, again, you're probably might be shaking off that rust still, but I mean, we've seen teams this year, and a lot of these teams playing the first game of the year, and all it takes is one quarter to shake off that rust, and then they're flying the rest of the way. As here Sewell finds a nice cutting Nathan Tranberg, number 13, tries to find his guy, and Kadrick Knippel slams it home.
I tell you, that pass from Tranberg was unbelievable. I don't know how he saw him. He seemed to be off balance, and good job by Knippel to be in the right spot. And a nice little fingertip dunk.
That dunk sponsored by Morton Tech. 4-point lead for the Vikings, who had a great response, especially on this end of the court. Tranberg nearly got dunked on, but Miller couldn't finish it. Miller's been quiet so far today. Deep three from Kadrick Knippel, got it to go. Oh my word.
And just like that, Wisconsin Lutheran has flipped the script here.
13 for the elder Knippel. 6'9" junior. It's a 7-point Vikings lead. They were down by double digits early on.
I think to start this quarter they might have been. Or was it about 7 to 9, somewhere in that range?
Somewhere in that range. I know it was not. Pike started the game on a 9-0 run. So it was a 26-10 run in the grand scheme of things for the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings as TJ Davis got fouled. Kendall Newman with the foul there, so that's two quick ones on him.
So under a minute to go, and it looks like a different game right now. First free throw is good for number 2, TJ Davis.
As our clock is running, we'll make sure that clock gets stopped. There is more than 35 seconds to go on that runaway clock there. Here we go. Right around a minute to go. A little bit more here in this second quarter. Again, stay tuned at halftime. We'll be Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central.
Do we know who we have on over halftime?
We do not yet, but I'm sure it will be a good guest. A lot of people in the building, so a lot of interesting people to talk to, I'm sure.
The halftime shows have been incredible.
Oh, it's fun. Got a lot of cool people in there. Knippel is red hot right now. Can't miss, top of the key.
Kadrick Knippel right now is just been on fire.
You know that our Sky Gillespie will be down there, and with a special guest as Miller's three is off the mark. Miller with 5 points, but hasn't scored in quite some time.
No, he started really loud, and he's kind of gotten a little quiet here.
So Wisconsin Lutheran can hold for the last shot.
Nice entry pass there.
And Zenz can't quite finish it.
A little rim stuff for Zenz, and I have no doubt he's tired right now. He's played a heck of a half.
He is very sweaty right now as an and one there from Miller, but boy, Zenz was approaching the rim with some very bad intentions. And you look there at that drive and finish from the 6'3" Jahari Miller.
And it shocks me looking at Jahari Miller at 6'3", and he almost looks short on this court right now. As you look at him standing in between Zenz and Knippel right there as he shoots a free throw.
And these guys, we're way up here at the top of the bleachers. So again, even those taller guys look pretty decent size.
Yeah,
not huge, but then you go right down there by him, you're like, holy cow. A lot of height on the floor right now and a lot of heart for this Wisconsin Lutheran team, fighting back from a deficit to lead it now by 8. They have turned the tables completely in this TOC shootout series game.
Unbelievably so. Just a tale of two quarters for the Vikings, and we knew it was coming. We knew that they were going to be ready to respond as soon as the nerves got a little bit settled. Game 1, quarter 1. It's kind of always going to be a toss-up, and they were a little jittery. As soon as they got things settled down, they were ready to roll, and took a commanding, 8-point lead here. Which in the TOC, 8 points is it's never safe, but it's certainly certainly a nice lead for this game.
Wisconsin Lutheran outscored Pike 21-6 in that second quarter, rather, to take control of this one. We're going to send it to a quick break and come back at the Upton Auto Group studio. Wisconsin Lutheran leads it right here at the Tournament of Champions.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Upton Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Find a new car or truck you've always wanted at the Upton dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UptonAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Upton Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Find a new car or truck you've always wanted at the Upton dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UptonAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hey guys, it's Sky Gillespie, joined here by Jim Matson here. We're in the Upton Auto Group Tournament Central. Jim, it's good to have you, especially here at such a prestigious tournament.
Oh, it's been fun. I think I've covered every one of them, and this one is it's a week I always look forward to.
It's one of the biggest tournaments in the entire country, but for those unfamiliar, I don't know how you can be. Jim, tell me a little bit about yourself, your position, and what you do with sports, especially in the central Illinois area.
Well, I grew up just down the road in Morton, so I grew up kind of in Middle Illini basketball and went to University of Illinois and was an intern in 1985, and I never gave the key back, so I'm still working at the local TV station and having fun covering primarily high school sports, Bradley, ISU, Illinois.
And then, you'll mix in an occasional NBA coach. We got Jeff Teague out here, which is pretty incredible to see, and we got the Knipple brothers as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of star power. And in Washington, Illinois, you don't typically see that as well. You know, we're typically used to covering like the 1A, the 2A, the 3A schools, and now we have guys coming from, we saw last game with the 7-footer, the Texas A&M commit, and then now we have the Knipple brothers, of course, and then we see Jeff Teague on the floor.
Yeah.
So it's pretty unique. So tell me a little bit about your experience with the Tournament of Champions and what's it like continuing to come back for you?
Well, I think when the tournament first started, it was kind of amazing to think of all the NBA talent that was here the very first year. But I think they've kind of embraced getting local teams, Morton, Metamora, Washington, bringing crowds. I think they've embraced bringing small school teams. Some of our favorite memories are Durham, Missouri, and small school teams. I really call it a celebration of basketball. I like to see how the New York teams play and how this Indianapolis-Wisconsin game is fascinating. The way Indianapolis is pressuring the ball and Wisconsin's patiently waiting for a good shot. It's been a fascinating game. But I think there's 50 states and probably 5,000 styles of basketball, and you see a lot of the different styles here. So as a high school basketball junkie, I just love to watch the different coaches and the different styles of basketball and what leads to state championships in different states.
Yeah, this tournament does produce a lot of state champions, so that's also really, really fascinating. And talk to me about how important it is to participate in tournaments like this if you're playing, especially when you're going up against, like, we've seen teams from Houston, some of the top teams from Houston. We're seeing teams from Indiana, Wisconsin. Talk to me about how that can help boost in a schedule, help strengthen a team.
I think Metamora proved it. Metamora came out of here 2-2, and they didn't lose another game on their way to winning the state championship. But I think Morton, Dunlap teams have saw, how you can grow by getting beat, how you can grow by playing wildly athletic teams in different styles. And, I think the teams that come here for the experience, but they do get better as a team. And it's hard to, Metamora, Morton, Washington might not play this caliber of talent the rest of the year, but seeing them get exposed to this kind of athleticism and size is definitely a building block for all of them.
Yeah, you're not. If you're Washington, you're not going to go up against
seven footers.
So,
no, right.
It's a testament to how pivotal playing in these tournaments are. A lot of guys can take the week off, maybe have a couple practices and whatnot, but teams like this showing up and competing, trying to get better.
They're challenging themselves,
Exactly.
I mean, we just saw Metamora down 25-9, and what did they do? They got better. They got better probably in that game. You could see them improve, and I think that's kind of the recipe a lot of teams have learned. If you come here, you will get better.
And especially like with Metamora, such a young team.
Oh, absolutely.
Getting that experience,
and
then going up against such a strong team. They went up against somebody who has scored 2,500 points in his career. And then a Texas A&M commit in Fisher. So it's just a testament to how important this tournament is. But talk to me, what's your favorite thing about the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions?
Well, I mean, I love seeing the great talent. I think Zion Williams and Anthony Davis were incredibly memorable. Hansel, the one-arm player, came here and wowed the crowd. But I just love how the Washingtons embraced it. And I love when the schools from New York City love the Washington crowd, and they love the cheerleaders, and they love the pizzazz of Central Illinois basketball. To me, that's a lot of fun to see. One of my favorite stories is Reggie Kingston, who went on to a long NBA career. Him and his buddies joined the Washington cheering section. They wanted to be a part of Central Illinois high school basketball. So I love the fervor of high school basketball for sure.
All right, before we send it back to break, one piece of advice you would give to players here playing in this tournament?
Well, I'd say embrace it. I've talked to guys who have gone on to the NBA. I've talked to Anthony Davis, Team USA Olympics and NBA, and I said, do you remember the Tournament of Champions? He says, oh my gosh, I remember it. So, I mean, you will remember this the rest of your life. It sounds cliche, but you're always going to remember when you went to that small town in Central Illinois and you flew with your high school buddies and you got to play. So I would just say embrace the trip, embrace the Thanksgiving meal tomorrow, embrace the basketball, because when you're 70 years old, you're going to be talking about it.
Of course. Yep, my name's Sky Gillespie. This is Jim Mattson here in Tournament Central. We'll send it back to break. We'll get you back to the action.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Halftime here between the Indianapolis Pike Red Devils and the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings. After a big second quarter, it's the Vikings 31-23 lead, and it's been the Cager Knippel and Xavier Zen's show. They've combined for 29 of Wisconsin Lutheran's 31 points so far.
Now it's working, so why change it? Xavier Zen's really stepped out first to keep the Vikings within striking shot of the Red Devils, and then Knippel really has stepped up and taken that lead even further. One thing that we talked about off air as the halftime show was going on, Isaiah Hill sat, the beginning of the second quarter. We haven't seen him since.
Yeah, again, the Muna Newman, again, that 6'4" senior came in for Hill, who just didn't play much of that second quarter. So we'll see if he comes back. And I didn't see anything that seemed to indicate any sort of injury with him. But again, hopefully he's okay, and hopefully he can return to the floor.
Looks to me like he's getting ready to walk back out there. And I did see him shooting around at halftime. So I don't know if it was just I don't know if it was any kind of little tweak or injury or what have you, but he's out there now.
And the other thing that maybe we did not consider, and full transparency, with our new setup, we cannot see the fouls on the scoreboard, so maybe he was in foul trouble
that's
too.
A great point.
As well, again, it is. They have the fouls up there on the scoreboard, but that currently is blind to us, even up here in the gym. So it's Wisconsin Lutheran ball to start this second half as Knippel feeds it back out. Now he's got it again. Vikings swing it around, and we've seen some teams come really well out of halftime all tournament long as Zenz lays it in, wants the foul, throw his hands up in the air, but still got two.
I tell you what, you got the bucket, be happy with it. But Xavier Zenz right now just having a game.
Here's Miller feeding Lampley. Light the lamp there from the corner for three. And they're need a lot more of him in this game if they want to come back and win.
And we certainly had a strong first quarter, John, and kind of tapered off, got a little quiet, but then again, it was all Vikings that second quarter. But Lampley, if Hill's not going to be able to produce and they're not going to put the ball in his hands in the post, Lampley's going to have to show up.
There's Zen's one-handed layup.
I mean, I suspect maybe the coaches from Northern Iowa didn't make the trip over here today just because there are probably closer opportunities to see him play. But I sure hope they get some eyes on this game because he's having a game.
Yeah, we do usually see some college coaches here at these games, usually especially on Wednesday nights. In the last 2 years, Brad Underwood from Illinois has been here, but the Fighting Illini out of town right now, so I don't think Brad is making an appearance this year, but I'm sure he's tuning in. He's a great friend of the tournament, as there's a steal from Jahari Miller. Driving it in, laid it off the glass, and can't get the roll.
Boy, he did everything possible on that one and just didn't get the payout.
Cager Knippel cannot miss for Wisconsin Lutheran right now. Bit of a slow start for him, but he has been unstoppable and trending towards player of the game honors potentially. Lampley the other way. Can't get it. Sewell corrals the board. No. Here's the other direction. Miller got fouled. And that takes a hard tumble.
I tell you, Sewell right there Sewell isn't going to give him anything there.
Yeah, didn't give him the easy two, that's for sure.
Sewell didn't do anything. It wasn't dirty. It wasn't overly aggressive. It was just a lot of body that said, nope. I appreciate you want to trying to get on the highlight reel tonight, but it's not going to happen on my watch.
I think part of it was Miller was kind of hanging on the rim at that point with one hand, so that kind of took an awkward fall there. But next down the free throw, I always say it's one of the more underrated good abilities to do is be able to knock down your free throws after taking the hard fall. It's hard to do.
We've seen a lot in this tournament, just knocking down free throws is hard to do. We've seen some teams really struggle at the free throw line. Again, it's early, it's November, but again, the free throws are so important.
Zenz's shot there was blocked. Now here's Lampley the other way. Kinston Knippel providing some defense, puts it up. Lampley gets the miss again. Clean block there from Cager Knippel.
I'm not on the floor, but Jeff Teague was looking for a little bit of help on that call, and I think he might have had an argument. Usually they say if you come down on the ball, that must have been crystal clear. and
Again,
very clean.
And again, you're wondering, Jeff Teague? Yes, it is that Jeff Teague, former point guard in the NBA, played with the Pacers and the Hawks. He is the head coach of the Pike Red Devils. And I'm sure a lot of people came here to see him and his squad, which again should be one of the better teams in all of Indiana this year. Three ball on the way is up and good. There's Zenz. Almost all of Wisconsin Lutheran's points have come from Zenz and Knipple. There was a foul there. Did they get him?
Well, what are they gonna
for taunting or something? Or I don't know what it.
Yes, it is.
Technical on Xavier Zenz. So there's something he said that rubbed the refs the wrong way, and they're talking it over with their head coach Ryan Walls. So
are we for sure that it was on Zenz?
Yeah, yep, it said 2-3.
2-3, all right.
Yep, Zenz pumped up after making that three and celebrated a bit too hard there, apparently. That three brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. And it'll be Jahari Miller shooting free throws now for Pike. He'll knock down the first, as well as the second. Neither one of them touched the rim.
Would love to know what transpired to, it's a big three. It was a tough three, deep. All the things that have to get you excited for a big three ball. But again, what was their words exchange, what it was, why get into the weeds? I get it. But, it just seemed atypical for him that from what we've seen from him tonight. Just kind of a quiet assassin.
And there haven't really been any, at least from up here, there haven't really been any prior incidents between these two teams. It's been a pretty clean game so far. I think just maybe a little bit pumped up more than anything as Landon Lampley slams it home. That dunk brought to you by Martin Tech. What a rim rattler.
Landon Lampley right now is doing everything within his power to keep the Red Devils in this game. We've heard a lot about Isaiah Hill, but we need to talk more about Lampley because he is really having a night. I'm not sure his point total right now out of the 32, but he is really doing something special here.
I believe Lampley has 9 tonight by our count.
I really would have thought of it more. And
Miller's
Zenz
got
again.
10. There's another deep three from Zenz.
And Zenz might have 400 points.
Him and Knipple have been putting the team on their back. That one brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Here's the drive and kick. Wide open TJ Davis. Hits three, no good. Foul there on the floor as we get a big dunk after the whistle there from Isaiah Hill.
This is going to be on. Okay, so they're going to call this on Zenz.
You're going to look at both head coaches. Ryan Walls there on the right. Jeff Teague there on the left. Nice split screen action there from our guys in the truck. Joey Wright, Sidney Barnes behind the scenes. We'll get a tie up here. Jump ball is going to favor Pike.
Seriously, we're doing split screen now? I tell you, we are.
We are evolving as the tournament has gone along. So on the drive, here's Lampley. There's another whistle. This foul starting to pile up a little bit here for Wisconsin Lutheran in this third quarter. Pike, I'm sure, will be pretty happy, I'm sure, trying to cut into this deficit from the free throw line. If they can get into the bonus. And bucket there from and now here's Kinston Knipple up top. Again, 12-point game. Near middle of the third quarter. Now here's Cager. He's been the more productive one on offense today. Can't get it to fall as Isaiah Hill. Those long arms brings in the board.
I'm wondering if that might spark Hill. We need a little bit more action from Hill. Big three.
But how about Jahari Miller providing a little bit of a spark of his own? It's a 9-point game now as Miller up to 15 on the night. That's his second triple of the game. Entercon power timeout. And this power timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. You're celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit enerconpower.com to engineer your future with us.
Now, we talked about the fact that the Vikings were starting to create some separation, but just like that, I think we're at a 7-point game right now.
We do. Is there's another look at that three there from Jahari Miller. And it's, if Pike wants to come back, they got to find, one guy to kind of not necessarily do all the work, but kind of be, that captain, that leader on the floor. And I think for Pike right now, it's probably, you would think it might be Hill, but right now I think it's either Jahari Miller or Landon Lampley. I think that's got to be kind of that spark.
I would say Miller might be floor captain, and Lampley is just happy, freewheeling player, but he is just doing his thing.
Yeah.
He is. His defense has been fantastic tonight, and offensively he has been all over the floor, whether it be putting it back, hitting the deep ball. We've seen a big dunk. It's really, really impressed with Lampley tonight.
Here's Wisconsin Lutheran trying to feed Zenz, and for good reason. He's been hot. Foul there on the baseline. Going to go on, I believe that number 5 was Bobby Thomas. Again, originally is number 20, Bo Washington. Substitution comes into the game here for Pike, and Davis comes out. Here's a steal and run out. Layup is up and good there from Thomas.
And again, certainly turning into a different game now. Again, the teams are just trading quarters back and forth. Down to a 5-point game now.
And this was a big quarter for Pike. Again, you're not going to win it in the third quarter. They could certainly, if they played poorly, they could have played themselves out of this one, but they have not done that. Kinsey Knippel with Hill on him. Thinks twice about shooting that one.
Zenz is just going to muscle that kid. A
nice shot fake from Kinston, and can't cash in. Board goes to Miller. Or does it? No, it does go to Miller. Almost a tie up there.
You can see a little fatigue setting in, just getting a little sloppy.
Cross-court pass. Here's Washington's three, and it's back to a one-score game.
Big three for Bo Washington.
Now a little bit of a press here from Washington. Here with 1:22 to go in the third. At 3 sponsored by Renewal by Anderson.
A 2-point game just like that.
Another three there from Zenz. That's his sweet spot. Knocks it down again.
Xavier Zenz it's kind of a machine.
I have to get an updated point total from him tonight. He's got 24. Kadra Knippel with 21. Jamel Sewell, the only other Wisconsin Lutheran player to score in this game. Ball on the deck, and there's a turnover. Up here to Lampley. Couldn't go for the dunk, but lays it in.
Great job using his body to create separation.
Neck and neck game here in Washington. 47-44. And Wisconsin Lutheran can hold for the last shot. Instead, we'll get a foul from Bobby Thomas.
A couple of substitutions here for the Vikings.
Look at that, another three there from Zenz.
Yeah, Zenz is just.
He has got, by our count, he's got 4 triples tonight, and Kadra Knippel's got 3.
Zenz only has 4. It shocks me. That is, I thought he would have had 4 in the second quarter.
He has got 5 2-pointers, 4 threes, and 2 free throws. So 5 times 2 is 10. 4 times 3 is 12. And then 2 free throws gives him 24. So
sure does.
Little math exercise for in the booth. Again,
I appreciate that.
We got to keep the brain at That's one thing for myself to keep my brain in. It's been a long day of broadcasting.
It is.
So but, it's good to keep, have some great basketball to help keep us going. This driving kick.
Ooh, no call there.
And Cadric Knipple nearly did not get that off. He did get it away in time, but it's no good. And Wisconsin Luther leads it by 3. Heading into the 4th here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This is the TOC Shootout Series. I want to thank some of And we are back here in Washington. Apologies for some brief technical difficulties, but we are back just in time for the 4th quarter. The good news is you did not miss much. Still a 47-44 game here in Washington as Pike has the ball now in Jahari Miller's hands. And 3-ball can tie it up. Miller's been hot tonight. He's knocked down a pair of threes. Instead, here's Lampley.
Lampley will tie it up with a 3.
His second triple, and we're tied up at 47 all.
It's a brand new game, folks, for the 4th quarter.
47-47. Here's Cadric Knipple, and he's got 21 tonight.
Really impressed with this young man's game.
They'll go up and under, can't finish. Lampley now, and Pike has a chance to take the lead back. Near a travel. He'll dial it up again from deep.
Wow.
Got it to go. Landed Lampley 2 straight threes back to back.
Lampley just taking over this game right now.
50-47. Right now, Pike leads it. Again, they were. Get our scoreboard back up there quickly here and they were down by 8 at halftime. After they led by about 9 after the end of the first. Fadeaway from Zenz. The UNI commit, no good.
Yeah, great move by Zenz. Just didn't fall. I tell you what, get this ball in Lampley's hands as fast as possible.
3-ball in the corner. Pike is raining threes in Washington.
Yeah, I would say
53-47.
that is just quick turnaround. 3 threes, 9-point swing. That is exactly what Jeff Teague wanted.
6:05 to go, and now what you see. That's it. Yep, scoring, clock are both accurate now. This is the 4th quarter, not the 2nd quarter. Not quite that much of a shootout, but everything on your screen now back accurate. Shout out to our guys back in our production truck, getting everything back up and going in a quick manner. But how about Pike? I mean, 3 triples in a row.
Just
in the first 2 minutes of the 4th.
It's so hard to describe this tournament to people because you say, oh, it's a tournament, it's a Thanksgiving tournament, happens over Thanksgiving, truly over Thanksgiving week. and that you'd see some of the best basketball you'll see all the high school season. But game in, game out, it just lives up to the hype. And in the first 2 minutes of this fourth quarter, sure enough, here we have the Pike Red Devils giving us a game.
6:05 to go in the fourth quarter. And judging based off of how this TOC has gone, Jeff, I think what we're going to see is Scott Lutheran's going to start hitting some big shots, and they're going to come right back this game. And they'll probably grab a lead at some point if history is any indicator.
And I'll be honest with you, I hope so. I just hope this goes back and forth. Because it's been such a fantastic game, so much talent. Again, nobody's hoping we'll be here any longer than we need to be with overtime, but unfortunately somebody does have to lose.
But whoever wins is going to take home a big win back home to either Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, or Indianapolis, Indiana. Here's Knipple on the spin, will drive and kick. Back out to Newman again. Zenz and Cager Knipple, should clarify, are not only some of the only scorers, as Cager got a hand to the face there.
I know the Red Devils didn't like it. It's absolutely the right call. He got clobbered across the face.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit of pain there, but I was saying, it's not just the fact that Cager Knipple and Zenz are the only ones scoring. They're not the only ones shooting most of the time for Wisconsin Lutheran. They know who to put the ball in the hands of.
Without a doubt. And again, Kingston Knipple can step up, and Kinston can step up like right here.
Well, right here, got it to go right on cue.
Yeah, thank you, Kinston. You made me look good. You absolutely made me look good. But almost as I'm butchering your name, Kinston, thank you for stepping up and making me look good.
Here's a triple to cut the lead in half. That's his first score of the game.
Well, you got a heck of a mismatch right here.
Miller's three rattles in.
It's you had a mismatch down under with Isaiah Hill, and you just didn't need to worry about it with Miller knocking that down.
And all these threes brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. And it's back up to a 6-point Pike lead. Here's Zenz kicking it back out. Kinston again. No dice on that attempt. And it's back up the floor with Washington. Driving kick. Lampley corner three.
Wow,
no good, but there's Isaiah Hill. And Lampley wasn't ready for it. Washington ready there to clean up the miss. Miller is no good. Now on the other end. There's Riley Walls, number 2, from way out. Cager Knipple is no good.
Oh, it's quickness of number 10 there to get to the hoop, but getting over Zenz, it's not easy.
Again, Zenz at 6'7". Second tallest player on the team besides Cager Knipple, as Walls gets his first shot to go in.
Nice drive by Walls.
Wisconsin Lutheran can get some other guys going like Riley Walls, like Kinston Knipple. Can open up a lot more down the stretch. That one swatted away by Kinston.
And again, Kinston saw, he timed that from a mile away.
Oh, and he wanted to shoot that three, but saw the 7-footer Isaiah Hill lurking, decided differently. 4-point game with under 4 to play. Everyone on the edge of their seats here in Washington. They paid for the full seat, they're only using the edge of it. Kinston Knipple got it for 3.
I tell you, Kinston Knipple, I've got to send him a thank you note, because he is really making me look pretty good here. As I said, if anybody was going to step up in this fourth quarter, it's going to be the Knipple we haven't heard from yet, and it was Kinston.
Kinston, his only shot 3 set. He's 2 for 5 from deep. And Wisconsin Lutheran has knocked down 9 threes tonight, as has Pike. So both teams nearing double digits in terms of 3-point makes. Again, this time brought to you by Enercon.
Well, plenty of time left here in this game, with Pike only hugging a 1-point lead. I suspect we're going to see that lead change 5-6 more times, as there's plenty of time. And what I'm surprised by 2 very good defensive teams, how many shots are still getting up. It's
yeah.
But it's fourth quarter, early in the season. There's a lot of fatigue.
Look at some of the many fans lining the walls there. Again, packed gym here in Torrey Gymnasium. And shout out to all these people braving this, some very cold weather, some very unpleasant wind. You know, we say in the Midwest, you know, it's not the temperature, I'll get sure it's the wind. And it was whipping, at least this morning when we walked in here. That was about the last time I was outside today.
It was a brutal day out there.
And it's only going to get colder and chillier as there's Lampley on the drive, fouled by Cager. Snowstorm is forecasted for Saturday, at least is what it appeared like right now. It could get multiple inches.
Well, you know, that's the great thing about Illinois weather. If you don't like it, just wait 15 minutes. So it, you know, right now it could be 1 to 5. If you check tomorrow, it could be 5 to 8. Then again, it could be a gentle dusting. So you never know.
You do never know. It's funny, you know, there was as Lampley's first free throw was good. You get another look. There's another one of the many triples from Zenz here today. There was one week a few weeks ago. I believe it was actually last week. The week started out, it was about, you know, 20, 30 degrees outside. By the end of the week, it was mid-60s in November. So
that was a great move by Knippel. Oh,
gets free, gets stripped, but he regains control. Pike is swinging it around. Here's Zenz with it, guarded by Bobby Thomas. There's Kendall Newman. Trying to figure out what to do with Hill on him. Deep three from Cager comes up short. That was a tough look.
A little bit forced, but time was running out, so they had to make a decision, and Knippel put it up. And again, as we're under 2.5 minutes left, these are the possessions that really, really matter.
Cannot waste any at this point of the game.
Absolutely.
Again, both these teams trying to take home a marquee win from Washington. Great way to start your season with some testing competition.
Ooh.
Oh, and Cager Knippel loses his balance but keeps it in with his team.
Talk about the wherewithal to get that ball to his teammate. I mean, his legs going one way, his body's going the other way, and he throws it back over his shoulder. It was impressive.
Kinston feeds Zenz back out to him. Pick him. Got it. And Wisconsin Lutherans got the lead.
Kinston Knippel again.
3 triples
Sophomore.
have come at a great time, and Jeff Teague calls timeout for Pike. Get a look at this. Just right down to Zenz, right back to him. Hill got caught standing flat-footed. Couldn't quite get out there, even standing at 7 feet tall.
I mean, but I tell you, he went, I think, 0 for 3 for his first 3 threes maybe, and now he's knocked down 3 in a row.
Yep.
I mean, that is, you know, there's only one way to shoot, only one way to get yourself out of a shooting slump, and it's to shoot your way out of it.
Yeah, that's the reason I know Wisconsin Lutherans been able to hang and still be in the lead right now, is they've got 9 points in this fourth quarter from Knippel. They've gotten 2 in this fourth quarter from Walls. So Cager, Knippel, and Zenz, who had, before this fourth quarter started, had scored all but 2 of Wisconsin Lutherans' points. Now a complete flip-flop,
Right.
like, again, theme of this year's TOC. I'll have to show up in tomorrow in some flip-flops to fit with the theme of this year's tournament. You just never know what's going to happen next.
And again, I speak with zero authority on the Knippel brothers, other than knowing the family pedigree. But watching Kinston shoot in warm-ups, I thought, this guy doesn't miss. And where is he hiding the cape? And so I knew it's eventually going to connect. And sure enough, in this fourth quarter, it sure has. 6'9" sophomore is having himself a quarter here, and now has his team in the lead against a very talented Indianapolis Pike Red Devils.
And what some have billed the game of the tournament has not failed to impress. Still just under 100 ticks left to go.
Isaiah Hill wants to go to work here.
And I think he should. Big man in the post, puts it up, no good. Nearly finished his own miss. Put up there is Davis.
A little forced by Davis.
Yeah, a wild one-handed shot off to the right. There's Walls. Again, Wisconsin Lutheran does not need any hurry. Just end your possession with a good shot.
Use the time and take a good shot. Strong divas from the Red
Here's
Devils
a
here.
mismatch down low. Cager Knipple is blocked by Hill. Nice help defense. Kick out 3. That was Kendall Newman, who hasn't scored tonight. It is no good. Tapped back out, and Pike's got it. Under a minute to go. Here come the Red Devils. Lampley on the drive.
Good
Kicks
patience
it out.
by Lampley to take that ball back out.
25 on the shot clock. Plenty of time to get something going. And keep an eye on that Kinston, Knipple, and Isaiah Hill matchup down low.
Now you got a little bit of a mismatch
Now
here.
it's a switch. Now he's open. Now on Zenz, and he'll get a foul. Definitely some contact there.
For a half a second, there was a mismatch and a good move by Zenz to get over and help on Hill. But once they double team, you knew there was going to be a foul there, which, you know what? Make them earn it at the free throw line. They've got plenty of fouls to give.
They are huge free throws here from Hill. Again, 31 seconds in basketball time. Might as well be like 10 minutes in regular time. So this one's still far from over.
Coach Walls has all 5 timeouts.
Yeah, but you saw
Coach
Kinston-
Deeg has 3.
You saw Kinston Knipple there motioning to his coach like, hey, should we call timeout after this shot? This one to tie it. And Hill got it to go. Tie ball game, 31 seconds left here in this fourth quarter. And we will call a timeout. Again, it's time brought to you by Enercon Power, 58-58. No shot clock. It's turned off here for Wisconsin
should
Lutheran.
be, yep.
They could hold for the last shot, and we could have our first official buzzer beater. We've had many that have been close this tournament, but no actual buzzer beaters. Well, we could see one here, and boy, I mean, I was going to say it could be Cager or it could be Xavier, probably one of those two guys, but the way this fourth quarter has gone, could be any of the 5 on the floor shooting here for Wisconsin Lutheran.
I tell you what, the way Kinston's hitting right now, and the way I've been talking him up, the way I've been predicting things, I would go right to Kinston's hands. But again, you know, you've got, I think, was it Walls who hit a shot earlier this quarter? You got some opportunities here.
And 58-58 in a game that's been back and forth. There was Pike in the first quarter. Wisconsin Lutheran, massive swing of momentum in quarter number 2. Pike kind of got back into it a little bit in that third quarter. And have tied this one up here on that free throw there from Isaiah Hill, who again has been a little bit quiet tonight. Just 4 points for a 7-foot center. It's been Miller with 18 and Lampley with 18 for Pike. 24 for Xavier Zenz and 21 for Cager Knipple. Again, younger brother of Con Knipple, now in the Charlotte Hornets. And we have not seen the freshman Cash Knipple tonight. So here we go. Wisconsin Lutheran with the ball. It's Walls. Now over. Here's Kendall Newman with it. Zenz on the drive. Doesn't need to shoot yet, but does. Gets a layup attempt. Can't get it. Hill gets the board, and it's a timeout called by Jeff Teague with about 6 seconds or so to go.
And I
Actually
tell you,
about 8 or so, and they'll have a chance to draw up their potential game-winning bucket.
Not sure if we get a chance to look at this on the replay. Zenz had a great look at the basket, and just didn't get a chance for it to roll in. And big rebound there, big rebound by Hill.
You know, I can't fault Zenz for driving in there, even though, you know, either way, it probably would give Pike a chance. But if you think you can get in there for a high percentage look, go ahead and take it.
Right. At this point, you know, who do you put in the hands of to go coast to coast, get it down there? Do you give Jahari Miller to get it to bring it up, spread the floor? You know, it's you got a lot of opportunities here as well for the Red Devils to either go long. Do you shoot it long, or do you just try to pound it in and see if you can't get Isaiah Hill to get a foul?
And Lampley has had the hot hand in this fourth quarter. He's had 11 of Pike's 20 points here in this final frame. Again, 8 seconds to go. There you see Jeff Teague, former NBA point guard, now the head coach of the Pike Red Devils. See what he draws up here. Again, he knows a thing or two about the old basketball. So I'm sure he feels pretty confident in whatever he's got set up here. And they will send Lampley and Miller. It will be Lampley to inbound. Wisconsin Lutheran brings a bit of a press. Walls and Cager Knippel will defend. They'll also bring up TJ Davis for Pike. It'll be Zenz to defend the inbound. 7.9 to go. And a quick foul, and they have something to give.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad move. Just try to take the time off a little bit. Surprised they didn't take a little bit more time off.
And here with 6.7 to go in this fourth quarter. Does Pike have a game-winning play in him? Here's Miller. He gets fouled again. So I believe, yeah, we cannot see the fouls from where we are.
We're down to 4. I think we're fouls are.
I think that's 4.
Yeah.
So I think, yep, they're out of fouls to give. So now they will not press. They will set up their defense. We Lampley to inbound to Miller. Here we go. Miller across half court. Puts up a tough shot. Overtime in Washington for the first time this tournament.
Well, folks, again, the game is absolutely building up to what we hoped it would be. And here we go with overtime.
I knew the way this tournament was unfolding that we would not get out of here without seeing an overtime game. And sure enough, I had some sort of feeling, Jeff, that this was going to go to OT, and we will play an extra 4 minutes to decide a winner here. And we'll keep those Washington students waiting again. They're waiting to see their Panthers take on the South Pointe Stallions. And welcome to those of you who might be joining us for that game. We're seeing a great finish here between two of the top teams in this tournament. Pike Red Devils out of Indianapolis, Indiana, and the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, more specifically, again, Wauwatosa. And this is game number
10?
11.
11?
Yeah, this is game number 7 of the day. And there were 4 yesterday. So game number 11 of, I believe, 36 games here in this tournament. It'll be
beginning to blur together a little bit here.
It'll be 18 after tomorrow. Then it will be 8 more on Friday and 8 more and 7 on Saturday. So 33 games actually in this tournament. About 1/3 of the way through. Again, we'll be back here tomorrow for the Thanksgiving Day. We'll have 5 games starting at 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Grace Christian Academy from Tennessee will take on Mount Bethel from Georgia. First time seeing either one of those teams this tournament. And we'll cap off tonight too at 9:15. Stay tuned. Morton and Santa Ana Mater Dei from California. Another highly skilled team showcase their talents. Zen's going to get that easy layup to go, and a bit of contact and some traffic there. And it'll be the Energizer Bunny, Jahari Miller, spinning into the lane and can't connect.
That's a big rebound there for number 24. That's Kendall Noonan.
And Zenz was blocked there off the backboard, but puts in his own miss.
Tell you, great job by Zenz to stay with it.
Back up to a 2-point Wisconsin Lutheran lead. 3 ball on the way. Lampley off the attachment. Kinston Knippel's been big on the boards tonight for Wisconsin Lutheran. Brings one in there. Here's Kinston on the drives, pulls.
A little bit of patience here for the Vikings is not a bad idea. I mean, you don't want to get yourself in a rush scenario, but
Newman for his first score, can't get it.
Great rebound by Knippel.
Trying to get the timing down and get Hill up in the air and could not. Best case scenario there for Pike. You escape that without a foul, and the ball is going back your direction. You see that here, that block. There, I think that was Lampley. I believe that was his arm.
Lampley is just having a game.
He's got 18 points on 6 of 12 shooting. His second block of the night.
Just a little short there for Miller. Just a little fatigue showing in.
Cager Knippel beats Hill at the rim, and there's
get called for the foul.
That was the meeting everyone's been looking for. Knippel versus Hill. Location, the rim.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one as we take a look here, coming back down on the replay.
Walls, nice pass up here to Knippel. I mean,
Boy.
unstoppable force meets immovable object, and it ends in a foul there on Isaiah Hill, who couldn't believe it.
I got to say, the ref has a better view. You got to give it to him.
And tough call to make there is Kinston Knippel grabs it again and stolen away.
Again,
A foul, or no, timeout call.
Timeout. I was like, nobody's near him. It's got to be a foul away from the ball. But we're seeing some fatigue passing, fatigue turnovers here. And a 3-point lead, if I'm not mistaken, for the Vikings.
61-58 again. Quick notes on Jahari Miller, the leading scorer for Indianapolis Pike. He's a top 75 player in the junior class nationally. He's being recruited by Indiana, Oklahoma State, Alabama, DePaul, and Florida State. So some big name colleges keeping their eye on Jahari Miller, and that's kind of the cool thing about, when you have some D1 players, some next level guys on your team, it really kind of helps elevate, the potential college prospectus of the rest of the guys on your team. Maybe the guy sees him, hey, maybe not a fit for our team, but coaches talk and say, hey, we saw this guy.
Right.
This guy maybe not a Division I player, maybe not a high major guy, but hey, talk to your coaches, you talk to their guys and say, hey, I think this guy is worth the college look, and you know what they say, a rising tide kind of lifts all ships.
Without
That's kind of how it is. So I'm sure a lot of these guys from Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran, I'm sure will play at the next level.
And I'll tell you, wherever Jahari Miller lands, and again, he's only a junior, and as you watch him play, composure, talent, all of it, it's going to be incredible to see where he is after this year, full junior year, and then a whole nother senior year. He's going to be a beast.
And that's one thing that this tournament, again, Sean Powell, the tournament director, does really well, is that they have an eye for picking out the best young talent in the entire country. I mean, we've seen guys that are freshmen and sophomores, some budding stars, and then boom, 2 years later, they're one of the top recruits in the entire country. As Lampley spins and scores.
Such a fantastic move, and I know Zenz wasn't happy about the call, but I think if we were to take a look at this again, you can see there's a lot of body on this, and perhaps it's on the ground before he goes, but no, he got him. He absolutely got him.
So a chance to tie the game here for Landon Lampley. Him and Miller both with more than 20. There's 4 players on the floor right now that have 20-plus points tonight. Now we're tied up again, 61 all, 1:55 to go in OT.
You can see Jeff Teague looking for some strong defense. He wants his guys up. That's one thing you see about Ryan Walls. He is not up a lot. He is not that I've seen, standing a whole ton.
He's been seated most of the game. Here's Zenz. Been quiet lately, but not anymore.
Yep. He said, you know what, you guys take the load for a little bit. Let me get some rest, and I'll come back late in the overtime.
Lampley kicks out. Here's almost a 3-ball there, but Thomas didn't pull it. Here's Miller, driving kick, 3-ball. TJ Davis can't answer. Rebound to Knippel. Again, all of our threes tonight sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. We've seen plenty of them. Now Wisconsin Lutheran in the driver's seat. Kinston on the drive.
A basket here for the Vikings is going to put this game in a tough position for the Red Devils.
And it's been back and forth so far. Still very much in the air. Fade away. Look at Zenz.
Zenz just like he did early in the first quarter, kind of, kept the team in game. Second quarter really put the team on his back with the elder Knippel.
Here's Miller on the drive, blocked by Cager Knippel. And he'll shoot 2. But man, Xavier Zenz, last in the phone book, but first on the board in scoring.
I love it.
Probably the only player in this tournament with the initial ZZ.
I love it.
What a shot there. 5 clutch points. He's got 29 on the night. 5 of 10 from deep.
And boy, what a time to show up here in overtime.
And big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments. So free throw good there from Miller. makes it back to a 3-point game. But again, no shot clock, so it was Pike just has to either get a turnover, and they might. Hands on it. Miller lays it up and in. Pike down only just by 1.
It's still very much a game here, folks.
Wisconsin Lutheran's got to get it across the timeline. And I think we've got a timeout on the other end from Ryan Walls.
What's amazing is we got Ryan Walls out of his chair.
Yeah.
You know, he is as calm of a coach, and I'm sure if we were down there right on the floor, it'd be very different. But
here you see the hands there
boy,
from Pike. I mean, that's textbook corner trap.
You know, it was pretty close to a Cager Knipple foul, and thank goodness, you know, as he got up there, he thought, you know what, just give him the basket. You don't want to get him within 1. But
yeah, you don't want to give him an extra. I mean, if he's going to get that layup, just let him get the 2, and you're still holding on to the lead. And this timeout brought to you by Enercon. And deliver cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Jonathan Michael here in the booth alongside.
I'm Jim Lynch.
Jim Lynch. We got Jim and Jeff.
Yeah, we do.
We have a lot of J's up here in the booth. And
Jim, John, Jeff.
Jim, John, Jeff. We'll have Joey Wright here. Joey's been here in the booth as well. So.
And we're going to rename Teddy as Jetty moving forward.
We'll have Jakai Gillespie in the booth after this. And again, the letter to know now has been Wisconsin Lutheran's letter Z. Xavier Zenz with 29 tonight. And will it be enough to give his Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings the win and a happy trip back to the Dairyland? Don't know if they'll be heading back tonight or tomorrow morning. Would be a late time getting back tonight, but it is feasible. They're probably only about 3.5, 4 hours max.
Yeah, I think both towns are. I mean, Indianapolis, you're looking at 3.5. Wisconsin or Milwaukee area, you're looking at 4.
And so it is a busable distance as Zenz there got fouled. Again, there's still plenty of fouls to go to get them into the bonus. So Pike is going to have to foul quickly or might be able to come away with a steal. And Cager almost lost it, but fouled there.
I think that puts him in bonus now.
And it should, I believe. It looks like that, yes, that is the case. Cager Knipple's got 22 points on the night. He is 5 for 7 from the line so far. Wisconsin Lutheran as a team 7 for 9. Now 8 for 10. Pike shooting free throws tonight is 16 for 18. So 2 teams that have been very strong from the stripe. Knipple makes it a 2-point game. Now a 3-point game, but Pike has a chance to tie it up. After this timeout, hear from Jeff Teague.
You know, it's one of those situations where we saw, I guess both teams are in the bonus, if I'm looking at that correctly.
Yep.
But I'm surprised, you know, with 11 points, Coach Teague taking that timeout on the baseline, which rather than get it up quickly to the half court, so you're at least inbounding here in a half court set. But maybe he likes that running start. Maybe, you know, if they went double overtime, they got hit the 3, and I suspect that's what he's drawing up now.
Again, I mean, you could get a 3 or a very quick 2. Again, they have enough time where they could. Their chances of winning would not plummet to 0 if they don't get a 3 here, but you would certainly like one. Again, looking at their 3-point shooters tonight, Miller has knocked down 3 of 5. Lampley is 3 of 6. Tim Smith hasn't scored in some time, but he's 2 for 3 tonight. And also Bo Washington, number 10 in red, has knocked down his only attempt of the evening. And what a matchup this has been. In a tournament full of close games and full of classics, this one might be one of the best ones we've had so far. If Pike can knock down a 3 to tie this ball game up, this place is going to go nuts.
Yeah, it really will. If he ties it.
And Obi Davis bringing it up. Now under 10. Walls defending. Davis trying to find someone. It's Newman on the baseline. Needed 3. Miller doesn't have it.
Boy.
Wisconsin Lutheran hangs on to win 68-65. The Vikings are winners in Washington.
And I tell you, this is one of those scenarios where you really have to celebrate both teams. I know Pike goes away feeling like they failed, and they really haven't. I mean, they took one of the best teams in the nation all the way.
Here's a look at that final shot. Miller, not a bad look. Tough with Cager Knipple in his face, and it was online, just not quite there for Pike. And props to both these teams, and especially Wisconsin Lutheran. We'll get a big win and move to 1-0 on the season. Man, what a game. Again, final stats tally. Xavier Zenz with 29, Cager Knipple 24. For Wisconsin Lutheran, Jahari Miller with 24, and Landon Lampley 20 for Pike.
What a game.
And those guys, I'm sure, will be getting some, in the TOC Shootout Series. Right after these games, they'll get some Player of the Game awards, and we'll add some players to that TOC Shootout Series all-tournament team. But what a game here inside Torrey Gymnasium, and we're, again, are just getting started. The agony of defeat for Pike, but the thrill of victory for those in blue, the Wisconsin Lutheran Red Devils.
It looks like Miller and Lampley.
The Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings.
Yeah.
Got mixed up there. Both teams a little bit of red in them, but what a matchup. I'm at a loss for words here.
Yeah.
Up in the booth. But there you see Lampley and Miller getting honored, and I'm sure Zenz and Knipple will be as well.
Yep, they are.
Wisconsin Lutheran.
See Knipple on the right-hand side getting honored.
So again, what a game here from Washington. Again, the host Panthers from the South Point Stallions ready to do battle. Here in a few minutes, we'll send it down to our Uftring Auto Group studio right here after a quick break. But again, for Jim Lynch, I'm Jonathan Michaels saying, what a game. Wisconsin Lutheran wins it by 3 in the shootout series. More great basketball coming your way right after this. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hey guys, it's Ty Gillespie joined by Gavin Sullivan. Gavin, how's it going? I mean, we just watched one heck of a game. We saw the Knipple brothers. We saw Jeff Teague. We saw it all.
Yeah, no, that's what this tournament's about, man, is putting high-level players in front of, everybody, and it's great to see, especially in competitive games like that go down to the wire. That's why you're here. So,
So Davin Sullivan, very recognizable in the Central Illinois sports community, but for those who don't recognize you, tell them about your what you do with Mid-Pro.
I run a big club basketball program down here, Mid-Pro Academy. We kind of cover pretty much all of Central Illinois. So usually most of the Illinois teams that play here, we got somebody playing on that team. That's basically, we just try to help them get recruited, put them in front of people, so it's awesome to see. I see a lot of these guys in the summer, from the other teams, and it's cool to see them at their high school, programs.
So talk to me a little bit about, is it more of you reaching out to them, do they reach out to you, or is it more of a best of both worlds type of thing when it comes to recruiting for Mid-Pro Academy?
Oh, yeah. So, like me, it's going to games, and I kind of like a college coach without being a college coach for the most part. Scout the kid, talk to the parents, talk to the kid, explain what we can do, to help them in their college exposure and get them better as a player in their development. So, I mean, honestly, it's like being a college coach prior to being a college coach, so handle everything the same way. And then we play in the spring and summer all over the country and try to get them recruited by those guys.
So obviously ball's life right now, but has ball always been life?
Yeah, I was originally from upstate Illinois, Oswego, Illinois, and then moved down here after college. I played college basketball at a small school, Loris College in Dubuque, Iowa, and then moved down to Peoria and been here for, 22 years now, and so it's crazy. I spent more time here than I did up there, but no, love it.
So, you mentioned it. You have a lot of guys that you've coached with Mid-Pro that are playing here. Talk to me about the 42-point performance by Mossman. Man, that's crazy.
Bryson, that's what he does. He's a shooter, and unfortunately for that other team from Missouri, they let him get hot and they didn't adjust.
You can't do that.
He saw a few go in a row, and when that happens for Bryson, the basket just becomes really big, and you saw the performance yesterday after that. That's what he does. He's a shooter, and he's got an unbelievable stroke, especially when he sees a couple go in.
So there's certainly a wide variety of players, both boys and girls, that come through Mid-Pro, but what's some things you look for specifically in players that come through your program?
We have such a wide program as far as depth. Like our top teams, honestly, a lot of it is like your skill and your measurables. People say out here, oh my God, look at how tall that guy is, or how long, or how athletic he is. That's everybody on our top team. That's kind of what we look for. But we want guys that want to, pursue basketball in college, so we just want quality hoopers that play hard, that, have a drive to get better. They're going to be coached hard with us. We're going to hold them to a college standard, and, so measurables and skill obviously stand out. But if you do get recruited by us, you're going to get better, and we know that those guys are diehard basketball guys themselves too. So,
for sure. How important do you think it is playing in these tournaments that are so strong? There's teams that could be sitting home, getting fat during Thanksgiving, but these guys are getting better, playing some of the toughest competition in the entire country. How important is it playing in these tournaments? Super important,
and I'll especially for schools down here that have the opportunity to. I don't know why anybody would ever turn it down. I'll give you an example. Cooper Knowles from West Hancock plays for us.
Who we did interview earlier today,
so. Nobody's going to West Hancock this year. Maybe very few. There was, I think, 4 Division I coaches here to see him today, and that's the difference. They're going to see him play against other big guys, other talented players, and this isn't a knock to them or their schedule, but there isn't a whole lot of 2A teams that can match up, or have a guy that can match up with Cooper, where he got to play bigger teams last night and today, and then on Friday. So it's a great thing for them, and your exposure to what other basketball is actually out there, how much talent there really is, on the scene and other places as well too.
Yeah, so I come from Leroy, Illinois. 1A.
Home of Matt Chastain.
Matt Chastain. That's one of the 1 in a million players.
Yep.
Like Cooper Knowles, for example. Those aren't coming every day through West Hancock.
Yep.
So, going up against players like this, and that just makes your team so much stronger because you're going up against, an average of 6 foot lineup every day, and then you go up against these guys and you're banging in the post, and then it just really helps you out going towards the end of the season. But we talked about why it's important to play in these tournaments, but why do you think it's important to continue playing basketball like over the summer?
Well, a lot of it's just exposure. That's when, right now all these coaches are, in college are coaching games themselves. Everybody's spread out for their Thanksgiving tournaments as well too. But exposure, and then also the ability to play against other good basketball players. Hey, Cooper's team this year, our 17U team, we had 4 guys that are 6'9" to 6'11". That's not happening at any high school down here. And we played teams that were even bigger than us. So it's just you get to play against the bigger, badder, athletes, and that kind of helps, make them better. About playing with those guys and against those guys, and then also it helps their exposure that they're seeing them do it against somebody like themselves, not just picking on, for like you said, like the 6 foot guy, at Leroy on a Friday night.
Exactly.
So it definitely helps.
So talk to me a little bit about kind of what got you in this position. Why do you strive so much to help younger players?
You know what? I've just always enjoyed it, to be honest with you. Me growing up, I wasn't the most athletic or anything like that, but I worked extremely hard at it. And then it's kind of weird, but I worked at our park district, all grown up, so I was always around youth sports and stuff like that. So it was just kind of in me. And then after college, I just kind of wanted to stay around basketball, so I helped the girl I was dating, his father at the time, coach her little brother's team, and it turned into mid-pro. So
there you go.
It's a weird, long story, but it was never meant to be this. It was just I just wanted to be around the game, and it just slowly built, and now we got something that it keeps getting bigger no matter what I do to try to stop it from getting bigger. So it's a good problem to have, I guess.
Of course. So there's a girls program with mid-pro, right? Talk to me about the growth of women's basketball as a whole as of late, and how nice that is to see.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see. There's always been, girls that wanted to play basketball, but the Caitlin Clark effect. There's been plenty of great girls before, that I used to watch, Diana Taurasi and Lisa Leslie, and going back to when I was growing up. But the Caitlin Clark effect, I think really just exploded the whole women's scene nationally and in the eyes of the normal basketball fan. Not just women's basketball, but men's basketball is now watching women's basketball because of that. And I think we're seeing how many talented girls there really are, versus just, you hear about one or you hear about another one.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. And, here, Washington, Illinois, they've got a pretty darn good high school team right now, and they're super fun to watch. And I hope they get a state title this year,
They certainly deserve it. Before we send it back up to the booth, take a quick break. Tell me, one piece of advice for players looking to play at the next level.
Right now, I would say you have to realize what you're up against, and it's not other high school guys. College basketball, no matter what level it is a money game at the highest level, and it's an old game. Everybody wants to get old and stay old. They don't want to become young again. And so you have to handle it like you're already there. So you have to train and practice and play like you're a college basketball player in high school, so you're ready when that time comes. So that would be the biggest thing, but don't rush it. Hey, enjoy high school basketball, enjoy having fun, but if that's a dream of yours to be in college basketball, you better start doing what they're doing up there, because that's where it's at now, is get old, stay old.
Really wise words and great advice from a big part of the basketball community here in Central Illinois with Mid-Pro Academy. I'm Sky Gillespie. This is Gavin Sullivan. We're going to take a quick break, and we got some good basketball coming your way, folks. Stay tuned.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. so you can play hard. And when cancer's the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uptring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uptring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uptring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at uptringautogroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Well, folks, welcome to our Washington Invitational game here between the Panthers, our host Washington Panthers, and the South Pointe Stallions. My name is Jim Lynch. I am flying solo right now until my partner gets up here, who I believe will be Sky Gillespie. But we're under 2 minutes away until tip-off. Again, our host last night won on a very, well, I won't say very controversial end of the game, but they walked away with their opening season win against a talented Kingville team with a nice 7-footer. But they come in tonight against the Rock Hill South Pointe Stallions out of South Carolina, another team traveling a distance to be here to play in the Washington Invitational. We're coming up. Again, we are coming off of one of the premier games we're going to see this week in a fantastic overtime finish as we watch a heck of a battle between Indianapolis Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran. And the finish going to the Vikings of Wisconsin Lutheran. Folks, we're going to take a breather here as we honor America with our national anthem. Stick with us and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapy.
Good evening and welcome to Torrey Gymnasium between the Washington Panthers and the South Pointe Stallions. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Jim Lynch for some great action and what is a very strong home court advantage. I mean, you play in such a strong tournament with such powerhouse teams coming in, but you get to play in front of a crowd like this. That's got to help your chances a lot.
Absolutely, and again, you come almost halfway across the country to Central Illinois to play in one of the premier Thanksgiving tournaments, and you get this kind of crowd. Home court advantage or not, what a great crowd to play in front of. I suspect Melvin Watson and the South Pointe Stallions are just fine being here for Thanksgiving week.
Starters tonight for the South Pointe Stallions: Tristan Stevenson, Colin McKellar, Traden Phillips, Trey Raymond, and there's a number 11, but there's not a number 11 listed on our roster.
We're always the last to know.
That's awesome. We'll get that figured out to you ASAP, folks, as we meet the starters for Washington. Starters tonight for Washington will be Jackson Vanderheit, Luke Kaminsky, Aiden Neer, James Johnson, and Dean Davidson. Washington comes into tonight 1-0. Their one victory was right here last night against West Hancock in a 2-point victory.
That's right, it was West Hancock. I misspoke earlier when I said Kingsville, but it was West Hancock, and somewhat of a little questionable end there.
It was very questionable. Sorry, Washington fans. I clearly think that was a foul. But at the end of the day, it's a W in the win column.
Without a doubt.
You're 1-0. Survive and advance. That's what it's all about. South Pointe Stallions come in 1-1. This is their first game here in the tournament, participating in the Washington individual. And we're going to tip it off, folks, as the crowd here is rather lively. The ball will be in the hands of the Stallions. Swing it across the horn. Driving and taking a deep. Wow, I was not going to call that a good shot, but
Trey Raymond.
That's Trey Raymond right there.
Knocks it down, 6'8" senior.
Trey Raymond has scored 21 and 32 in his 2 games so far. So what's a bad shot is a good shot for Trey.
James Johnson's going to have his hands full with him tonight on those matchups.
A contested deep 2.
Exactly.
3-pointer's no good right there from Neer.
And I'll tell you, last night, Aiden Kinnear had one of the best games for these Panthers. Played a great first half, a little quieter of a second half, but stepped up when he needed to late in the fourth quarter.
And there's a bucket to tie it up right there from Dean Davidson. Knotted up at 2s apiece.
Davidson, a nice piece of this Panther puzzle. A good mix of classes on this team. Not a ton of seniors on the starting lineup. I think only he and Kaminsky might be the only 2. Well, I guess James Johnson is a senior as well. So 3 seniors starting for the Panthers.
McKellar attempted that 3, but was no good, and then they'll get a foul. 2 minutes into the game, 2 points apiece. Swing it across. Running some action across, cutting screens, back screens. A lot of off-ball movement, and it's going to be delivered into the post. Up and no good, into the hands of the only player listed on the roster without a number is Jordan Boda, so we are going to call number 11 Jordan Boda. Driving.
Although I will say, if number 11 is Jordan Boda at 5'10", he is
So we'll figure it out, folks.
Yeah, we will
Don't
get you an
worry.
answer because number 11's got some size to him. We're going to have to wait until we hear his name called. That's a nice shot on the far side. Vanderhyde with that bucket.
So it's actually going to be Jalen Sims.
Is that who you got?
That's,
All right.
That's Jalen Sims. Taking it is Trey Raymond. Another contested 2. That one no good. Diving on the floor are the Panthers, and a jump ball and good sportsmanship right there from Sims. You love to see it. The South Pointe Stallions make the trip from Rock Hill, South Carolina. That is near Myrtle Beach, and where I recently attended for the first time in my life a couple months ago. Pretty beach.
I wouldn't mind being there right now.
My first time seeing the Atlantic Ocean. I've only seen the Pacific, which is rather cold. The Atlantic Ocean was pretty warm. It was nice.
I'll take any ocean right now.
Open 3 right there. Rims out. It'll fall in the hands of Raymond. They have a 4-on-2 break. Euro step. Looks like he brushed his shoulder. I don't know if he got the full contact, but a charge is going to be called. Great play right there.
Which we haven't seen many charges called at all.
We haven't.
This tournament, but there it is. You know, they gave him, they rewarded him for getting set. And I'll tell you what, for what we've been seeing called this tournament, I'm give it to him.
Yeah, he hit the side of his shoulder. They're going to give him the charge. Really good pickpocket right there. Phillips lays it up and lays it in, earning those 2 points after getting the steal.
Trade-in Phillips.
Double team coming from Raymond, trying to get a tip. Almost traveled, but instead gets an open 3, no good. Panthers are getting good looks. The shots aren't falling early on, but there is a lot of game left. Bring it up is McKellar, who will do a little floater and no good. Grabbing the ball is Kaminsky.
But James Johnson is bringing it up right now. I loved how the way he played last night. He just completely unapologetic, physical. He's a little outsized on his matchup tonight, and I guarantee you it's not going to look like it.
Washington got the win against a team led by Cooper Knowles, who has received many D1 offers, so very impressive opening win for them. They won't get the bucket there. Dishing out to Raymond.
Again, there you see Johnson just using that strength.
It's bully ball, and he's fighting back, too.
I don't know if Johnson plays football. I suppose I'm going to find out. I want to talk to him because, again, he is as strong as a kid as we've seen on the court this week.
Raymond short on the 3. Getting the rebound is Sims, and he'll go to the free throw line for 2. 6-4 the ball game in favor of the Stallions. Stallions played opening night against Eastside out in South Carolina. They won 57-54. Then they battled again just a few days ago against Goose Creek. They suffered their lone loss of the season, 56-47. That was way deep and no good.
I'll tell you, we've seen some bad free throws. Last game, we saw some very good free throws.
Very disciplined Wisconsin team.
Oh, completely.
That was one heck of a game.
Yeah, it really was a great game.
6-4 after those 2 missed free throws.
Johnson with the kick out. I like that.
Looks like it was tipped. That's one of those situations where you might not know if it's tipped or not, so you go after the ball regardless.
Right, just go get it.
Being, you know, it fell through his hands, so he's patting his chest saying, my bad, my bad. So takes ownership, takes accountability.
And I like that style of play. Again,
right here.
We're seeing some of what we saw last night. I don't feel like the games today have been as physical as last night. This is much more reminiscent of last night's game.
What a shot.
Nice.
What a pull that came out of.
Was that Colin McKellar?
That was McKellar. Pulled a rabbit out of the hat right there and somehow converted that for 2. 8-4 the lead here with just under 3 minutes left in the first quarter. And we have an offensive foul. That's going to go against Cradhead. Comes in off the bench.
Kaminsky looks like he's going to check back in. Giving Cradhead a breather. And again, that's some of the physicality we talked about that Washington brings to the floor.
And they're going up a team that's going to be equally as physical, so it's going to be a great battle as we have another deep two that goes in from Raymond. Trey Raymond, the 6'8" senior for this team out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. To no surprise, Rock Hill is very near Conway, South Carolina, which is where Coastal Carolina is situated, and he does have an offer from Coastal. Sims with the bucket right there. Excuse me, that was Johnson.
Yeah, it was James Johnson, I believe, with that basket. Sub checking in for South Pointe, number 13. Do you have 13?
We also do not have a 13 on the program's roster,
that could be Jordan Boda.
That could be Boda. Jordan Boda, welcome in, if that's you. Hey, look, it's a Knipple walking across.
There he goes. Should get him up here for a little in-game interview.
Yeah, get over here, buddy. 10-6, under 2 minutes here in the first. Full court man-to-man pressure right now from the Stallions. And that's what you got to do. You got to clear out. Oh, but the double's coming, so now somebody has to help. And you have numbers if you're Washington. Open three right there from Davidson, no good. A scramble for the ball on the ground. It's going to result in a jump ball, and no one wants to give it up. That's that physicality you were talking about, Jim.
And again, these two teams are ready to scrape a little bit. They're absolutely ready to get into it a little bit. I'm not saying they're ready to fight or anything like that,
not.
But they just are ready to scrape some paint, and we're going to see it.
Hey, we also are fresh off football season, so we could have some football players on the floor that are still getting used to playing basketball again. As Raymond, the point forward, will bring it up himself. Will dish it around the top of the key, and Raymond drives to his left, step back, pull up, and no good. But a rebound going up lefty is Stevenson, no good. Washington looking to push. They'll get it out to the corner, back to the top of the key.
Long three.
And rebounded by Dupree. Raymond with a full head of steam, kind of juggling it. He'll get it back. This offense clearly runs through the big man, Raymond.
And Trey Raymond's met his match here in terms of strength and size.
He's had some really good shots, but some bad misses at the same time.
But I think he's realizing James Johnson's not going to lay down for him.
Probably not what he expected coming into this matchup. Washington Community High School with an enrollment of 1,390. South Pointe with an enrollment of 1,181. So nothing too crazy here. Great swing pass, driving the lane, off the backboard, and in from
nice
Vanderheit.
Shot there. Vanderheit, nice shot.
Ball screen there for Raymond. A Euro step and a dish to Dupree, and he finishes for two at the buzzer.
Very nice play to finish off the quarter there. A good communication knowing where his teammate is.
Unselfish play for 2 points, and a great way to end what has been a South Pointe lead for the majority of the quarter, but it has been very close. 12-8 as we thank some of our sponsors for this game. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria and let Snoopy know we sent you. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. We're going to get back to the action here at Torrey Gymnasium, the home gym of the team you see on the screen, the Washington Community High School Panthers. My second time in this city, and I'm just seeing how important sports is to this school.
Well, I'll tell you something. This community comes out of the woodwork for sports. They come out for everything. It is, being in a town that considers Washington one of their rivals. I'm impressed with everything this town does, and many friends here in Washington, and I can only consider them foes when we compete against them. Otherwise, I consider Washington and the people of Washington just an absolute wonderful place to be.
That's a drive right there from Shoney, the freshman.
Yeah, Shoney is, I'm going to tell you right now, that's a name over the course of the next 4 years you're going to hear, or if you're sitting up here, you're going to say a lot. Rio Shoney is the real deal. He's an exceptional ball player.
Another one of those calls that could have gone either way, but
Right.
it is in favor of the Panthers. They'll take it for sure. And rough free throw game to start, but we have a conversion right there from Shoney. I like the name Rio. What are your thoughts on that?
Great name. Great name. And it matches a great kid as well. I had known Rio for years. I suppose if I didn't like Rio, I might not like the name, but fortunately, he is not only is Rio a fantastic young man, he comes from a phenomenal family too.
Stallions will have the ball going up against a stout defensive Panther lineup who held a very good offensive West Hancock to under 50 points. Raymond for 3, no good.
Raymond really relying on that long jumper.
Dupree no good on the second chance. Full court pressure still, except there's some miscommunication on who's guarding Vanderheit. Vanderheit will take it, ignoring the screen.
Floor looks like it's a little slick up there at the top of the key.
There's been a lot of action, and it is hot in here. This
Yeah.
gym is packed, so that does make sense.
Panthers struggling to get something going. They'd like to get close to the rim and kick if they can. There it is.
Johnson kicks it out to the corner. No
And
good,
again,
but the great
Johnson
back tap,
just-
and it leads to an open Shoney 3, no good. And Raymond is playing like a stallion himself. 1-on-3, but he takes it all the way, and he'll shoot 2. A little bit more on Trey Raymond, 6'8" senior. In the opening night, I mentioned it earlier, he had 21 points, he had 7 rebounds. And the game against Eastside as well had 32 and 7. He scored over 1,000 points in his career so far. And believe it or not, last year, the 2023-2024 season, played the entire season with a broken ankle. He played through it. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that is that's a level of pain tolerance I'm not sure I have.
Yeah, I don't know either,
Yeah.
but he played through it. He battled through it, and he ended up having surgery on it, and he's come back stronger.
I have a tough time getting through dinner when something's caught in my tooth. It's
Or some of this concessions popcorn I had yesterday that was stuck in my
It's-
teeth.
it's okay.
But it was so darn good, so it was worth it.
I'll say, as you mentioned, Washington Community High School, they just do a fantastic job hosting this.
They sure do. 3 right there is long from Johnson. The Stallion will take it back. And it's clear that Raymond has the green light at all times.
Right. And he really likes to be out beyond the arc.
He does.
Even though he doesn't always land there. Great help there by Johnson. But it gave Raymond a chance to get under. And
then he might have got a. Okay, no, I heard the whistle. And
Thought
the ref is warning him because he did push a player, and now the ref is still warning him. So, yeah, I did see a push from Raymond. He was saying it was an accident, But hey, it's a-okay. This timeout is an Intercon Power Timeout. This Power-Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear in genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Got a little distracted during that read as we had some T-shirts, I believe, getting tossed into the crowd.
Yeah, I'll say, with all due credit to the guys who are throwing them up here, can we get some of the high school quarterbacks to throw them up here? Because none of them are making them up to us. Not even close.
Not in the upper deck.
Yeah. Then again, it would have to be one heck of a throw to get below that.
Angle.
Yeah, to get below that new air duct.
Johnson gets fouled on the drive. It's a 4-point game so far. Pretty low scoring thus far as well. We've seen a wide variety of styles of games. We've seen some run and gun, fast pace. We've seen some take your time, get a shot with about 20 seconds into the shot clock. We've seen a little bit of everything, as expected when you have teams from all across the country playing. As that cross-court pass was dangerous, but with the Stallions in a zone, they find the open shooter, but to no avail. Getting the rebound is Kinnear. Step back from Johnson at the top of the key, banks it in.
Off the glass, James Johnson. Love seeing it.
We have seen a lot of shots go long today, but when you're at the top of the key, that kind of does work out in your favor.
Take advantage of it if you can.
Phillips with the ball, dishes it off, but it gets tipped. It'll find McKellar, and ball heads to Washington. Washington wearing their black jerseys with orange trim, white letters in Washington with orange outlining the white. South Pointe with their white and orange jerseys. We've seen a lot of the same colorways playing tonight. It's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, very complementary colors, just opposite.
I like it. Johnson was getting hounded right there from Butler. Prince Butler, who came off the bench, the senior.
Prince Butler, listed as 5'10", but he looks strong.
He looks very strong. He's playing strong, too. Johnson has the ball, will drive. Doesn't matter.
James Johnson having a night.
He's playing very well. He came to play, and I think a lot of that has to do with, as he just got bumped by Raymond.
Yeah.
And he just got hit in the face, and they're getting chippy, fellas.
Yeah, they really are.
Look out for that matchup. Refs might have to, say a word or two. Just know that we need to solve this now before it becomes an issue. 2-on-1 for Washington. Johnson gets it. Pump fake, good patience, but it's long. Foul instead. But yeah, as I was talking about with Johnson, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he has something to prove, knowing he's going up against a Division I recruit in Raymond.
Absolutely. And again, what do you have to lose? You're here. You're on what can be considered almost a national stage because you've got teams coming from all over the country.
Coverage that's all over the country as well,
without a doubt. And chances are you've got coaches, college coaches present, as we've had for years at the TOC. And most of the teams stick around and watch, so you're gonna, you got a show. And,
there are a lot of eyes on you.
Without my teams are still here and watching him. My teams are still here and watching him. Who he's gonna? Good for Johnson to get after it.
Here's that matchup right there. Raymond gets double, gets the friendly roll for two. Matchup right there. Raymond gets double, gets the friendly roll for two. Lead earlier.
But boy, are these two battling. The
lead earlier.
But boy, are these two battling. The Johnson
wide
Raymond,
open.
Yeah, the Johnson-Raymond battle is something else. Great hustle there by Kinnear.
But an unfortunate break right there as McKellar gets the easy two, lays it in with the left and is good. 18-17 Stallions take the lead. You know, I played on a men's league baseball team this fall, and our team name was the Stallions. How about that?
Well, I think we know who you're going for.
Really good aggressive take. I tell this to players all the time. Not that they listen because they look at me and don't think I know anything about basketball, but when you go up for a layup, don't change your shot.
Right.
Don't do some crazy windmill stuff. Just go up strong, draw the foul. It's much more important than doing some crazy fancy stuff to avoid the defender. Just go right into his chest, and that's exactly what Vanderheit just did.
And what's funny there is Landon Hawkins played great defense there. He walled up, except at the last second, he felt the need to come down and block the shot. If he stayed straight up, I think there wouldn't have been any shot that the shot would have fallen, and no foul. But again, it's
instinct a lot of the time, because when you get hit in the chest, your body just naturally goes down. So.
And kids do like the block, you know.
You're exactly right.
It's a highlight.
It's a highlight play. They want to put it on their Instagram. Raymond dishes it
Great
down.
Pass by
Great
Raymond.
find to Hawkins for 2.
Great finish by Hawkins, but boy, what a pass.
Back to this man full court pressure. Great double.
And we're starting to see the South Pointe Stallions really start to match the intensity and again, use a word I've used this week, great amount, physicality. They're really starting to pick it up a little bit. I have no doubt that Coach Watson kind of got into him a little bit in that first quarter, second quarter break and said, listen, we're just as strong as these guys. Get after him a little bit.
And it seemed like they did start out as the stronger team, but probably just about 2 to 3 minutes in, Washington said, we don't want none of that. We'll show you what we are as well. And then now it seems like it's more of an even level of physicality. It's good to see. This is a great matchup. A really good screen and a 3 that is no good right there from Kinnear. But they get it back. They have plenty of offensive rebounds thus far.
Great take by Kaminsky.
Great take right there. Kaminsky for 2. Kaminsky, the 5'11" senior.
He's like that. And here he is, a senior, still producing.
Man, I don't know what I was doing in 6th grade. From the free throw line, no good. And even from the free throw line, no good. And even though 2 of those Panthers didn't get the rebound, there was 3 of them standing right there. So they're all going after the ball. I do like to see that. Good move, but just off the fingertips. Ooh, one ref signaled one way, the other ref signaled another. We'll see what they conclude on, but I will say that this is This is the incorrect call, fellas.
Yeah, from our vantage point, which is a little farther away.
It is, but Craig had
looked to me like he just
he
lost
knew
it.
he lost it. He was ready to go the other way. So we'll see if. Yep, this is a case of ball don't lie, perhaps.
It really seems like it, but
a good officiated game so far. The officials have been great. Just everyone misses calls. It's okay.
Yeah.
I love my officials. I'm not harping on them. 20-19 Stallions here with a minute remaining here in the first half here at Torrey Gymnasium, the home of the Panthers. Not the Leroy Panthers, my my home.
Your hometown, Leroy, Illinois.
Leroy, Illinois, as Raymond gets doubled. Someone's open. He finds him.
Oh, great fake. And
McKellar draws the foul. That's all about patience. A lot of people will rush their pump fake, and nobody falls for that. So you take an actual pump fake shot. The defender fell for it. You drive, and here you are.
He did a great job. Got his feet set, got everything. Boy, the defense bought it.
Fundamental
Drove
basketball.
hard, and Colin McKellar will go to line shooting 2.
I liked what I've seen from McKellar on both ends thus far. As he'll get a lot of boos, but will silence the crowd temporarily.
The Panther faithful starting to get a little bit loud. It's taken them some time.
They are, as we have a blackout here, as you can see in the student section. See a Batman shirt as well up in there. I'm sure you can see it at your house as well. And McKellar hits the front of the rim, but it rolls in 22-19 with 40 seconds remaining. There's going to be about a 12-second shot clock. Excuse me, there's going to be a difference between the shot clock and the game clock. I'm not used to saying that in high school basketball. So that'll get tipped out of bounds. Washington will do it again. They'll have to inbound on the baseline as Vanderheit will check back in for the Panthers. Looks to be a 2-3 zone in the inbound defense.
Great play.
That bank
That
was
just
almost open again.
Great inbounds play run by the Panthers there to get an open shot there. Just didn't fall.
Stallions look to be holding for one here as they have the lead. They want to end the half with the lead. Raymond has the ball. Thought he was going to shoot it again. Gets back to Raymond. Puts up the three and it falls.
Just a big three to.
The heave at the end from Johnson's no good, but what a way to end the half for the Stallions. It was back and forth. Stallions came up and were pretty much controlling the first quarter. And then Washington came back. They took the lead by 3. And then ever since then, it's been all Stallions basketball.
Well, you can see we got a little abbreviated halftime here. It looks like we're going 8 minutes as we're behind schedule, folks. And that's okay.
Hey, we'll take it because that last game we saw, the overtime victory, that was a fun one. And I'm sure you enjoyed calling it, right?
It couldn't have been better. And be able to watch boys that they're going to play college ball, Division I ball, and we might see some of those faces in the pros. And that's no greater joy than that right now, calling these games here at the TOC.
Well, fellas, South Pointe Stallions up. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll send it down to the studio for an interview. Stay tuned. A quick break, and then we'll send it down to the studio for an interview. Stay tuned on Clutch Sports IL.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
To the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central, Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside Matt Roth. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's great to be back.
No problem. First half of Washington Panther basketball, they trail. However, it was a good game, I think. Maybe just get some shots to fall and everything would be good. But take me through what you saw kind of in the first half.
Well, definitely a tough matchup for them. A lot of athleticism and good size. I thought both teams really felt each other out there in the first quarter. And Washington kind of took some control until the big fella kind of made his impact there late. So I like what I'm seeing. I would love to see a few more shots drop, but they're doing a great job handling the pressure.
Speaking of, shots dropping, I know he won't say anything, but I'm going to go ahead and call him out here. I believe you're the all-time scoring record champion at Washington, right? Community High School?
Correct.
Yeah, so he's too humble to say anything, but I'll call him out for it. So this is Matt Roth, everybody. I went to Indiana, right? Correct? So he definitely knows what he's talking about in terms of basketball. But also he did play under Coach Brown, Kevin Brown, this whole tournament, what it's known for, who it's named after. So walk us through really your relationship with Coach Brown and what this tournament means to you.
Yeah, I mean, he was a tremendous influence in my life and somebody I miss daily. As a head coach myself now, I find myself thinking and even doing things that he did when I was a player for him. It was a unique situation. He was the first-year coach here at Washington my freshman year. So I was kind of with him from day one, he and Jody, and they went from being my coaches to two of my best friends all the way to this day. Jody's always a phone call away and always has wise advice for me.
Right. I mean, absolutely. You see the impact that Coach Brown had, obviously, on players, too. Myself, I can relate. But just everybody around here, right? I mean, you look around, there's hundreds, thousands of people, honestly, probably. I don't know the capacity of Torrey Gym. But this place is packed right now. Probably helps if it's a Washington game. But still goes just really show his legacy that it leaves here. Look at all the volunteers around us, right? I mean, to the right, to the left, behind us, everybody. Walk me through what you've seen so far just at the tournament in terms of people helping out and doing their part to make this tournament function.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a testament to the community of Washington, what we're about as a community. And having grown up here and now being away, you realize how special it is to be a part of the Washington community. As somebody coming back from, Fort Wayne, Indiana now, is home, to come back and see so many of the same volunteers that are here, their investment, and obviously their investment in what KB Strong is about has become the face of this great tournament.
Right. Community means so much to Washington, nationally too. Obviously, there's a lot of different states here represented at the tournament. It's a great cause, really. So if you can donate, it's great. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to him. It means a lot to everybody here. Switching gears here a little bit, though, we have this thing at the TOC called the Den of Honor. It means a lot to everybody here. Switching gears here a little bit, though, we have this thing at the TOC called the Den of Honor, and essentially it just recognizes people who have gone on and done great things. Den of Honor, I think it was 2007, 2008, right? For a fourth place or third?
Fourth place state.
Den of Honor, I think it was 2007, 2008, right? For a fourth place or third?
Fourth place state finish, yep.
Yeah, so Coach Brown did coach that team, right? So if you can, kind of a throwback question, but what was that like, that atmosphere like, playing at the Renaissance Center and stuff like that?
Oh, it was a tremendous accomplishment for our group. We had a special group that year, and guys really stepped up. It was a year we had graduated a great senior class the year before, and outside expectations were probably low, but internally we knew we had something special going. Coach Brown had a belief in us, and so to be able to go down to Peoria to play, 2 games in the state finals, obviously they didn't go the way we wanted, but the accomplishment to get there for the school, the community, and I'll never forget the roar of the crowd as we took the floor for those games, and also, the somber but special moments, walking off as a senior, kind of closing a chapter, and doing it at the state finals level is what you always want to push for and strive for. So it was tremendous, and we couldn't have done it without Coach and his leadership. I mean, he saw something in us that we might not have seen in ourselves, and he was able to pull those things out of us and make us the best versions of ourselves. And ultimately, I look at the guys that are with me tonight as we get inducted and the guys who couldn't be here, and they're all tremendous men, fathers, husbands, and I think that would have mattered to Coach just as much as that state finals run did.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that. I mean, any person that you ask who knew Coach Brown knows the type of person he was, right? And there's just so much that we can take from his life and apply it to ours. So thank you for that. Very well said. As we start to close here, about a minute left, take me through, or maybe your perspective on the talent in this tournament. Obviously, you're a basketball coach and have a lot of achievements, so you know what you're talking about. Just the level of play that you've seen here so far.
Well, I think the committee and everybody who's run the tournament from day one, going back to that first year in Peoria, the goal has always been to bring the best in. Right. And ultimately, to attract the best talent across the country, you have to have all those volunteers you mentioned. You have to have the people who make the event special. And a big part of that's going to be on display tomorrow as we feed so many teams that are here for the Thanksgiving Day holiday.
Absolutely.
And so it takes a special community to attract that. And there's a lot of places that try and do this, and none quite have succeeded the way we have here at Washington High School. And it's a great honor to be a part of it. And it's always special to be home and come in and watch the Panthers play.
For sure. All right, thank you so much for tuning in to this halftime show. Charlie Schermerhorn, Matt Ross.
Innovative clinical trials and compassionate support, so you can play hard. And when cancer's the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uptring Auto Group, take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uptring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uptring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at uptringautogroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking. Member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium, the home of the Washington Community High School Panthers. It's been a really good game so far. Washington down by 6 to the South Pointe Stallions, who made the trek, and I mean trek, from Rock Hill, South Carolina. But it's turning out good so far, as they are up 25-19 against the home team.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been kind of a battle back and forth. The 6 point lead at halftime is really not conducive of what transpired in the first half. They've really just been throwing haymakers back and forth. Trey Raymond hit a 3, really kind of impressive shot there.
Yeah,
right
you
at
subtract
the
the
end.
last minute of the game, and it's completely
Yeah.
different.
So I think a lot of what we'll see here in the first 2 minutes will dictate the second half. Do I think it's going to be a blowout? Absolutely not. I'd be completely shocked if it is a blowout for either team. But whoever is the aggressor, we saw Washington really kind of a little bit as the aggressor to start the game, but South Pointe responded quite well in that second quarter. And again, whoever comes out as the bully in this quarter, I think is really going to dictate the rest of the game.
We have mentioned, and this is the second game I've done tonight, so we actually have mentioned the word bully a lot, and that's not in a bad way at all. Normally you hear bully and you're like, oh no, I'm scared. But no, it's just how you should play basketball. You want to defend strong. You want to just be the strongest player out there. You want to play, in lack of a better term, like a bully.
Right.
As Trey Raymond will have the ball. Stallions will start off the second half here. McKellar has 8 on the night, the second leading scorer behind Trey Raymond.
That's going to be a legal screen. You can see right there how McKellar just threw his rear end into the legs of James Johnson and picks up his first foul.
McKellar is a 5'11" guard, so he's not used to setting those screens you typically see from the big men, so it is understanding, but it's something you got to be better at, as Washington does break the pressure, but instead they'll even it back up. Numbers are no longer there. Tipping it out of bounds right there is Trayden Phillips. And we'll do it again.
Trent Phillips had a really kind of quiet first half in terms of stats and names getting mentioned, but he covers the floor so quickly. It's just unbelievable explosive speed.
Johnson inside. It's a matchup he likes, but instead will swing it up to the top, step back. Instead back to Johnson, who still has that good matchup up against what we don't know, folks, because there's multiple different number changes. We think it's Sims.
A nice finish there. That's number 11, is that? Jalen Sims.
So the PA guy said that was Landon Hawkins, who's listed as number 15 in the roster.
All right, we are all over the map here,
we
folks.
Sure are.
So to anybody watching at home in Rock Hill, we apologize. That was
James Johnson now
James
in
Johnson
double figure
just
scoring. 12 points for Johnson.
having a game.
McKellar takes it into the paint, but no good.
And that was great defense by Washington. Just don't worry about the block. Get walled up. Don't have to do anything fancy. Just play solid defense.
Johnson tries for another one, but instead Raymond will get the rebound. McKellar kicks it down to, we'll say Hawkins down low.
It's going to be Hawkins now from
It's
here
Hawkins.
on out. If they change his name or number, nothing we can do.
Hawkins has the ball, swings it out to McKellar for 3. It's good!
Nice shot by McKellar.
And a quick timeout from Washington. just over 2 minutes into the ball game. Excuse me, into the second half, rather.
Well, I'm watching the Washington bench right now. Coach Schermerhorn is not happy with his team.
That's an Enercon Power timeout. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, as you see t-shirts flying across your screen, and GenSet packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
I'll tell you where t-shirts are not getting powered up to.
Yeah,
our booth.
I never catch t-shirts. It's a shame.
It'd be nice if even we had an opportunity.
Exactly. It's like I've never caught a baseball at a baseball game either. So it's the little things that are important that just I never get in life. James Johnson with a great dish
drive and kick. Well, even just a little handoff there.
But it doesn't turn out in the favor as Phillips will take it and tries. He was in between a layup and a dunk. He misses it. It goes out of bounds, and that's 2 points wasted. Washington, if they want to come back and stay in this game, little things like that helps a lot.
They've got to get a little bit more careful with the ball right now.
So what do you think was talked about in that timeout from Washington?
There was some kind of miscommunication or something. It looked like as Kinnear was going off the court, Coach Schermerhorn was really intent on talking to him. Kinnear, who I think has been one of the absolute anchors of this team, but something that he needed to say to him.
Phillips has had some really good passes, and this is a great possession for Washington, and it results in 3 for Kinnear.
So whatever he did say to him, maybe it was shoot more. You know, Kinnear, who had such a big half in the first game.
I believe it's Kinnear's mother. I could be wrong, but she has a custom Kinnear jersey, which is really neat. As Raymond takes a shot, no good, and it'll rattle around into the hands of a Washington Panther and Dean Davidson. Johnson once again being unselfish. Kinnear again from the same spot, and he celebrates and pumps his fist, claps, and points to his teammate. 2-point game, folks.
Whatever coach said in that timeout is resonating on the floor now.
Man, the coaching in the Mid-Illini Conference is just so strong. Incredible dish by McKellar. That'll go to Landon Hawkins.
I'll say this about Hawkins. He was kind of sporadically on the floor in the first half, but what we've seen from here in the third quarter, he's valuable. I'd leave him on there, his size and strength.
Yeah, we didn't see him a ton, but when we did, he's contributed. Halfway through this third quarter here as Johnson drives to his left. We'll keep going. We'll swing it over into the hands of McKellar.
Tough.
3-on-1 break. Will he lob it up? No, he'll try to do it himself, but no good. McKellar comes up empty. And getting doubled right there is that of Vanderheit, and he gets out of it.
Yep, I would say pull it.
No good from Kinnear.
Right idea, though. I would say pull that shot.
Not a bad look.
Yep.
Not a bad look. Raymond will look to slow things down. Hawkins sets the screen. Raymond now 1 for 2 from the three-point line, as we're going to have a 4-on-4 break as 2 bodies hit the ground. Johnson will slow it down.
I think we've seen more bodies on the floor this quarter than we have the whole game.
Ooh. Head coach Melvin Watson wasn't a huge fan of that call.
Kaminsky, again, I mentioned I've watched him play basketball for many, many years. He's never been afraid of anything. And that's another case right there as he goes up against the 6'5 Hawkins. Just took it right to him and drew the foul, and he gets knocked down a couple of free throws.
Hits the first of 2 as we have some changes. This South Pointe team out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, pretty darn good basketball school, but let's talk about their football players. Jadavion Clowney attended that school, former, I believe, first-round pick, and then Stephon Gilmore, a longtime defensive back as well, attended that school. They are a major football powerhouse, as that three-point shot is no good by Kaminsky. And the crowd erupts right here, loving the energy and everything being provided from Kinnear right now. That was Shoney, right?
I believe it was.
Yes. Doesn't matter who.
Yeah.
The crowd was very impressed nonetheless, but won't be impressed with that. Some miscommunication there between Kaminsky and Johnson.
And we're going to see number 15. If only we knew who number 15 was. And I apologize for that, folks, but
getting doubled is Raymond. He'll lob it up, and that's Christian Dupree, the 6'5" sophomore.
And again, great communication there between Raymond and Dupree. Taking advantage of the height. They knew Johnson was back behind.
Johnson sets the ball screen, and a beautiful mid-range jumper right there for two from Kinnear, who's had a brilliant third quarter.
Yeah, Kinnear, who has really showed up this quarter, and necessarily, he got him within 3.
Great take in a toilet bowl. Ball is rattling around. Who will get it? And Raymond will end up getting the ball and throw it away. There's been some sloppy passes from both sides so far. We just saw Washington give it up by just throwing it straight to their own bench, and then we saw Raymond get rushed right there and toss it out of bounds himself. It's the hardest thing to do in basketball. It's such a fast-paced sport, but if you can slow yourself down, that's when you and your team are going to succeed.
Absolutely.
Johnson will have the ball. There's a lot of off-ball movement. Johnson waiting for his fellas to get open and get the play executed. And good look right there, but instead of passing up the open 3, Kaminsky will take the 2.
Finishes on the right. Closes the gap to 1. Folks, we got a game. I mean, this is plenty of time, but
it's been back and forth. Every time one team has punched, the other team has punched back, and Johnson picks the pocket of Raymond, but the ball is just loose on the floor.
3 is up. And the lead.
Dean Davidson.
I love it.
Might need a timeout here. Nope, they're going to keep going, Watson says. And Raymond tries to answer back, and it's short. Getting the ball is Hawkins, but not before it lands on the line, as the air ball chants can be heard all around Torrey Gymnasium. 36-34 with under a minute left here in the third.
I will say the Stallions look a little out of sorts right now in the last minute and a half.
Open 3 in the corner, rattles in from Johnson. What a game from Johnson. Raymond will try to answer back quickly with 2 of his own. Draws a foul, and he's upset with himself for not finishing. He is fired up.
Yeah, he is definitely a frustrated basketball player right now.
But that energy can be contagious. When you're showing that much emotion, you want this game so badly. You can tell he wants to win this game. You're hoping, as the leader of this team, that your teammates will pick up on the energy and play just like you're playing.
Without a doubt.
First free throw from Raymond is good. A little bit more on Raymond. Talked about him earlier as 1,000-plus points. He has Division I offers from Florida International. He has an SEC offer with Mississippi State. Talked about his offer from Coastal Carolina, the hometown school of his, and then he also has an offer from Missouri State, along with many other D1 institutions, as he knocks down both free throws. Excited to see what he does with his career. But first, he's got to finish up, obviously, this game and a great senior season as well with this South Point Stallions team. As Johnson looks to stay hot, he'll get doubled.
Great move by Johnson there. Kicks out to Kaminsky.
And the hot hand, the lefty, no good from Kinnear. Will dish it out to Johnson, who hit one earlier, and he'll hit another one. That
Johnson
corner
just having a night.
That corner has been so good for the Panthers tonight. That far deep left corner is their best friend right now, 42-36. As McKellar has the ball, he needs to get hot. I think he needs to, although he missed that shot as the heave is no good, he was the reason that they were succeeding so well, McKellar. And then he hasn't really touched the ball much in this third quarter, and the tides completely shift.
What a great quarter there for the Panthers.
But let's talk about that timeout.
Yeah,
it all sparked from that timeout.
Whatever Coach Schermerhorn said there, where he was very, very animated, very frustrated with his team, and they came out and they were an absolutely different team. You saw Kinnear hit a couple of threes. Johnson's now hit a couple of threes. Kaminsky got down the lane. Might have hit a three and got down the lane. It's just been night and day.
Take a quick break to read some advertisements. PJ Hair is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all the teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for good food, drinks, and a fun, family-friendly environment. Let's get back to the action, and I want to talk more about that timeout. I know it doesn't seem that important to maybe some of the fans watching, but that timeout was called with about 2 minutes into the third quarter. Some people are saying, why the heck are you calling a timeout? There's only been like 4 points scored in this quarter, but he saw something that needed to be changed, and it got changed.
It was the whole impression of the quarter changed, yeah.
Banner Height comes up empty. 6-point deficit from South Pointe, who has led a majority of the game. We'll see how they fare here in the final quarter down. As we have a pretty big lineup in for the Stallions.
Absolutely.
And it worked right there.
I think we see why.
Right there.
You're going to recognize that the Panthers are going to struggle with this size.
But we have seen that work tonight. We've seen when we had Dupree and Raymond playing together, the 2 big men dishing the ball to one another. That has worked. So I don't know why we haven't seen more of it, but perhaps that's the recipe for success. Speaking of recipe for success, Dean Davidson hits another 3. It's a 3-point barrage here in Torrey Gymnasium.
Brings the lead to 7.
It's a renewal by Anderson 3-point shot. Double team fade away in the short corner, no good. Washington will wisely slow it down. Johnson will bring it up. We're in a man-to-man defense, the Stallions are. A lot of looking around, and a great drive right there from
easy take to the basket. The Stallions look to have
lost
all their zip right now. They just
maybe this open 3 will help out, but it doesn't fall right there from Prince Butler. Jump ball. I was trying to say during that possession, the Stallions were kind of just standing flat-footed on defense.
Yep.
They weren't looking around. There was 0 help side defense on that drive from Vanderheit. He got an easy bucket.
Well, that might be some of the issue with the size. You know,
exactly.
You get to bully him.
That is a good thought. Blocking foul right there.
Right call. Absolutely right call.
Raymond's still upset with something. I think he was talking with Dupree. They're still chatting it up. He wanted him somewhere else on that play, and
he's telling him. He's letting him know exactly where he wants him to be.
Which is good, because you could just yell at him and say, what are you doing? Or you could sit there and explain it to him.
Pulls him right over, points to him in the lane, everything.
Raymond does not get the first free throw to fall. He hit his last 2 before that one, could not get that one to fall. Looks to cut this deficit. It's a 47-38 lead for the Panthers. Raymond, one dribble, goes up for it. Nylon.
I think we got a 6-point game here right now. We lost our score on the screen. I suspect it'll be back any second.
Full court man-to-man pressure right there. It's going to be tough, and yeah, had to call a timeout was Coach Schermerhorn. It's an Intercon Power timeout. They got to be out of T-shirts by now. They every single timeout they are tossing T-shirts.
Clearly, they have not heard us ridicule them for a lack of arm.
No, no, no.
Somebody's got to get word down to them that the live stream is not impressed.
Not at all. One underrated factor of tournaments like this, I know that they are playing on their home floor, but when teams travel to these tournaments and bring their cheerleaders, because you're not always going to have a home court advantage. So say we've seen teams like West Hancock bring their cheerleaders, that provides a little bit of energy and spark. So you feel like you're not in such a neutral site. So
right.
I know obviously you have a boatload of cheerleaders as fans in the stands, but you have your own cheerleaders on the stands as well, so that's just even more energy and more fans cheering for you. I think that's an underrated quality about these tournaments here.
Absolutely.
It's an 8-point lead for the Panthers right now. Just under 6 to go here in the fourth quarter in the Washington Invitational section of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And here's the pressure and intensity that was lacking. Prince Butler back in the game, who has been a spark plug on the defensive end, is guarding Johnson, looking to slow him down. Definitely a height mismatch, but doesn't care. Really good defense. And that could be the missing puzzle piece right now for a Stallion comeback.
They really have to turn up this defense every possession. Sure, there's just under 6 minutes to go, but the baskets haven't been easy to come by for them either.
McKellar dishes it out to Stevenson, who will find Raymond. Back to Stevenson from the elbow. It is deep off the iron.
And I don't know if you saw that Trey Raymond's getting triple teamed.
He is.
Every time he's touching the ball.
Open three from Kinnear, no good. And going down to the ground, they're going to call it a foul. Melvin Watson is irate over there. He's saying it should have been a travel, which is why I hesitated. I didn't know if it was going to be a foul, jump ball, travel. They're going to call it a foul. It's going to be the first team foul of the quarter.
First team foul, and again, if you're going to be tight at the end of the game, you may want to have a couple of fouls in your back pocket in case you have to get to bonus. That's a great move by James Johnson.
And an even better pass. Dupree gets the board and tosses it over to Raymond, the 6'8" senior, who will take it himself and is short. But Dupree crashing, but there's, Panthers there.
Call.
That is the right call.
Just off the fingertip of the Panthers.
Vanderheit said it was not the correct call, but it was off him. But even though it didn't go their way, there was still 3 black jerseys chasing that ball, which I love to see. But that's too easy.
Yeah, that just can't happen.
Dupree with probably his easiest 2 points of the night, 47-41 right here. Good decision to slow things down, give it back to Johnson. Johnson finds Kinnear. And back to Johnson at the top of the key, initiating the offense. Really good step back and a crossover driving. Very fortunate to get it back to the Panthers, and we have a 3 in the corner, no good. That 3 in the corner was treating the Panthers well, but they missed the last 2 as McKellar wants to do it himself, dishes out to Stevenson for 3, no good. And James Johnson with the board.
Both teams living and dying by the 3 here.
They really
it seems
are.
like in the first part of this fourth quarter, and just doesn't seem necessary to me. Both seem to have, Washington absolutely doesn't need to live and die by the 3 when you're up by 6. Try to get inside, draw some fouls.
Johnson swings it back up to Vanderhyde at the top of the key, who will drive on the much taller defender. Kinnear for three. It's in!
I tell you, he is
Another one.
He is having just the second half of this game.
And that's probably the 50,000th shot he's taken at this gym. He's so familiar with these rims. As we have a double team from Raymond. Can he get out of it? Nope. We'll have a timeout called from head coach Watson.
Great defense results in the forced timeout. Panthers have to be happy with that.
After that big renewal by Anderson 3 from Kinnear, we have a Enercon power timeout and another t-shirt toss. Get on your feet, Torrey Jim. Some better throws out here, but come on, we got a full student section. I think we got to get some of those students firing some of these out. Or can we get a t-shirt cannon?
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're hitting them every time out. I love it. But we got a whole upper deck up here, and we're barely scraping the fence here.
We have two announcers that have been working their butt off today, and they need new shirts. 50-41, Panthers leading the Stallions here in the Washington Invitational. Over 3 minutes remaining. McKellar will have the ball after that timeout from Watson. He'll take it with the left hand, used his weak hand, and it showed right there. Vanderhyde bringing up the ball. Have a center guarding a point guard, and Vanderhyde will take advantage of it. Kinnear was open in the corner, but wisely doesn't take the shot.
Big play for Kaminsky.
Just gonna let that crowd noise marinate for you. This place is so loud. That might have been the loudest they've been all night. They take a double-digit lead. And it's just the offensive rebounds, the second chance opportunities, most of the time have gone the way of the Panthers.
Kaminsky listed at 5'11", scoring on guys well over 6 feet, drawing the foul. Just a fantastic play.
McKellar will take the ball up the court. See if Raymond can coach something right here. We'll dish it out to Butler, who dishes down to Hawkins. Back to McKellar. See, that's Stevenson. He struggled from the three-point line, as the Stallions have this whole second half.
Yeah, it's really, they're getting to the point where the possessions have to start producing points for the Stallions.
They're doubling everything now. Hawkins is the designated doubler. And Washington wisely taking their time. Every possession now is going to go deep into the shot clock, as it probably should. It's a 12-point game. Don't want to make any silly mistakes. Don't want to give them any extra time. Johnson has the mismatch. Fade away long into the hands of Stevenson. Prince Butler will take it up. 3-on-3 break into the hands of McKellar, who will give it to Raymond, who drives, gets fouled, and will go to the line for two. Unless they call it on the floor, we'll have to see.
Yep, on the ground. He thinks he should be shooting too.
They're going to run a 4-out set right here. Washington in a man-to-man out-of-bounds defense. Trying to get the ball inside, and Hawkins has an open look, gets fouled.
I was going to say, there's a lot of activity on Hawkins there. The no call would have been very, very poorly received by the Stallions faithful.
There's been multiple times that the Stallions have ran out-of-bounds sets with the intention of going inside, so you just got to really bunker down and know it's going there, and maybe the guy defending the ball should sag off and guard the down low in the paint, but I'm not a coach. And that was another poor free throw right there. This team, they call it a free throw. You need these easy points right here. Hawkins can't get the first one to go. 6'5" senior. Banks that one in. Maybe that was the strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because the first one was long too.
Yeah.
You don't see that every day, folks. I mean, it is early on in the season, so maybe he tried to pull a quick one, was Stevenson. Good pass there by Johnson. Good patience there by Kaminsky, and he gets fouled. I think this gym and the fans and even the team itself can really start to feel it right now.
Yeah. I think the 11-point lead, approaching 1:30 on the clock. It's
as long as you don't absolutely give this game away, I think it's in the hands of the Panthers right here. And you do have the shot clock, and you have James Johnson as well, who steps back, pulls it up, no good.
And
Would you look at that,
Panther.
Vanderheit. Hey, that's just a very physical play. I know some people are upset with that.
Yeah.
They both aggressively went after a jump ball. There's no ill intent. There's no malicious.
I think coach is going to take him out right now anyway.
Nothing to freak out about.
Yep, and smart move by, Coach Watson's going to get him off the floor right now.
Panthers have the ball with 1:20 after that. Whoa, Johnson tried to throw it off. Wow.
So
Jim, I said as long as you don't just give this game away, it's yours.
Yeah.
You can't do this.
Right.
Just take a timeout. That's 2 free points, and now it's a 9-point game with 1:16. It's
right.
Just take a timeout. That's 2 free points, and now it's a 9-point game with 1:16 left.
And force Washington to some egregious errors and force Washington to some egregious errors, which again the second half they haven't had many. They really played some smart basketball, probably the best basketball, even better than what we saw against West Hancock. They're playing really well tonight and taking care of the ball certainly very well in the second half. So I think if they can take care of it, smart passing, force South Point into fouling and putting them at the line and scoring, hitting your free throws. Because again, if South Point puts them at the line and they're missing free throws and they giving the Sounds the opportunity to score down at the other end, it could spell trouble.
53-44, we're about to inbound the ball. Washington will try again on this side of the floor. Stallions have only fouled 3 times, so 2 more fouls until the bonus game. See if free throws play a part in this outcome. It inevitably seems to be the case. And
there's one
Stevenson dishes it out to McKellar, wide open for 3. That is huge. And Watson calls another timeout. It's just a 6-point game. There's still over a minute left. Now there's a chance.
Little reminiscent of what we saw last night in the Morton game. You kind of thought that Morton was a little bit down in that last minute, and they forced some good turnovers, started to swing the game, and ended up walking away with the W.
I mean, I've seen so much basketball to know that anything can happen. No basketball game's over until that final buzzer. And this should just be one of those cases. And I say win or lose, this is a really good learning opportunity for Washington, because after tonight, you can't make those type of mistakes anymore. You just can't give them 5 free points in a row.
One of the toughest things for a coach to know early in the season is who are the 5 guys that you should have on the floor in the last minute.
Exactly.
They may not be the same 5 guys you should have on the floor for the first 31 minutes. You may have to bring in, similar with your onside kick guys in football. You may need to have stronger handle guys, better ball handler guys. Whatever the case, the coaches may they'll know better than anybody else. But whoever you have in the last 110 right now may be different than the preceding 30 minutes and 50 seconds.
And we've seen back-to-back turnovers from Washington lead to 5 straight points. We'll see what happens in this possession. We're getting close to the 5-second mark, and Johnson's being hounded. Davidson will bring it across, getting triple teamed, and can they get it across in time? They will. And Vanderheit has the ball, will get fouled by Hawkins. Still 1 more foul until bonus time. That was their 4th foul.
And folks, just so you know, there
well,
is
the
still
scoreboard's
time.
incorrect,
Yeah,
so there's going to be free throws, it appears.
Yeah. So that does take him to bonus.
So free throws from here on out for every foul committed by the Stallions. The first one from Vanderheit is good.
I suspect number 4, Trayden Phillips, is brought in for scoring capability here.
Was a starter, but hasn't played a ton here in the second half as Vanderheit rattles in the next free throw. It's a 8-point ball game. Good crossover from McKellar trying to draw contact. Finds Phillips, but he dribbles it off his foot. And looks like Kinnear bumped potentially knees with Phillips. This is one of those offense to defense subs. Phillips was in there for defense. Now Butler back in for, was in there for offense. Butler just got pushed off of. Smart, because it wasn't called. Very dangerous pass.
Oh, boy.
How did that get corralled by Vanderheit? What do you think the probability when that left his hands that was going to get caught by a Panther?
Low. There are 3 Stallions all over that, and to Vanderheit. And again, you look at Vanderheit, you know he's an athlete. You've seen him play, we know it. But he is deceptively strong out there. I love the way he plays. He's a bulldog. But boy, we've seen him get some tie-ups, and he rips that ball away every time. I love the way Jackson plays.
Lacks the height, but not the Vanderheit.
This boy's going to enter. Ooh, he almost entered that lane, number 23, and he's going to get a lane violation. But
first free throw's good with the new bonus rules. Vanderheit now 3 in a row from the charity stripe. Speaking of charity, what a great tournament this is. All funds going towards the KB Strong Foundation. Rapidly approaching that $1 million mark in year 20 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Double-digit lead, 10 points here.
This is going to be tough to it's a big 3.
Well,
but
McKellar hits another. And Watson has seemingly unlimited amount of timeouts. We'll call another.
It says he has 3 left up there. That would drop it to 2. I suspect it's less than that.
Going to be a quick 30-second timeout as an I believe that we will win chant echoes through the stands here from the Washington fans. We got to talk about how impressive it is going up against Trey Raymond, who's bigger than everybody on this team, limiting him, and then also going against Cooper Knowles with West Hancock, 6'9", 2 Division I big men, and they're holding their own.
Yeah, they've absolutely done a great job. James, I'll say this, James Johnson did a phenomenal job tonight against him. He got his buckets, but James Johnson did not let him just run over him.
But this is his lowest scoring output of the season so far. So very good defensively. As that's dangerous. McKellar, who has the hot hand, gets trapped down low and finds Dupree for 2. Guess what?
Seriously.
Guess what? Melvin Watson pulls another one out of his pocket.
I almost want to say to Coach Watson, they got the same inbound. Just do the same thing you're doing.
Exactly.
It seems to be working.
So it is a 5-point game, and with the lack of ball security at times from this Washington team and the very resoundingly strong defense from South Point, this next possession, I think, decides the game right here. If there is a chance for the Stallions to make the comeback, they have to go for the steal here. And if they don't, I mean, the game's still not over. Free throws, but the way that Vanderheit and company have been shooting from the charity stripe, you don't want them at the free throw line.
No, I mean, if this ball gets entered in securely, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for the Stallions to do much. They're going to have to foul right away. If it gets in the hands of Vanderheit, Kinnear, it's all but over.
That's a tall task, much easier said than done. And tonight, it has been much easier said than done. We saw those 2 straight turnovers, which led to 5 quick points. McKellar has been the hot hand from 3. They are playing man-to-man defense. The ball is getting guarded by Hawkins. And running the baseline smartly. Barely gets the ball in and gets fouled. Coach Melvin Watson wanted to travel. That had to be about 4.5 seconds or so, barely getting the ball in.
That was close. That was close. But again, look who's at the line.
The last person you want to see if you're a
absolutely
Stallions
been
fan.
money.
4 straight. And Washington doing what a lot of coaches do here. They don't want their players down there to commit an easy foul or a silly foul, so they drop them all back to the half-court line. Also, the reason they do that is so they can get matched up and not allow a quick transition bucket. Hey, Vander Height's human. He misses a free throw.
He left his cape at the bench last time he was at the timeout.
Raymond no good. Kicks it out to Butler for 3. It's long. Hawkins grabs the board, will take it, and it goes in. There's still 3. Nope. That's the ball game,
That'll do it, folks.
So Washington was down for the majority of the first half. Stallions came out strong, but some incredible coaching from Coach Schermerhorn, and Washington with another 1-possession victory.
And no controversy this time. Good for them.
Exactly.
We appreciate that. That's wonderful. And I'll say it, that team battled. You know, they came out as aggressors, got bullied back a little bit, and responded beautifully the second half, certainly in the fourth quarter. And I'm not, there's a few guys you could give the player of the game to, but I've got to tip my hat to James Johnson, who just stepped right up to a D1 player and said, you know what, give me what you got, and handled them beautifully. I'm not sure how many Trey Raymond ended with, but James Johnson was just an absolute stud out there today, defensively and offensively, as he played both inside and outside, knocked down some threes, played interior beautifully. Just a great game today, I think, from James Johnson.
Trey Raymond finished with 16 points. Colin McKellar was actually the leading scorer for South Pointe with 17. And like I said, they needed to get him going. I think when he stopped having the ball in his hands for the majority of the time, that's when Washington kept taking over. That's when the possessions were not looking too great for the Stallions. And over with Washington, leading the way was James Johnson with 18. But talk to me about the sophomore, Aiden Kinnear, and how much he meant to this victory. I don't think they could have done it without him.
Well, I tell you what, Kinnear was very quiet that whole game. And again, we talked about that timeout, that critical timeout that really changed the complexion of the game. And again, it was an exchange between Coach Schermerhorn talking directly to Kinnear, and I have no idea what he said. And if I get an opportunity to talk to either of them, I'll find out. But I'm sure that's something along the lines of, hey, we need you, and Kinnear had passed up a couple of opportunities to shoot, maybe playing a little too generous. Certainly grateful down the stretch that he stopped being so.
So it's silly to say, but I truly believe a timeout won this game for Washington. Very good game from both sides. We got to see a future D1 baller in Trey Raymond battling it up against a Washington team that moves to 2-0 on the tournament, 2-0 on the season. What a game here. Washington narrowly escapes with a 58-55 victory over South Pointe. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Jim Lynch. Thanks for tuning in on Clark Sports Media. We'll take a break and kick it down to the studio after that.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. by the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hello and welcome back to the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. Charlie Shimmerhorn joined alongside Coach Kim Barth. It's good to have you here.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome, no problem. That was an incredible game that we just witnessed between the Washington Panthers and the South Pointe Stallions. I mean, talk us through your thoughts on that game, because that was crazy.
In the second half, I really thought we made some adjustments defensively. We hit some really big shots, especially in that left corner by the student section. And, man, we got some offensive rebounds. You know, those kids were boxing out from Washington. It's just all heart there, I see, from them playing as hard as they can all the time. So it was great.
That's one thing I noticed, too. I mean, you got guys like Dean Davidson flying around, Luke Kaminsky, James Johnson. I mean, you could go down the line flying around, offensive boards and ones. You love to see it. I'm a little bit biased, though, and she probably is, too.
Probably.
But if I'm not mistaken, you guys just played a team from Iowa in the TOC while you went out of the state. Walk us through how that experience was, because obviously that's kind of expanding the tournament.
Absolutely. We are so thankful and honored to be a part of this and to have the opportunity to play for the second year in a row. Back when Sean was looking, our tournament director for teams, he said, I have a team that's a lot like you from Iowa. They're the #1 team in Iowa. They're really good, 1 through 5. Do you think you'd want to play them? And I said, well, yeah, I want to play them. I want to play people that are great. I want to push us, especially this year. So, you know, we're thankful for the opportunity. We played extremely well in the second half, team basketball yesterday, and, you know, we came out on top. So I'm really proud of my kids and the grit they showed and the resiliency throughout the game.
Right. I mean, it's so amazing when you can look and go out of state and get different teams all for this great tournament, great cause. Walk us through also just the boys' games that you've witnessed too. I mean, basketball coach, girls, boys, it's a little bit different, but I mean, I'm sure it translates pretty much the exact same.
It's been great basketball.
Right,
I mean, I've been at home running on the treadmill, scouting, watching film for next week, watching the tournament all day. I feel like every game I've watched, I stopped up here early, is a close game, an overtime game. You know, you don't want an overtime game because the next game's starting at 10 o'clock,
right.
But I mean, they're great games, and that's what you want in a tournament like this. You want great competition that's going to better prepare you as you get down the road in your season.
Right, it is a pretty late one here if you're still watching. The last game of the night was supposed to start about an hour ago. However, we're here and it's exciting, and we got a great game, Mater Dei and Morton, coming up next. We'll get to that later. However, I want to switch gears here. You knew Coach Brown. Obviously, this tournament's for him and the cause to help fight against glioblastoma. So just how does this tournament really impact you, maybe on a personal level, and what does it really mean to you?
Absolutely. So Coach Brown, the first day I started at Washington 14 years ago, I was in a meeting and he said, you're going to retire from here. And I was like, who is this crazy guy? I've been here for an hour, and I can say I'm going to retire from here. I mean, he was a big brother to me, a huge role model, taught me so many different things about life, not just basketball, was a great friend. And, you know, before he got sick, he said, man, Kim, when I took over the girls program, he said, I'd love to, you know, expand this and let you be a part of this because you're really working hard and you're building your program and the culture of basketball. And, you know, when he got sick and he passed away, it kind of went away for a couple of years. And then I'll never forget your dad, Coach E, and Brian Tibbs came up to me and said, hey, we want to do this last year with the girls' game. And it means so much to me on a personal level. Right. And I have tried to feed that to my kids as well. You know, this is bigger than basketball. We're playing great basketball games, great basketball teams, but this is for a bigger cause. And I think that's why it's so important to me as well.
Well, it's so important, too, to note that this has gone national, right? I mean, so many teams from out of state, I mean, Florida, New York, California, pretty much like everywhere, every corner of the United States, if you will. It's really amazing to see how much the tournament's grown, essentially. So, one final question here. What are you going to do for Thanksgiving? I've been asking everybody this because, I mean, obviously it's tomorrow. So.
Yeah. So I am going to head up to my grandma's house with
Right.
my family, and we're going to eat some turkey and some mashed potatoes and stuffing.
I think I'm doing the same thing.
And I think we're probably going to watch some basketball because that's what we do in our household from November to March. We watch a lot of basketball, so that's what we'll be doing.
Well, I'll be doing the same thing, except I will be eating or watching football rather than basketball.
Okay.
But it's okay, whatever. I'm Charlie Shimmerhorn. This is Coach Kim Barth at the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. We got a great one coming up.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back inside Raymond Oratory Gymnasium. Game 9, the final one of Day 2 of the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's the Morton Potters taking on the Santa Ana Mater Dei Monarchs out of Santa Ana, California, making the long trip here to Washington. Good evening, everyone. Jonathan Michael here alongside Ryan Weber, the truth, in the booth with me here today. And Ryan, looking forward to this one a lot. Going to be a Morton team that won a thrilling game last night against a Mater Dei team that has been very highly heralded coming into this tournament.
Yeah, Mater Dei's a very interesting team coming into this. They're very, obviously, you probably have heard of them if you kind of follow high school football, because they're a big-time powerhouse out of California. They're not as known for their basketball, but they are a very good basketball team. They come from a great basketball conference and a great basketball area in California. So Morton's going to have a very interesting challenge tonight of trying to keep them in check and trying to come out and get a victory after a hard-fought win over O'Fallon last night.
For sure. In Mater Dei, you talked about just an all-sport powerhouse, really. I mean, it's ranked as one of the top schools in the nation just for athletics across the board. So this basketball team going to be pretty good this year, too. We talk about their football team, some great alumni there, including Amon Ross, St. Brown, Bryce Young, Colt Brennan as well. But their basketball team is going to have some guys who are going to make some names for themselves, including Luke Barnett, number 14, a 6'4" senior. He's a Kansas Jayhawk commit, right? And we were watching him in warm-ups. He might put on a show here tonight.
Yeah, we saw him in here. He was throwing down dunk after dunk. I just saw him try between the legs. He missed it, but man, he was catching lobs, going crazy. And yeah, you know, he's a Kansas commit, so if Bill Self likes him, you got to assume there's something there. So we'll see how he looks tonight.
There definitely is. Yeah, we'll be kind of feeling out Mater Dei as we see him. This is their first game here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Probably a little bit nice for them because the tournament starts on Tuesday, but they come from a long ways away, so they can extra day to travel in here, kind of get settled in their hotel. They have all day to kind of get ready, get used to the tournament, get used to the environment. I think they've been watching some of these games beforehand. They've seen some Dannies. I mean, what a day of basketball this has been, Ryan.
Yeah, we've had just great game after great game. We saw Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran. We just saw Washington take down South Pointe in a great game. And yeah, it's just been fantastic game after fantastic game. And hopefully the pattern continues here tonight because what a nightcap this one could end up being.
Yeah, look at the final scores from some of these games today. I'll try and pull some up. We will hear in a quick second. But again, we just saw Washington take on the South Pointe Stallions. Morton Potters, though, they had a dramatic win against O'Fallon last night in the nightcap. Alex McKee hit a big-time three with just seconds remaining to win it for the Potters and come from behind fashion over O'Fallon. So the starters for Morton today here includes McKee, he's the one in the mask. Number 5 in the cherry red, Colin Burns, number 25 as well. Jude Zeller, number 1, a 6'2" senior, is going to be out there alongside Brendan Petty, a 6'6" junior who played a really nice game yesterday. And also Tommy Krupa will start this game for the Morton Potters. Actually, I don't believe I see Petty in the starting lineup. That is my bad, but we will see Petty off the bench, I believe. But Mater Dei's lineup, again, will include Luke Barnett, number 14. Tim Wormlinger, a 6'6" sophomore, out there as well. He's wearing number 12. Number 22, Will Price, a 6'2" senior. Looks like he'll be out there alongside Brian Burns. So I have a Brian Burns on Mater Dei and Colin Burns on Morton as well. And rounding it out for Mater Dei is number 30, Malloy Smith, a 6'6" senior. As we're getting ready for the final game of day 2. We're running a bit behind schedule. This game was originally supposed to tip off at 9:15, Ryan. That's because we've had so many good ones today that have come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's been like we said, it's been a great day for basketball. And yeah, this one's going to be really interesting because, you get a late tip-off, and how's Mater Dei going to handle that because they're coming out from California, which is 2 hours behind us here in Illinois.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a slight advantage for Mater Dei. Their body clocks might be more at 8:10 p.m., 10:10 here Central Time, and we're underway here in Washington. Now you go immediately to Barnett, and he's swatted by Zeller.
Wow, what a block by Jude Zeller, a statement to start this game.
How about the 6'2" senior and the son of Morton's head coach, Abe Zeller? A block on the Kansas commit. Here's Zeller going to try and find him, but Barnett gets him right back with the steal.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup all night. Jude Zeller's got a handful with Luke Barnett as they're already going back to him.
What an acrobatic shot. He got it off. Did not get a foul there. He tried to plead his case and then get one. Here's McKee now for Morton. Fast pace in this one so far. 3 ball for Owen Adams in the corner. Here's the one starter we did not mention there for Morton. Now a 3 ball in the other corner. Quick move game, and that one is nailed. Orlando Castaño, 6'1" senior, wearing 00 for Mater Dei.
Yeah, not a number you see very often out there, but he running the break, and he gets wide open in the corner. Great job.
That 3 brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. We've seen a lot of threes. We haven't seen maybe quite as many dunks as in years past at the TOC, but a lot of good threes. And we have had some rim rattlers too. So here's Morton with it as Zeller drives the lane, spins, turns, and scores.
Yeah, Jude Zeller, just really good move, really patient to just not get too wound up, not get caught in the moment, and takes his time and gets a nice good shot there.
Here's Barnett up top. Ryan, I believe you said he was a top 100 player?
Top 150, I know that. He was, I believe, 144th according to at least 24/7. So
3 ball in the corner again. That one from Wormlinger. It's an air ball. Morton students are going to let him know about it. I was taking a lap around the gym earlier, and there were a lot of Morton students here watching this one. Here's McKee from way downtown and can't get it to fall.
Yeah, that one's just a little short, maybe a little too far for McKee there. A little ambitious.
And a little contact there between Ramirez and Adams. 11-on-11 crime. It's going to go back to Morton.
Yeah, you mentioned the crowd here. I think that's going to be a bit of an advantage for Morton and some of these teams in the area because I believe Dunlap's also here. So, yeah, that's going to be a really interesting advantage because some of these teams coming from so far away, they're not going to have that crowd. And these teams that are, 20 minutes away, 10 minutes away, it's going to be really easy for their fans to get over.
The time favors the Monarchs, but the home court favors the Potters. We'll see how it all shakes out as Zeller loses his balance, regains it, nearly carried. McKee now over in the corner. This is Burns on the baseline. Donning that signature headband, puts it up and off the attachment. Now Barnett, little stop and go action. What a quick trigger Barnett has. It's my first impression of him. He does not need any time to get that shot off.
Yeah, he's got the greenest light in the gym, it looks like, because nobody's stopping him.
Alongside this guy, Alex McKee, the hero last night, picking up right where he left off.
What a shot from McKee. Missed the first one, and that one not afraid to put up another, and he bangs it home. Huge shot.
Here's Wormlinger now, pass over, and that one rims out. Toilet bowl shot there for Orlando Castaño. All the way but down, layup blocked away. That was Malloy Smith.
Malloy Smith, one of the taller guys on this team. Mater Dei, for as being as big of a powerhouse as they are, they're not the tallest team.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see the role Malloy Smith plays today. And it's good. It's a good thing for Morton that they aren't so tall, because Morton doesn't have that many big guys on their side either.
They have a couple guys at 6'6". That's Petty and Krupa for Morton. Here's another 3-ball for the Potters. It's no good, but Silas Steffen at 6'4" skies in for the OR and the score.
Yeah, a lot of threes tonight, so that means you're going to get a lot of opportunities for offensive rebounds. It's going to be about who wants them more, and a great rebound there for Morton to put it back in there.
And we're seeing long shots create long rebounds, so going to be maybe some collisions. Who knows? It's going to be fast-paced basketball these first few minutes are any indication. As here's Burns now feeding off to the aforementioned Petty, coming in off the bench, and he goes underhand, can't get it to go. It's off of a Potter. And back to Mater Dei.
Ooh, they got a foul there on, that's going to be on number, I believe they said, that's going to be on Colin Burns. I didn't know, I thought they called it out of bounds too, but they did blow a whistle for a foul.
So Burns will check out. And it looks like Reed Newhoff, 6'4" sophomore, off the bench into the game. Corner 3-ball, Castano. Can't quite get it to fall. And there's another battle for a rebound. And we'll go back to Morton.
Yeah, once again, a lot of threes. Castano putting up, I believe that's his third 3-pointer already of the night. And we're just in this one, so we'll see how that develops if they just continue to put up shots.
Yeah, you see a great replay there. That one went off the foot of Richie Ramirez, number 11 in gray. A lot of teams with matching colors at this tournament. We saw Pasadena and Metamora, two teams in red and white, as there's a layup up and in from Steffen. 9-3 Morton, a strong start for the Potters. But two teams that are, and Morton's official color is cherry and gray. Mater Dei essentially almost the same.
You love the ways teams just describe.
What a block there. Petty came flying in there and sent that out nearly up the stairs, up to the lobby. Take a look at this.
Wow, we can't really see it. He hit that up nearly. There's like some kind of pipe or something there, and he nearly burst it.
Thankfully, we didn't know floods on the court yet, but it might be raining threes here later today, or later tonight. Deeper in the night where it might go tonight. Good defense here from the Potters. And going to have a tie-up on the floor, a jump ball. That will favor Morton.
Surprised they didn't call a foul for like a hip check or something there, as we got a knockdown, but I guess, no whistle for that, and they'll move on. Morton will take it, though.
Another good start here for Morton, again, who played from behind a little bit against O'Fallon. They were ahead for a bit in that game, then went behind and just chipped away in the final few minutes to start out 1-0. So here's Steffen on the drive. He's in some trouble. Finds Alex McKee, an all-conference player for Morton. It's a Potters team that, again, if you didn't tune in last night, we mentioned a little bit of a new-look team this year. They graduated some of their key players, but some key guys that were off the bench played JV last year, getting some big minutes, as Steffen couldn't quite get a good shot off before the shot clock buzzer. Hasn't played a big role in today's action so far, Ryan.
Yeah, no, he's been kind of quiet. We've been seeing a lot out of Zeller. He's been going at Luke Barnett, and so we've not seen a lot from some of the other guys. But we'll see how that plays out, if they're going to get everybody involved or if it's going to be more of a 2 or 3 man show.
Here's McKee feeding Steffen in the post, getting to work, trying to get big, and his shot is no good, rebounded by Barnett. Now, speaking of one or two guys, we saw Wisconsin Lutheran, that game against Indianapolis Pike. Xavier Zenz and Cager Knippel are combining for over 50 points. Just those two alone in that game. They were nearly Wisconsin Lutheran's entire offense. Here's a corner 3-ball, too strong. Mater Dei struggling on offense here so far.
Yeah, another rebound by McKee.
And one! Flying into the padding, and McKee will shoot one more. Got the continuation. What a play here from the senior. Goes behind the back.
That mask is not inhibiting his abilities in any way. Going coast to coast on the rebound and one. What a play by McKee.
He's a special guy for this Morton Potters team, as looking to make another statement here to start their season again. And you talk to a lot of these Central Illinois teams, they're come to TOC to face off against some great competition, see how they stack up, and some of these teams come in with maybe not the highest of expectations, and they're just trying to get a win or 2 wins at the most, maybe sometimes against these national powers. But Morton starting strong so far against the visitors from California. Airball there, and Monarchs will bring it back down. Haven't seen Barnett shoot much lately after those 2 early triples.
Yeah, he's been
Offensive foul.
Yeah, they just aren't able to get him going. Jude Zeller is doing a great job of slowing him down, and it's just been a struggle for the Monarchs to find any kind of offense so far. Just a lot of, almost looking confused and kind of just discombobulated all over the court. So if they're going to have to find the offense from somebody, whether it's him or whether it's one of these other guys, Richie Ramirez had a great game against Crespi, even though they got crushed by Crespi in their last game. So maybe they'll look to him.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Crespi team that went deep in the playoffs last year, as did Mater Dei, made the quarterfinals in their postseason bracket. I believe the CIF Southern Section Championships, if memory serves me right. Here's Ramirez crossing over, running into 3 Potters and gets fouled.
There we go, Richie Ramirez. He's starting to get involved. He's been really quiet today. Tonight we haven't really seen him much, but he's starting. He brings the offense up, and he just does himself that time and draws a foul.
And went right in there. I'm not sure they got the foul. It might have been Stefan, although we're not entirely certain. Boy, the good news, Ryan, is if Morton or Mater Dei forgot their uniforms at home for any reason, they could probably just ask the other team for replacements this tournament. I mean, these uniform matchups are almost pretty much the exact inverse of each other.
The only difference I see is Morton's got kind of like a block pattern or something like that on the side, and Mater Dei's just got kind of the stripes. But, yeah, they're very similar. And good thing is it's not too confusing because, we've seen Morton a little more, so we know what they look like.
Potters wanted a foul. Barnett from way downtown, and the board ends up in the hands of Ramirez, who puts it back in for the easy deuce.
Yeah, maybe Luke Barnett just kind of looking to do something here because he's still not scored yet. He puts up another shot, but it's no good, and Ramirez is there for the rebound.
Potters playing maybe a bit too fast and sloppy there, turn it back over. Mater Dei can now make this a 1-score game going into the second quarter.
I think we need to see Barnett drive the ball more. He's been trying to put up a lot of threes, and we saw him, we mentioned it in the pregame, he's a great dunker, he's a great finisher. Let's see if he can drive it more.
Here's a off-dribble shot there from Ramirez. And with about 2 ticks left to go, Morton will have a chance for a heave. See Burns calling out the play there. Here's the inbound in. Quick pass, intercepted. Mater Dei's going to shoot. Oh, just off the mark there. A good effort there from Tim Wormlinger from half court. But it falls just off the mark. Good one so far. Mater Dei getting right back in it. It's in a 4-point game here after the first quarter. Late night basketball here in Washington. I want to thank some of our sponsors here today. Again, this tournament and these broadcasts here on Clutch Sports Media wouldn't be possible without them. I want to thank Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. They're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. I also want to thank Morton Tech. If you need reliable technology solutions, Morton Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. They specialize in business and residential to keep your equipment running reliably to ensure it makes your life easier and not harder. Call Morton Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. And also, PJ Hare, proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Also, we'll say Culver's as well. That's actually my dinner tonight. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, and he is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. They're striving to make a difference in their community and is giving back $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week to donate back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know that we sent you.
Yeah, we saw at the end of that first quarter, the one thing we haven't gotten so far is a half-court shot. We got to get one. It seems we've gotten everything else. We've got an overtime game. We've got the dunks. We've got the threes. We've got everything we need. We just need a half-court shot to complete the bingo.
Exactly, yeah. If you play a basketball bingo for this day, we've about had it all. We've had a few, wedgies, ball getting stuck in between the rim and the backboard. 3-ball is up there and good from Richie Ramirez, back to a 1-point game.
Richie Ramirez starting to take over the offense here. He's got the last 7 for the Mater Dei.
He's starting to find his groove again as they cut it down to 1 and they get a turnover. Monarchs getting the momentum swing right back. Here's Barnett from Eureka. Can't quite knock it down.
Another deep 3, and he's just off so far. It's just, I don't know what it is. Maybe he's just not gotten into his rhythm, but he's got to get something to fall.
McKee from way downtown, no good. I don't think these guys realize that the 3-point line is still a few feet inwards. They realize they can still shoot a bit closer and they'll still count the same, but man, just shows the range of some of these guys and the confidence. I will say I admire the confidence from these guys shooting these deep threes.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing guys pull up from like nearly that volleyball area, nearly the Panthers logo. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you don't see it very often, but yeah, you respect the confidence for sure.
Barnett inside the arc, kicks it back out. 3-ball Castano, no good, and an offensive foul there on the Monarchs.
I believe that's going to go on Tim Wormlinger on that one. So he's not really gotten involved much. First time we're calling his name, but he'll pick up the foul for a shove on that one.
First foul here on Monarchs in the second quarter. They're trying to pass to, I believe they're looking for Tommy Krupa, number 33 there in the corner, and just airmailed him too much. Krupa is pretty tall, again, 6'6", not quite that tall.
Yeah, I don't know about that pass. Maybe they're just trying to go too fast. Both teams kind of look like they're trying to play at a really high pace, but they're actually struggling to succeed offensively in doing so.
One point I was going to bring about Mater Dei is, especially shooting the ball, and we talk about Barnett hasn't been able to knock one down yet, at least from beyond the arc. Tries the bank shot there, and no good on the follow was Price. With a tie-up, they'll favor a foul there on the Monarchs. That's going to go on Price, number 22. But, the thing is, you're playing in a gym where you haven't probably really shot much at all before warm-ups. I mean, and, depth perceptions are different, depending on how large your gyms are. If the Monarchs usually play in some much larger, more cavernous gyms, maybe they're used to a different depth perception, and all shooters and basketball players know that, going to different gyms, you got to find your stroke in each gym. It'll just take maybe a bit for Mater Dei, but I expect they'll get there eventually.
Right, and you also got to factor in what a long day it's been. We don't know how long these teams have been here. You're just kind of, you get up at 9. Let's say you get up at 9. You spent like 13 hours just kind of trying to kill time, do something, and it just can kind of wear on you mentally for sure. Definitely.
It's been a full day of hoops. Is that one tapped out? It will go back to the Potters again. Maybe there's a chance Mater Dei, maybe they were able to wake up, maybe spend some time in the hot tub of their hotel.
I hope so, as cold as it is out there.
Yeah, it is a very cold week here in Central Illinois, probably much colder than any of these players from Mater Dei will experience in California. It's about 30 degrees and very windy.
Well, yeah, Will Price down there looks like we mentioned it before we actually got on, he kind of looks like a California surfer out there. So.
He does. Luke Barnett looks like he's been in the gym for about 2 hours. You can see he is working up a sweat. He's putting in the work.
Yeah, those gray uniforms don't really hide that very well.
Definitely not. As Potters will inbound here in the corner. Here's McKee kicking back out to Adams. Thought McKee might have just pulled that one. He is a confident shooter, especially tonight. He'll pull that one from deep, no good. Offensive board going back to Morton. It's Stefan now out back to Petty. Back across the court, McKee tries to get his man in the air. Now Petty crosses over with the left hand. Can't finish. And we got a foul there. Looks like Price kind of got knocked in the head.
Yeah, Silas Stefan bringing the pressure, the senior there. Just trying to maybe force something to happen, and Price flailing those elbows around, and lucky he didn't catch him with an elbow, but he'll draw the foul.
I got to get in touch with Will Price's barber. I mean, that is quite the head of lettuce he's got right there. And one for Mater Dei. That looked like that was Ramirez, I believe, knocking that down again. He's been the spark plug for this Mater Dei offense. They take their first lead of the night.
Are we sure that Luke Barnett and Richie Ramirez didn't have a Freaky Friday situation right before this game? I mean, he's got their last 9. He is absolutely killing Morton on the other end. And Luke Barnett's been really quiet, so great for Ramirez because he's putting on a show right now.
Free throw is up and good. And I was talking with our other broadcaster, Jim Lynch, earlier 2 games ago, and talking about a lot of these big name players that have came here as a charge drawn there by Price.
Bringing the
looking
energy.
good with his hair, but also getting down and dirty drawing those charges.
Yeah, Gary McKnight's going to love that because any coach will tell you that a charge is one of the best things that you can do in basketball. And Will Price just getting in there and just not looking up in the half court. You never expect someone to kind of just sit there and set the pick and set the charge, but he wears it, and a great job for Price to get the possession back.
Here's Barnett from way out. Rims it and out. That was his closest look so far, but Price is there with a miss. Here's a mid-range from Malloy Smith. Can't get it to fall.
Love the headband look for.
Yeah, the throwback there. We got a headband, we got a mask on the court. All sorts of fashion accessories out there, although McKee is more out of necessity. Nice feed down low to McKee. Layup. And it was, I think they were calling it a goaltend, but he still made the basket anyway. So 2 points either way for Morton.
Yeah, Barnett.
Look at that pass from McKee.
Wow. Heck of a pass there. And then, honestly, just nice passing all around on that possession. The bounce pass to get the feed into McKee was a great play.
And they left McKee wide open because he was flying out of bounds. And Mater Dei, probably took their attention off of him as Barnett. Nice cut to the basket, gets it in.
There we go. He finally drives to the cup, gets to the defense, and he finally gets on the board after a really rough start for Luke Barnett.
And Barnett, the Kansas Jayhawk commit. Cross-court pass over to Adams. He'll drive the lane, kick it back out. Here's Petty from the free throw line. Nothing but nylon.
Man, I just love a little elbow jumper. I mean, that's just a very pretty shot. It's one the analytics guys won't love, but it's one that as a basketball fan you can really appreciate.
Most definitely is. Here's Malloy Smith. He's been pretty quiet tonight. 3-ball Ramirez. One man in his face right over the arm of Zeller, who shakes his head in disbelief. We have a timeout called by Gary McKnight, Mater Dei's head coach, and they'll talk things over. Gary McKnight, a head coaching legend out there at Mater Dei. I mean, he is so many wins. I have to look up the exact number to make sure, but leading this team to just success year after year. Going to look at that another 3.
Yeah, I mean, Richie Ramirez, man, at some point you got to figure something out. You got to get up on him. Jude Zeller, just kind of I believe, no, they will call that a 3, but I mean, you got to get in the closeout a little better if you're Jude Zeller there. He's done a great job defensively, just maybe a little bit of a lapse in judgment there. Do we find it yet? Or?
Gary McKnight is in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. He's led them to 10 state championships, 14 regional championships, 21 CIF championships, and 30 league championships in 31 years.
Man, that's pretty good.
30 for 31 is pretty good percentage, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, what did the team who knocked them off think? Wow, we did it, guys. That was probably year 1, and they were like, yeah, they're nothing now.
Not the case. Again, we talked about how strong Mater Dei's football team is. Their basketball team, again, just absolutely dominant. Nice 3 there from Adams, knocked it down from the corner. McKnight with 1,294 career wins entering this year.
That's
still looking for their first this season in their second game.
That's kind of crazy. I mean,
over 1,000 is just truly remarkable.
Right. To even be coaching that long, to even want to coach that long at high school basketball level is crazy because, I mean, I can't imagine, but just the stuff, 31 years, what you've seen in a high school environment is crazy.
Doesn't get much better than Gary McKnight. Here's the Monarchs. Here's Wormlinger in the post, creating space and can't get the roll.
Those are some tight rims down there. We've seen several shots rim in and out on both sides, but especially for Mater Dei tonight.
I noticed that yesterday there were a little bit less friendly rolls on that left rim. Here goes Wormlinger. Layup is good, and the foul.
Gets the friendly roll on that one, though. Wormlinger taking it to Colin Burns, and he gets the nice layup. He'll get the N1, and he celebrates on the ground. And I believe that's 2 on Colin Burns, so that'll be worth watching.
It will certainly, indeed. I don't know if we've had many players foul out just in general. We haven't really seen any shot clock violations, not many foul outs, which is what you like to see if you're a basketball fan. So
yeah, you want to see all the guys play. You don't want to see. I mean, I'm sure we've had some foul trouble, but yeah, I haven't even really noticed any at all in terms of people fouling out. And then I'm sure we have had some shot clock violations, but teams are. Especially for Illinois, I don't know the rules out in California whether or not they have it or not, but in Illinois at least they've seemed very aware.
Look at McKee keeping that ball in bounds while falling out of bounds. It'll go back to McKee. Oh my gosh! He finished it. He finished the game last night, and he finishes that layup right there.
The effort out of Alex McKee is just amazing. He never gives up on the play. He saved one earlier. He saves another. And then he gets the and one. He loves it. His teammates love it, and the fans love it. What a play.
Alex McKee gives Morton the lead right back. I mean, talk about McKee being so lethal from three-point range. You can also get 3 points the old-fashioned way, and a phenomenal finish. Right there, here's Barnett slicing and dicing and gets the roll.
Man, every time he gets in there, I'm just rearing for an emphatic slam, but he goes with the easy lay there, and it rolls down.
Still waiting on our first dunk of this one. Again, those dunks are brought to you by Martin Tech. Our threes brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Here's a steal for Malloy Smith. They'll go about right back to him. Gets past Zeller. And the easy deuce.
You always got to reward the big man running the floor. Malloy Smith gets just that. A nice pass from Ramirez and a nice little move on the layup for Malloy Smith.
On a lazy pass there by Newhoff. More so right place, right time there for Mater Dei. Just a quick close out that passing lane. As we get a foul there on Smith. That's number 2 on him. Take a look at, and that layup from Barnett just right through the elevator doors right before they close. And that time gets the roll.
Yeah, they're finally using that action to kind of get him in a rhythm, and we'll see how that affects it, because sometimes you just need one to fall. It's the oldest saying in the book, but
that's what I was going to say. Barnett strikes me as a guy that once he knocks down one, he's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah.
So for Morton, that's the key is, again, you're doing a good job on Barnett so far. You got to keep on doing that in the second half as they trail now by 3, and it will stay that way.
Oh, nice pass.
At cross court. Here's Wormlinger. Still looking for his first points, I believe.
I believe he had the N1.
That's right. Here's Ramirez. Tough look in the lane. Got it to fall. Mater Dei's offense starting to find their groove now.
Richie Ramirez again. I believe that's 15 for him, so he's leading the scorers, but a great job for him to kind of pick up the slack for his teammates.
Ooh, jump ball pass brought in by Adams, and he lost it.
Yeah, Luke Barnett tried to take a charge there, and you got to respect that out of the star player.
Now here's Barnett. A drive and kick. Open 3. Ramirez in the corner. Fell down, but there's the offensive board, and Malloy Smith puts it up and in.
Yeah, this one, the Monarchs are starting to get it going, and they're bringing the pressure defensively, and it's causing a lot of problems for the Potters right now.
Talk about Mater Dei's football team. Got a football score, 28-21. Although, no offense to the Morton Potters football team, one of the better ones in the area, and tremendous respect for them. I think if they played football, Mater Dei would be ahead by a little bit more than 7.
I mean, I don't know. Those Potters, they're really tough.
They did almost take down Peoria High in the playoffs, which would have been a really big win, as Zeller can't quite get the roll there.
Yeah, I don't know much about Mater Dei's football team this year, but I mean, you bring in, especially if it was an alumni game, they'd be in a lot of trouble there, because
who do you even throw at quarterback? You got Matt Leinert, you got Matt Barkley as well. I mean,
my personal pick, I'd take Leinert. He was legit in college, I've heard. He was before my time, but.
And the roll is good there from Petty. Around the rim and in. No, I probably would pick Colt Brennan. I mean, we're talking about a former, NCAA record holder. He had a great career at Hawaii, of all places. I mean, you're just an electric quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, whatever they are, they're throwing to the best receiver in the NFL, Amon-Ra St. Brown. So
that's true. Here's Barnett, though. His shot from deep is no good. McKee trying to find someone, and he finds Adams. Driving kick. McKee left wide open. Can't quite get it. And they're going to get Petty on the foul there. Was wide open. there for the miss, but I think they say he pushed off and created his own space.
Yeah, tried to do it kind of discreetly, but just whenever you see a guy move like that and they're standing side to side, it's tough to it's tough to not call that. I believe that put Mater Dei in the bonus, I'd assume.
I think so. As you get another look there. And look at the reaction from Petty. Jumping up in the air. So it'll be
Brian
Mater Dei
Burns
shooting. Yep, it will be Brian Burns. Again, first time since we announced the starters that called his name.
Talking about football players, this isn't even the same Brian Burns.
Yeah.
The one in New York.
Yep.
Terrorized the Lions on Sunday.
And Mater Dei's also had some distinguished NBA players, including Miles Simon, LeRon Ellis, and how about Bol Bol? Also used to play for the Mater Dei Monarchs as well.
Yeah, and they got a Ryan McMahon in baseball too, so you know they got all kinds of pedigree. And Ryan McMahon plays for the Rockies, but you know, still good nonetheless.
Exactly. And also got Danny Espinosa as well, pretty good back in his prime.
That's a name. That is a name.
A lot of, look at there's a famous alumni section in the Tournament of Champions programs, and Mater Dei has the longest list by far.
Yeah, I'd wonder how.
Here's McKee for three. No good. A chance for a late bucket. Petty gets the offensive board and the score right before the end of the half.
Well, he didn't get the chance on the last one. He got a push off, but this time he just kind of falls in his hands and he takes advantage. A nice job and a nice half for both teams, keeping it close, and a really good half. Just really entertaining.
I mean, this is fit right in with this year's Tournament of Champions. Close games after close games. We'll tell you more about all these scores. We'll try and recap some of the action here when we come back. But first, we're going to send it to a quick break and then back down to our Uftring Auto Group studio, where we'll have a guest standing by and chop it up for some time here at halftime. Mater Dei leads it by 4, 29-25 here. The final game of day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Health Care.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. by the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hey, it's Sky Gillespie here in the final game of day 2. Our last interview here in the Updrink Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm joined by a special guest, none other than Knox Minot. How's it going, Knox?
It's going well. I'm a little tired, but it's going well.
You're telling me you're tired? You've only been here since what, like 8:30?
About.
And what is it now? About
10:45.
Yeah, not too bad. Just a little typical 14, 15-hour day. Not too shabby. So we're mixing things up here. We've had some special guests that aren't affiliated with Clutch Sports, but this time we have someone who is affiliated with Clutch Sports. Tell me your affiliation, Knox.
So my affiliation with Clutch Sports, I take a lot of photos for Clutch Sports. This is my second time at the TOC. My first one was last year. Taking a lot of photos today. It's been a very long day, 9 games. Still another half to go, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm gonna take photos, run some social media, just kind of help out where I'm needed.
Yeah. So what got you into photography?
I started in my yearbook class in high school, just shooting sports, and that's what I've just been continuing to do. Been doing this, some Illinois stuff. I was at Missouri for a year, continued doing that there, but now I'm back home, shooting more Illinois, and happy to be back at the TOC.
Let's go. So where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Champaign.
Okay.
On campus, I went to the University Laboratory High School on the Illinois campus.
Is that Uni High?
Yep.
Uni
yep.
High. Okay, cool.
Not normal U High, but the
Yep,
Urbana,
so
the Urbana one.
Uni High. A little fun fact about Uni High is every time we played them in basketball, I, as a bench warmer, got to play a lot because they didn't have a very good basketball team.
I can confirm. I was on varsity for a few years, and I don't know how much I contributed to that team, but that's why I'm taking photos and I'm not out on the court.
Exactly. What year did you graduate?
2024.
2024? Which, that was last year, wasn't it?
I'm a sophomore now, yes.
Okay, attaboy, nice.
I'm chilling.
I know you're doing sports photography now. Is that the goal going forward?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm keeping my options open. I do a lot of concert stuff in Illinois, in Urbana too. So just kind of experimenting with what I want to keep doing. Definitely leaning towards sports, though. Just kind of staying in the field that I grew up in, kind of keep it going.
So talk to me about the skills required to get into that industry. Or some advice to start for those looking.
Just take a lot of photos, man. There's not too much science to it. I mean, I just kind of figure it out as I go. I never had any formal training, so I'm just kind of experimenting, trying new settings, figuring out what works and what doesn't work.
Okay.
And I mean, that's the way to do it. Just take as many photos as you can to learn what works for you and what doesn't work.
So just a go with the flow type of guy you are.
Exactly. That's what one of my professors says.
Would you look at that? I could be your professor.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a very intellectual, very smart young man myself, Knox. Had a 3.9 GPA at Bradley University, for those wondering. So
my 3.85 at Mizzou is kind of under the bar then.
Mizzou, ILL.
ZOU.
There are a lot of Illini fans here. I've seen a lot of Illini sweatshirts, a lot of shirts around here. So
there are. It's good to see the big Champaign, Urbana, Illinois presence kind of spreading out into more further territories, even closer to Peoria. I mean, ISU's between us, but definitely interesting to see more UIUC stuff.
All right, before we wrap it up, tell me your favorite game you've shot so far this tournament.
This tournament.
And why?
Okay. I think so far it's been the Morton game yesterday.
Okay.
That was
Crazy
intense.
comeback.
Intense. I did not expect it to get that good. It started off pretty slow.
It did, but
that was a
spectacular
great
finish.
ending. Great ending.
Well, this is Knox Minot, part of Clutch Sports Media, helping out with some
The
photography.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by
See you tomorrow.
OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Upstring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Upstring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at upstringautogroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. What a day here it's been at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Jonathan Michael here in the booth with you alongside The Truth, Ryan Weber. And it's a 29-25 Mater Dei lead. And Ryan, just recapping this day of basketball, I mean, it's been so many good games. It started off, Dunlap local team beat Kingsville 71-55. And then we saw some pretty close ones. Victory Christian, although did win pretty handily against O'Fallon 72-48. But we saw Eagle Academy, Calvary Christian. Eagle Academy won it 60-58. On a late three from Denham Trotman. Then Second Baptist and West Hancock went back and forth. Pretty close game most of the way. Second Baptist won it 81-69. Houston Xavier won a classic against Grace Christian out of Clinton, Maryland, 63-60. Pasadena Metamora battled 66-59. Then Wisconsin Lutheran beat Indianapolis Pike in overtime, 68-65. And then Washington squeaking out over South Pointe, 58-55. So, I mean, just one-score games all day long. This one could be another one.
Yeah, this one's going to be really good. You mentioned that Pike Wisconsin Lutheran game. That's got to be the game of the day so far. I mean, the Knipple boys going up against Pike, and of course they're coached by the legend Jeff Teague. So, just kind of a cool little storyline and a great game that matched it. Hopefully, we get one as good or even better here. Just not in overtime.
Exactly. It's a late night for us here today. We'll see how it ends as McKee's three was rebounded by a teammate. And Morton will shoot free throws here to start this third quarter.
Yeah, Owen Adams got the rebound on that one, and he's going to be the one going to the line, I believe.
Yep, Adams, again, a multi-sport athlete, plays golf and baseball as well.
You don't see it as much at the somewhat bigger schools, but you still see those guys who kind of play all kinds of different sports, and it's good to do that because I only played basketball in high school and did scholastical, which I call it a sport, but not many people do.
I think in the eyes of the eye, I should say, it technically is
that's what I say.
Sport or an activity at least. Nothing I should say sanctioned.
We can get state championships. It counts.
There you go. Here's McKee getting a steal in the lay-in.
Yeah, nice play by McKee. Another hustle play that's won by the Potters, and that's what they've had to do all night, and they have done it. And they're only down one because of it. It's what's going to keep them in this game.
And it's a very talented Mater Dei team that's trying to get Luke Barnett into this one. And here's Wormlinger on the near side, giving it back to Malloy Smith, driving into the lane, and one. Hoop and harm for the 6'6" senior.
Yeah, Malloy Smith making a nice play, driving off the bounce, and he just gets to the cup with almost effortlessly because there's not as much resistance as you'd hope for Morton. They just don't have like a big shot blocker. Maybe Petty can do that, but it's just not enough size for there to really be that effectiveness inside, and you're seeing it be exploited by.
Free throw, no good. Mad dash for the rebound, brought in by Morton. Here's a fast break, and Petty trying to bring down the house.
Boy, well, we haven't seen a dunk yet, but he tried it. It goes out of bounds, but I respect the effort from Petty.
I think Petty threw a big one down last night, if memory serves me right, or he nearly threw a big one down. Barnett for three, no good.
I think bounds, but I respect the effort from Petty.
I think Petty threw a big one down last night, if memory serves me right, or he nearly threw a big one down. Barnett for three, no good.
I think that would have popped the roof off the gym if he succeeded.
Either way, is lay-in is good from Steffen. 31-30. Morton's within one.
Yeah, nice play there. Petty finding his open teammate, a nice pass, and again back to a 1-point game here.
And shot is no good. A little bit of a technical difficulty with our clock. We'll get that all fixed up. There is less than 7:10 to go here in this third quarter. Been moving by pretty quickly. As here's Petty. An aggressive play there from Ramirez. I think he just tried to strip it out from Petty's hands as he went up.
Yeah, the Morton crowd won't like that one. It's a very Potter-dominated crowd. They've almost got something of a pseudo-student section going on.
Yep.
Even here in Washington, just because, you're not really facing any resistance out of the Mater Dei crowd too much. So they kind of got, I believe, a Hawaiian theme going, which is kind of cool.
I do believe so. And again, I know probably a lot of Mater Dei fans, I'm sure, tuning in. I'd be curious to see if we could see how many Mater Dei fans or how many of those are, supporters of that team, and what this gym would look like if all those people were able to be here in person. We certainly understand if not. But Elwin Adams dropping into three, sponsored by Renewal by Anderson, and Morton takes the lead here in the third quarter, 33-31.
Owen Adams is pumped up after that one. Big time shot on the offensive rebound, and he is going down the court just flexing and showing his prowess on the Mater Dei bench. And Gary McKnight's going to need another timeout.
And a back and forth battle so far. Two great head coaches. Again, Abe Zeller on the sidelines for Morton, formerly at Roanoke Benson, a very small school just right down the road here from Washington.
We played them before a couple times
there
in
you
my days.
So you probably faced off against Abe Zeller.
There's a chance we did. I believe we played at their place my junior year, and they smoked us. But
which year? Which
23-24 would have been my junior year. I don't know. I don't recall who their coach was at the time because I was,
That was right around the time where Zeller was either his last year at Roanoke Benson or his first year at Morton. Now to go back and
if it was his first year here, they didn't skip a beat because, like I said, I think they beat us by 30. So
those
Zeller teams. It was bad enough I got in the game. I know that.
Those Zeller teams at Roanoke Benson were really strong year after year. As Morton again leads it by 2 with 6 to play here in the third quarter. Late night hoops at the Tournament of Champions. This is the only day of the 5-day tournament of which there is 9 games. We'll have 5 games for you tomorrow. We'll have 8 games for you on Friday, and then 7 coming your way on Saturday.
Should be a lot of fun. Great day, great couple days of hoops coming up.
Especially that Saturday. Again, some of those matchups are to be determined. It depends on how the games in the Washington Invitational, this tournament here, being played out as Barnett goes in for 2 and ties it back up. And as the Washington Invitational, there's the National Classic, the TOC Shootout Series, and the Gray Ribbon Showdown. The Washington Invitational is kind of arguably the biggest one as the layup is there good from Zeller. And a turnover. Malloy Smith couldn't hang on to it. Petty shot fakes the 3, drives in, and he got fouled. Ramirez, got the jump ball. Ramirez got what he wanted. Nice play there by 11 and Gray.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication between Malloy Smith there and some of his teammates. But Richie Ramirez coming over, sliding defensively, and makes a nice play. He's playing really well out there for Mater Dei.
Fast break. Here's Barnett. Corner. Got it to go. There's the one for Luke Barnett. Now we'll see if that one opens up the floodgates.
Yeah, he's starting to heat up here, and I feel like we think it's only a matter of time, and this might be the time that it begins. What a play.
Drive in, Steffen in the lane. Back out to McKee. Now here's Adams, guarded by Barnett. And McKee had it stripped away. Barnett The steal and the assist. Up the floor, layup is good. Richie Ramirez having himself a very nice game.
Really nice outlet pass for Luke Barnett, and now we're going to see Zeller use a timeout.
This timeout brought to you again by Enercon. This power-up timeout brought to you by them, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also want to thank some of our other sponsors, including Keps. Keps Sports Bar and Grill is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And also by Create a Scene, Countryside Banquet, and Catering, and also Laser Electric. They're all proud supporters of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also, too, the Washington Police Department sponsoring some of the fouls here today. So obviously, I don't think there are going to be any no fouls that will result in the police department getting involved. At least we hope not.
Hopefully. We almost saw one with Ramirez and Petty there, it looked like. But
little tie-up, but again, overall been a
pretty clean game.
Oh, yeah. And again, most of these teams have no prior history. There's not going to be really too much bad blood or too much jaw between most of these teams, which is you just sit back and play basketball, which is what we like to see. So we'll get a foul, and it looks like on Wormlinger.
Although this is, where those rivalries, if some of these teams come back, this is where they could start. We'll see. You never know where these teams are going to return.
And Petty hangs on the rim. There's a dunk brought to you by Morton Tech, and that'll fire up the Morton crowd.
Yeah, hangs on the rim. Lucky to get away with that one. The refs don't like fun, so they might call that sometimes, but they don't call it there.
It depends on the crew, as here's Petty up to Steffen. Can't quite get the dunk there, and his layup missed the mark. Here's Smith up to Castano, who stopped, and I didn't know if he was going to shoot that. Ramirez will shoot, though, and bang it.
Richie Ramirez does a little jawing after the fact as well. Gets some of that momentum back that Petty stole with the dunk. A nice job by him, and he's got to be closing in on 20 tonight because he's played a great game.
I think he has. His three sponsored by Renewal by Anderson, and Mater Dei's got numbers if they want it. Guess who? It's Ramirez diving in for two.
Man, he's a great player. I don't know if he's going to go play at the next level. I hope so because he's really just showing his stuff tonight. He's had a great game. He's a lot of fun to watch, just kind of a ball of energy out there doing everything that he needs to do. Ooh, nice physical play.
And layup is up and good. Ramirez has offers from Pepperdine, South Florida, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, Boston University, San Jose State, and Cal Baptist. So plenty of programs.
Pick of the litter, yeah. A lot of local California schools, but those are some good teams. I know UC San Diego is a great school. They made the tournament last year, and I believe they beat Bradley the other night.
Yes, they did beat Bradley.
Terry's Chocolate Invitational.
Yes, they did indeed. Again, Bradley, my alma mater, right just down the road here in Peoria. But hey, no, it's all right. Bradley came back today, and they beat Liberty University in that little MTE out in Orlando. So college, high school, a lot of hoops going on Thanksgiving weekend.
That's why they call it Feast Week, yeah.
In the corner, and Mater Dei is feasted here as Castano knocks down. All of a sudden, Ryan, a 7-point lead for Mater Dei, one of the larger ones of the night.
Yeah, it feels like we've just kind of been talking back and forth here, and all of a sudden, Mater Dei's opened up a pretty big lead.
Steffen tried to cut it down to 4. Mad dash for the board as Barnett goes. Almost thought he was going to dive into the bench. Off-balance three is well off. Steffen up to Adams. This is a track meet going on here. Shot fake. Driving in, I think that's Newhoff, and one. Reed Newhoff off the bench.
What a play. Nice little jab step. And he gets, that's Price down there. He gets Will Price to bite on the jab, drives it in, and a strong layup on the play there by Newhoff.
That's going to make it just a 4-point deficit here for the Pirates, and still a lot of basketball still left to be played. So
big man Krupa coming back in here.
Yeah, I'd say if 4 or 5 point lead, this ball game just might as well be tied. I think
the way they're playing, this one can switch on a dime. It's just so fast. even if the score doesn't maybe show it as much. But, man, these teams are moving, especially after how slow of a first quarter we had.
Indeed, yeah. It took the teams a quarter to get going, but there's a lot of common themes across all of these games. As we'll get a 3 from the wing is good.
Can they miss right now? This is crazy. Just going back and forth, blow for blow. It's just like a Rocky boxing fight.
Again, 3 sponsored by Renewal by Anderson, as that was Castano, I believe, knocking it down. And Morton comes back on the other end.
Nice little, probably put them spin on that because that hit the front of the rim and somehow flipped up and in. Nice play there by Owen Adams.
Ramirez drives it, and Krupa will pick up the foul. As Krupa's just first foul of the game. Well, again, Morton approaches the bonus. Here in this third quarter is
no
Price
call
trying
there.
to kick it out. And now Burns the other direction. Oh, what a fake from Newhoff. And hits the shot.
What a shot by Newhoff. Got Burnett flying, and he bangs home the triple.
And the layup good on the other end from Smith to take some air out of this crowd. Back and forth we go. I mean, for every call there is an answer.
Isaac Newton basketball, every action has an equal opposite reaction.
Oh, that's a good point. Ryan Weber showing off the Scholastic Bowl skills right there. Newhoff for 3 again. Off the bank and good.
It's late, the bank's still open. What a shot by Newhoff. Heating up here. He's got 9 in the quarter.
Reed Newhoff off the bench. 3-point play the old-fashioned way and 2 threes from beyond the arc. It's 51-50 Mater Dei. 3-ball Ramirez. A little bit of contact, no call.
This crowd is getting really into this one, and a whistle blows.
This has been about the most intense this gym has been in terms of just back and forth. It's like watching an Olympic ping pong match.
Yeah, I wasn't in here. I could hear it from the little area we've got out there. You could hear the Washington crowd getting into it every time they hit a 3. But, I mean, just in terms of the intensity, you're right. This has been just the best it's been all day.
And we're only in the third quarter, as that one is no good from Adams.
A little strong on that one.
Just a little bit.
They're doing Zeller's doing an interesting job of rotating Krupa and Petty.
Yep.
They're never off the floor together. It's always one or the other. And it's really interesting to watch how he manages those minutes.
Morton will tie it back up, 51 all. Here's Mater Dei will have the shot clock turned off here for this final possession. Here's Smith up top. Now over to Price. Now over to Smith. Morton student section trying to throw off the Mater Dei Monarchs. Trying to count him down. Barnett lays it up, no good. Still some time for Morton to shoot. Here's Newhoff, got the hot hand. Oh! Listen to this crowd. Reed Newhoff, the man of the hour, off the bench, 12 points in the third quarter. Morton got a 3-point lead.
Reed Newhoff is putting on a show. What a shot. With the clock running down, he does a good job keeping his composure and not panicking and just patient up. The stroke is beautiful and nothing but nylon on that one. And he gives the Potters the lead to go into the final frame. This has been absolutely electric.
Newhoff cannot miss right now. Again, all of those 3 sponsored by Renewal by Anderson. Where quality meets community, they're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. What a game to close out this day of the TOC. I mean, it could have been easy to, again, maybe just have a snoozer of a game to kind of close us out and trying to crawl to the finish line. But, man, we are ending with gusto here in Torrey Gymnasium in a game that you just cannot turn off yet, ladies and gentlemen. Tell your friends and family to tune in because this fourth quarter is going to bring the energy.
Yeah, you know, hey, then you can't be tuning out. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Nobody's working. This is appointment viewing, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. What a game we've got and what a finish we've got.
I bet Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn is loving to watch the back and forth of these two teams. Got his Panthers 2-0 here in the TOC after a nice victory over South Point. So
yeah, how fun would it be if they could make a run to this title game and at home on a Saturday?
It could be possible as McKee tried to cut in, couldn't get there as Barnett will get two. A shot of Barnett there, taking a bit of a breather, and he is going to take a nice cold shower, I'm sure, when he gets back to the hotel. He has been very active tonight.
He has not come off the floor at all except for those timeouts, and it's a great effort for him because, you know, he had a rough start to the game. He had a kind of a rough first half, but he didn't let it get him down, and that's what these great players do is they don't get deterred by like a slow start. They just keep playing, and he's done a great job bouncing back, and he's played really well in this second half.
Here you go, Petty back to Zeller, and they're going to say he did walk. Travel on Morton. Mater Dei will get it back here. So a little bit of a choppy start in terms of game flow to this fourth quarter.
Yeah, you see that sometimes. Just guys kind of get thinking about what they want to do. They know what they want to do, but they're already moving. And you can't just be – you got to, like, stop and then go what you're going to do, or especially if a pass like that is slowing you down because you're going to get a travel every time.
Here's a step back three. Barnett got the roll. Mater Dei takes the lead.
Looks like the rim on the right end is a little softer. That one falls. Nice shot for Barnett. Looked a little strong at first, but it falls.
And Zeller turns it over. Nice trap there from the Monarchs. Barnett will shoot again and come up short. Here's Stephen. Little of a break. Drives it on Barnett, and we're tied up again.
Yeah, it looked like he had, I believe that was Zeller there. I'm not sure exactly. It was one of the guys rocking one.
Lois Smith, an acrobatic lay is no good, but Ramirez gets the end one. How many of those have we seen tonight, Ryan?
It's been a lot. I can't imagine the count, but it's got to be like 5, 6, or 7. It's been, whew. I mean, just the physicality on these finishes is a great thing to watch for both sides. They're not deterred by what has been a surprisingly physical game for both teams who still like to shoot a lot of threes, and neither team is afraid of just kind of attacking and putting their nose to the grindstone.
As Ramirez knocks down the free throw, it's back up to a 3-point lead. I mean, this game has gone back and forth. I don't know. I'd love to figure out and go back and watch this again. How many lead changes have been in this game as Ramirez got the steal but then stepped out right near half court.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, like you said, just ridiculous back and forth. I mean, every time you feel one team starting to pull away, we saw it earlier, Mater Dei had like an 8-point lead, 7-point lead, and Morton just went on a big run, and they got back in front. Now they're up, or they're down 3. Let's see what they can do here, though.
Zeller being hounded. Good defense by Castano. Stephen finds Petty. Was open for a split second. Now will drive in on Barnett. Nice ball movement going all the way around the horn. Now Zeller driving in. What a feed down to Brendan Petty. Just how they drew it up.
That tough defense, you gotta use your passing to break it up. You're not going to dribble through this Mater Dei team, and they move it with the best of them. I mean, I think this is going to be a strength for Morton all season because that ball movement, if they can keep it going, is going to do a lot for them in the Mid-Illini Conference.
And we'll get a foul there.
Barnett did a good job wearing that hit. And great job from him because a lot of boos, so it seems like the faithful of Morton are not happy with that call.
6 to play here in this fourth quarter. And that pass nearly intercepted. Barnett from the volleyball line is off the mark. Morton trails by 1. Here is Adams with the ball.
I'm just waiting for Barnett to just go up past half court and pull up a Steph Curry logo 3 here. It looks like he's willing to do it. It's just right when the time is right.
Here's McKee, off balance shot, gets it to fall, and Morton grabs the lead.
What a move by McKee, up and under, off one leg, and he gets it to fall. He's been having a great game tonight.
Layup on the other end is good from Barnett. He's done most of his damage from inside the three-point line tonight.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch. All these guys are just so fun to watch. I mean, the fact these two teams are just going head for head is really impressive.
Rupa over to McKee. His triple is nothing but net.
Every single time a three ball is hit or any bucket on Morton's end, the crowd just loses it. It's a great crowd here, and we're seeing I feel like they're feeding off that energy.
Here's a tough fader. Ramirez has got it. Brian, this game is resembling of an all-star game. I mean, every player on the floor is an impact player, and we're getting buckets on both sides. Nothing against either of these two defenses either, but I mean, just back and forth we go, and it's just unbelievable.
Honestly, the defense tonight has been pretty solid for what these teams are. There's not really a lot of size, but they're both playing good defense. It's just there's so many elite shot makers on both sides and so many crafty players on both sides that there's nothing they can do.
That's a good point. A lot of good shot makers. And Stefan makes his own shot and sinks it. He'll shoot one more.
Another and one, and another physical finish. Undeterred, Stefan goes up and finishes it off the bank.
So Stefan with those pink shoes, he's just spotting those. Again, he's had a couple of points in this one. Pretty, I'd say overall fairly balanced scoring. You know, Newhoff had that huge third quarter, but you know, Petty's had some good buckets. McKee has been in there for Morton. Adams hasn't scored a ton, but it's played well and given the Pirates some very good minutes. Again, for Mater Dei, Ramirez, Barnett, Castano have all.
Yeah, on the other end, it feels like it's a little bit more of Barnett and Ramirez. Ramirez more so in the first half and Barnett in the second. But especially for the Potters, they've done a great job of just kind of spreading the love and sharing it with everybody else. And yeah, Newhoff but he was the hot hand, and you gotta let him do it.
What a move from Barnett, and he sinks it. That's why he's headed to Kansas.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why Bill Self loves him, because he's just such a creative finisher, and he'll do it in any way you need. It's just a great thing to watch, and he's really a player to admire if you're literally anybody watching him.
And again, you know, Barnett has been a tough shooting night, but I imagine he's still up and around, I'm sure, the neighborhood of 15 to 20 points. And that's what great players can do. They can still make an impact even on off nights shooting the ball. As here's Newhoff with it. Back to McKee. Trying to drive in, and we got a foul. That one's going to go on Wormlinger on Mater Dei.
Yeah, it's McKee. You know, I feel like he's
got
the
referee tossed the ball, and it hit the head of Colin Burns. I was aiming for the headband or what? Funny little blooper there.
He just saw the white, and he's just like, yeah, it's somewhere over there.
Colin Burns didn't seem to mind it. Had a good
Hopefully
little chuckle about that.
Hopefully he's not in concussion protocol.
It looked like he was all right. Thankfully, he didn't beat it at him too hard.
Yeah.
As Mater Dei comes away with a steal, here comes Wormlinger, and they'll get fouled by Zeller.
Yeah, ref's done a good job of just kind of letting them play here. Whenever there's a foul, it seems to be on a shot. There's not a lot of like blocking fouls, or we've seen a couple charges, but it's just kind of like, hey, we're going to let you go and see what happens. And they've done a great job of that, and that's kept the game going. And that's why I feel like we're seeing like the score we are at this point in the game.
Timeout called by Mater Dei. It'll be an Enercon power-up timeout. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. So Ryan, while we have a quick chance to catch our breath, there hasn't been many of those here in this game, but we'll set up the scene for you tomorrow on when it will be on Thanksgiving Day here at the TOC at 2:45. It'll be Grace Christian Academy out of Knoxville, Tennessee, taking on Mount Bethel Christian Academy from Marietta, Georgia. Then it'll be South Pointe Stallions taking on Second Baptist. That's a good Second Baptist team. And then we have Peoria High, a local team, taking on Pasadena. First time we've seen the Lions in the TOC. Tomorrow that's at 5:45. And then again, these are all Central times, by the way. Santa Ana Mater Dei back here again at 7:15 to take on Victory Christian. That'll be a really fun one, and a lot of great players on the floor there. And then we'll close out with Calvary Christian and Clinton Grace Christian at 8:45 tomorrow evening. as you celebrate your Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you, wherever you're watching in. Glad you're spending part of your holiday week with us here at Clutch Sports Media. Again, Jonathan Michael and Ryan Weber in the booth with you here today, and all of our Clutch Sports Media crew doing a nice job all day long. Here's Barnett for the three. And it's no good, but the offensive board goes to the Monarchs.
He had Jude Zeller turned around there and just could not get it to fall.
And we're going to foul there on Petty. No, that was Stefan, 13 in the red.
Taking the shots from from Stefan is Ramirez there, and so that means, because he's at the line, so that means that we will have a bonus here for the rest of the way for Mater Dei.
Here's Ramirez. Knocks down this first. And Ryan, if there are any little kids in the crowd, I bet they're going to go crazy if this one goes in for obvious reasons.
No. We just got to hope we don't get 1 out of 2 free throws on the other end for Morton, though, if this goes through.
Here's some little kids cheering, and they got it. There you see. There's the celebrations. 67.
Even in a close game, they can still do it. Man.
I still do not know what the whole big deal is. I know it's a big deal going on. I don't know what it's all about, but it is.
It's a mystery loss to time. We just got to laugh about it.
You hit the nail on the head right there, Ryan. And cross-court pass here to Zeller. Again, close game as Zeller kicks it out. McKee thought about a triple. He'll drive in and get fouled.
I don't know about that call. It looked like McKee was trying to initiate the contact on Zimlinger there. And Zimlinger kind of went straight up, but maybe just because of how late it is in the game, you don't want to let that not go called if it was a foul. So maybe just kind of a playing it safe call from the refs there.
Foul goes on Wormlinger. He's been in a bit of foul trouble today. So McKee cannot.
Oh, no.
And we might get, here we go. Every kid's dream, double 6-7. Oh, we jinxed it. Now the kids are not going to be happy with Alex McKee there. And again, Mater Dei leads it by 1 with 2.5 to go here in the fourth. Here's Barnett. He's got Zeller on him. Oh, what a move. He lost Zeller, but couldn't quite sink the jumper.
Well, if he would have hit that, some of the older kids would have liked that one too.
Yes, Zeller will bring it the other way.
We don't have to say why, but
Morton will try and take the lead here. Kick it back out. Here's McKee. Oh, and just a bit short there. And we'll stay with Morton. (11:21 p.m. here in Central Illinois.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving if you're watching in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah, it's already Thanksgiving out there. As McKee, nice little move to try and get free. Over to Zeller. There's about 11 on the clock. Or actually, no, now down to 11, now down to 10 to shoot. As here's Zeller, spinning into the lane, forces one up and got it to go.
Abe Zeller with the huge play. Just kind of a little push shot floater, and he gets the friendly roll.
Jude Zeller been pretty quiet tonight for Morton, but it gives him a big bucket. It's a 1-point lead with 90 seconds to go.
A lot of his energy's going to guarding Luke Barnett on the other end. So maybe just kind of conserving it for that.
And Ramirez will get the and one. We've had at least 10 lead changes. I can confidently say
10
that,
might
Ryan.
be conservative on that measure. I mean, just back and forth basketball. It's been fantastic, and we still got 81 seconds. We could see it change 3 or 4 more times with how close it is.
So it'll be Ramirez to shoot again. We have no official point totals for Ramirez, at least right now, but he has had a huge, huge game. He'll remain a one-pointer as he missed the free throw.
All I could see was Barnett as 18.
He'll get a call of a timeout here. We'll pull up the stats here for you right now. Again, the tournament doing a nice job.
Richie Ramirez has 31.
Ramirez with 31, Barnett with 18. For Morton, they have 4 players in double figures. As of right now, McKee with 17, Stefan with 12, Newhoff with 12, all in the third quarter, and Petty with 10. Owen Adams knocking on the door with 9, Zeller with 8. I mean, so You got 6 guys that have 8 points or more for the Morton Pirates right now. It's decided a really good balance and good depth.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job, and this is a great sign again. I was just pushing up. This is a really good sign again, because you're going to need that depth. Not just in this part of the season, but when you get into kind of the dog days of January and February, when you got kids who are got the flu, you got kids who are sick, hurt.
Yep.
And you're going to need that depth to come into play. So them showing that they have that depth is absolutely huge.
Our expressions in the booth certainly a little more
warmer
lively
than that.
again. This has been a close one so far.
Hey, we can't judge. We don't know how long he's been here.
Oh yeah, we've been here. A lot of people have been here all day. Shout out to all the tournament volunteers and all those people that helping make this tournament possible behind the scenes. Hard work does not go unnoticed. So Morton ball trying to get the lead right back. Their 5 on the floor right now is Zeller, Steffen, Petty, McKee, and Adams. Here's Zeller, spinning and turning. McKee thought about a 3. I won't say unintentional behind the back pass there. Here's Petty now, hounded by Barnett. 10 to shoot, goes into the lane and scores.
Another lead change. Petty burning Barnett on the offensive end and just coasts to the layup.
Ramirez, where's the answer for Mater Dei? It's been there all day. And they'll call a foul, much to the dismay of the Morton fans. As we look here, what did the move here from Petty? And kind of got
Just
it with
a
the little half. You act like you're going to go one way, go the other way, and that freed him up for the lay-in.
Once again, not even just bad defense, just better offense. And we'll see Colin Burns come back into the game here.
Burns 25 in red, and Morton fans going to make some noise. And we talked about Mater Dei's got the advantage with their internal body clocks. Again, it's for them it's only 9:25 Pacific time.
Yeah, they'd still be up hanging out right now.
Yeah,
they might be practicing right now back in Cali.
But Morton's advantage is they got the home fans here making the trip.
Yeah,
2
but
free
Richie
throws are good.
Ramirez unfazed, and I feel like that comes from playing in those tough California environments out there, like St. John Bosco and somewhere else.
A lot of great teams out there as Morton will call a timeout again. Richie Ramirez, 33 points here today. Seeing some great team performances, also some great individual performances as well. And
he's been one of the best. I mean,
Looking forward
him and Caden Knipple, and I mean, just a crazy game.
Looking forward to seeing how much these guys have these huge games today, or can they turn around and do it again the rest of the week? I think a lot of people are going to be watching, and I'm sure they're not going to be disappointed. They just want to know, how good are these guys really? And I think they're going to be probably pretty pleased to find out, because I think they're going to have some great basketball. If it's starting out this way, it's going to, I think, finish even better.
For sure. And you always got to wonder, I mean, you never know who's watching. We got, Luke Barnett in this game, so if you're on a guy on both sides, you're like, hey, we don't know who's watching. And Richie Ramirez, too, maybe somebody from one of those colleges could just come through and be like, hey, we were watching for this guy, but, this kid put up 25. He had a great game. So that's how important some of these games can be, where you just put out and have your best days.
Top-notch competition here in Washington. Zeller slices in, and it's a blocking foul. Zeller will shoot.
Oh, that was a tough call. It's going to go on Luke Barnett. He is not happy with that one. He was not animated, I'd say, but he had something to say to the official over there. Looked like he might have got set. Referee disagrees, and it'll be Zeller to the line.
Knocks down the first, tie ball game again. Nice job by Barnett, not getting too animated. You do not want to draw a technical foul right now, which he did not. So I think just wanted more of an explanation. Now here's Zeller, tie it up with 25 seconds to go. Morton tried to win their second game down to the wire. Timeout Potters after Jude Zeller knocks down 2. He's in double figures.
Yeah, not a big impact today so far on the offensive end, but there are no bigger shots than the 2 he just hit tonight. 2 big free throws, and those can be some of the toughest shots they hit. They call them free throws. They ain't free. It's one of the oldest sayings, but just a great, in a huge pressure environment, just taking a deep breath and knocking them both home.
So, Ryan, if you're Mater Dei head coach Gary McKnight, I mean, what do you think They might be drawing up. What would you draw up in this situation here for Mater Dei? We'll start with what do you think he is drawing up?
A play to the basket. It's got to be. I mean, it's worked all night. I don't know how many paint points they've had, but it's got to be a good amount. And I'd say you're looking, you want to think Luke Barnett is the first option, but with how Richie Ramirez has played tonight, I think you're looking at him because he's got 33 points. And I feel like you'd say trust him to drive it in.
If he's going to make it, sometimes even both.
Yeah.
For Ramirez tonight.
We'll see. Maybe it's one of those two. Maybe it's an unsung hero, Malloy Smith or Zemlinger.
2 timeouts left for Mater Dei, 1 for Morton.
Castano not on the floor, and he's been one of their better scorers tonight.
Here's Ramirez with it. Gonna get a screen from Barnett. 2 timeouts left for Mater Dei, 1 for Morton.
Castano not on the floor, and he's been one of their better scorers tonight.
Here's Ramirez with it. Gonna get a screen from Barnett. Driving on Zeller. Going to the hoop. And Dreyer, like we say, draws the foul. Morton can't believe it, but there's still, again, 11 seconds left. So still a chance for the Potters. We'll see how Ramirez knocks down these free throws.
Yeah, he gets to the cup again. And Morton fans are getting loud. Let's see if Ramirez can handle the pressure once again.
Can't knock down the first.
And you hear the roar of the crowd. This is a really fun environment right now. Ramirez is going to get a second to tie it for 34.
And that one comes up short. Rebound fought for. Who's got it? Morton. Zeller has it. Foul call on Mater Dei. Again, down to 6 seconds. So Morton will shoot. And again, this game is still not over. But Ramirez is going to be wanting at least one of those back.
He might have a long night ahead of him if Mater Dei cannot pull this one out because, I mean, he's been so good from the line all night, and then he gets those two. Just a tough break because he's had such a great game. And you hope it doesn't come down to that, and you hope it doesn't come down to that's the thing that he's remembered for in this game because, again, 33 points, not a great night, but boy.
Timeout again brought to you by Enercon. So you'll see who is going to shoot these free throws here for Morton.
I believe it was one of the guys rocking one, either 1 or 11. So either Zeller or Adams.
I believe it was Zeller.
Yeah, and he just hit the 2 ones to take the lead. So we'll see if he can hit these two. We just saw Ramirez miss 2, and he's had a great night from the line. So you never know.
Again, regardless of what happens, Mater Dei likely will have a chance to tie or maybe even still win it here in regulation. But again, if you're Zeller, who again we believe to be the shooter, we'll double check that when they break the huddle. And you just got to knock down both of these. That way, pretty much the worst you can do is go to overtime.
Barring a disaster, of course, because you never know what can happen in this game. But yeah. And the good news is that Mater Dei has some good shooters. So it's still not over. We've seen them hit the couple threes. But, of course, we don't know that they'll need a 3. And I believe they do have a timeout as well.
Yep, here's Zeller. Jim quiets down. He knocks down the first.
Man, you can hear a pin drop here in this gym right now with how just dead silent it is.
It's going to get really loud after this free throw from Zeller. And he can't tie it. Well, 2-point lead. Here comes Mater Dei. Barnett trying to win it. Off the mark. Morton hangs on and wins it in the final seconds for the second straight night.
What a win for the Morton Potters.
Barnett got a shot off. The tip nearly went back in. Colin Burns signals no good, and Morton is 2-0. They take down O'Fallon. They take down Santa Ana Mater Dei.
This is
Washington.
This is one they will remember for years to come. They have just beat one of the premier programs in all of high school basketball, and the little Potters that could are undefeated going in to the final days of the group play of the tournament. Again, just what a win, and I can't imagine what it'll be like in that locker room.
What a week for basketball, and again, the strong week for Central Illinois continues. Morton wins both of their games to start the TOC. Washington wins both of their games to start the TOC. And Central Illinois is making their statement against some of the top teams from around the country in a phenomenal game. And shout out to Jude Zeller making some big plays down the stretch. Reed Newhoff, that electric third quarter. Brendan Petty and Adams and McKee knocking down big shots and some big defensive stops. I mean, both teams had to do so much. This was such a hard-earned win for Morton. And I mean, hats off to Mater Dei. They played a fantastic game as well. You see the celebration is on with the Pirates and their fans.
Boy, that's, to be in that crowd. I mean, you mentioned it too. Mater Dei, heck of a game. And they got a good look at the end. Barnett, the kind of wing three, and it nearly fell. And then the tip also, I mean, for not calling a timeout and setting up a play, they got a good look. I'm surprised they didn't use a timeout, but I mean, what a game from both teams. And boy, if this is what day 2 looks like, I can't imagine what the rest of the tournament's going to look like, because this was fantastic.
What a day here from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. One more look at that last shot from Barnett. Again, an off-balance shot. And again, Malloy Smith nearly had that tip. I was watching to see if it would go in. I'm not sure if it would have counted or not.
I feel like it was right at the end, maybe like a tenth of a second left. It was really close.
Again, those referees wouldn't have been able to use the luxuries that we have in the booth, our replay.
Yeah.
Seeing that right there. But Morton wins it 73-71. What a start to the season. They started the TOC last year. They went 0 for 3 at the TOC. Now they're 2-0 and in a good position to potentially maybe play for a tournament title, potentially on Saturday evening. Again, Ryan, your final thoughts from not just this game, but for the entire day overall as we get set here for Thanksgiving here tomorrow.
If you were tuned in, just keep tuning in, because you just saw one of the best days of high school basketball I think you might ever see. We had close game after close game, banger after banger, and you got to keep, I mean, I don't know, I'm speechless, because this has been so much fun just to watch these teams from around the country you don't get to watch all the time, and then the teams you do get to watch playing some unique competition. Boy, this has been fun, and we still got a few more days left, and man, we're some of the luckiest people alive to be able to do this.
We certainly are. Again, Santa Ana Mater Dei will play tomorrow against Victory Christian. Morton will also play Victory Christian on Friday, their next game at 2:30 p.m. there again on Black Friday. I want to thank all of our Clutch Sports Media crew working very, very hard behind the scenes. I mean, incredibly hard all day long, 12-plus hour day. I want to thank again Joey Wright, Sky Gillespie, Jim Lynch, Jeff Little, Brett Parrott, Knox Minot, Mark Wagner, Teddy Ball, Mason Dowling, Charlie Schermerhorn, Elsa Olmstead, Sydney Barnes, Mike Plunkett, Molly Scheuer, Patrick Huber, Andrew Crawford, and my broadcast partner Ryan Weber. I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long and good night from Washington. Happy Thanksgiving, folks. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more hoops at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington. Have a great rest of your night. More basketball coming your way this week.